Hello everyone, welcome back to another live stream. Today we have a little bit, I'm going to start it off with a deck that I think is poised to do really well with a Loki-Theena shell, and then maybe we pivot a little bit later on. We grinded a little bit of points yesterday and a little bit this morning, and I plan to just do it legitimately the rest of the way through because win trading is so boring that I don't know how people are doing it for like 30, 40, 50,000. But go ahead and we'll switch over to the deck preview. I'll run through the quick deck spotlight or showcase, and then we'll jump into a few games as people continue to stream in. Kino, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. The Edamame TV, hopefully you're having a good day as well. I'm glad we were able to, I was able to carve out a little bit of time on Friday or today to be able to stream. So hopefully you guys are doing incredibly well. And so the deck that I'm going to be starting off the day with is a Loki-Theena shell. Loki is in a really good spot where I thought initially it was going to be just a really big nerf and he was going to be unplayable. He definitely feels really good to drop on 3 in most cases. This one also utilizes the strong Theena Angela Kitty Pryde. As Sandman is starting to die down because people are just now outvaluing it, Angela, Theena, Kitty Pryde can start rising back up. And so it's going to be a teetering act. If you start seeing a lot of Sandman, you either have to pump out your power early or potentially switch decks. But right now, Sandman is kind of declining in popularity, giving this some breathing room to shine. And then Eldane, you said, my God, the new Twitch app is terrible. I'm so sorry. And then KJ, welcome in. Ian, welcome in as well. Just watch out for Proving Grounds. I mean, the Proving Grounds is something else. Ryan, welcome in. Alejandro, Defenda, and then two-place name. Two-place, you said, or Defenda, you said Nocturne replacement. So for a Nocturne replacement, I would go with another like solid value 3 cost. So sometimes a sneaky Negasonic can be really good. You could go with something like an Elsa Bloodstone because you do have the Kitty Pryde line. You could go Killmonger, which could take out the Zoo style decks, and the only 1 cost that you're leveraging is your Kitty Pryde. Or you could go Red Guardian. There's a lot of 3 costs that can kind of fit into that flex spot. Or you could go Juggernaut. Juggernaut's always a decent one. Did you talk to the ISP? I did. It should be fixed, is what they said, but we'll see. We'll see if it holds. And then Roram Plays, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Let's go ahead and I'm going to run a quick set of ads as we run through the rest of the deck, but then we'll jump in. That way the ads don't start in the middle of our gameplay, and then we'll be able to jump straight into hopefully some climbing today. And then Hydra King said, what's up, TLSG? Leagues are kind of ruining Snap for me. Like endless grinding and people are cheating with the Conquest. I like the idea of leagues. I like the idea a lot. I don't think Proving Ground matches should be included. And maybe they restructure how Conquest points are added up. But it's silly. It's a completely silly thing to have overlooked. Because I was excited to be able to grind it on the ladder. I played about 3 or 4 hours after launch, and then I realized people were abusing the Conquest, and it just felt like a waste. And then Crispy Kareem, welcome in. And then Mr. Mist, you said thanks for the video on the VOD channel. I was at least not surprised why people were leaving. Yeah. Yep. It was a mixed take for sure. There were some people that were kind of upset that I posted the video. Others that were grateful for it. It was in a place where I honestly thought about not even making a video or posting about it. But that gives those people that were abusing it much more of an advantage to get those variants, get the borders, and get the emote that's going to be exclusive, at least for right now, to leagues. And so it definitely didn't feel right for just the few that knew about it to be able to take advantage. So I wanted to try to at least spread awareness, which doesn't condone like bending the rules, but it's in the game. At least it gives a level playing field for everybody. Waterboy, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. It is better if everyone knows. I agreed, Machiavellian. It shouldn't be in the game at all. I hope that they patch it. I hope that they fix it because I agree it ruins the league. But if 1 out of every 30 know about it, and end up utilizing it, it's not fair for the other 29 that may be fighting for those spots. And then General, welcome in. Have a great, stable internet stream. That is what we're hoping for, is stability. Everybody needs a little bit of stability in their life. It's 2 days, so I doubt they do any kind of hotfix for it this time. I think this time they just chalk it up to a loss and they fix it for the next one. And then we do have the emote-only chat for 2 minutes that we're going to launch into. We will see you guys on the other end, starting off with a little bit of emote spam. Change the scene. Thank you for the reminder. It's going to be one of those days. I feel it. All right, so first up we have rank 219 Troop. They're running the Namora deck, which we got the validation from Daily Bugle. Let's go with something like, I think White Widow left. That way they'll be forced to move their Nightcrawler. Wait, you said retreat, Machiavellian? Retreat and then snap. At least they'll be forced to move their Nightcrawler. Let's go Nocturne mid. We do have the Cassandra Nova, but I think we threaten the Nexus. So I think we go with that instead. And then Gail said, hey TLSG, hope you're doing good. I'm doing well, Gail. Hopefully you've had a great week so far. Hopefully the Friday is starting off right for you. And hopefully you have some fun things lined up for the weekend. And then Mr. Mist. They do have Cassandra that they drop in the right. My aim is to eventually rip that one away. So we can do something like Bishop, Kitty Pryde. That keeps us open for a potential Namora next turn. Either that or maybe our Nova just is better than Bishop, like all around. So let's go ahead and go with the Cassandra Nova Kitty Pryde. It's still going to be a 6 power. I think that'll be close to what Bishop is, plus it negatively afflicts some of their cards. So they have the Nocturne that they got from us that they are threatening to change one of the locations as well. We have our Namora. We could go something like Namora mid. I think they go Namora to the left. That way they hit their Nocturne and their Cassandra Nova. And so I'm going to go Namora into mid. Next turn we have the flex option to do maybe Shang-Chi into the Nexus. Because their Namora will push it over that edge or over that limit, whereas ours aren't quite going to be pushed up to that point. And it does look like it's been the 2 minutes. We are going to release you guys from the emote-only cage. You guys are free to chat again. So something like Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi Kitty Pryde. Maybe we don't even move the Nocturne. Zodrax, welcome in. The usual deck list overlays aren't showing. Ooh, I turned it off last night. Here, let me add it back on. Have the untapped, the untapped. They should be back now. So, the Odin onto the Namora. Expecting it to buff up their Sage, expecting us to change the Nexus, and neither of us moved our Nocturne. It was the threat that never came through. And so we'll take the 2. What a way to start off. We'll take a good strong start. And I have played this deck for a decent amount yesterday. BZ, you said important question. What's your favorite non-Newtonian fluid? I don't know. My gut tells me water, but I don't know what non-Newtonian means. So I think you'll have to elaborate a little bit. Is Loki coming in the spotlight soon? Tomorrow. Or not tomorrow. Oh my goodness. Next week. It's Tazar. You said, I haven't caught your stream in the longest time. I'm doing well. Hopefully you're doing well as well. Water is Newtonian? Well. Well, then I don't know. And then Kenny, you said, hi TLSG, I'm top of my league by a long shot and not cheesing Proving Grounds. That's huge. That takes a lot of playing. I did run about 3 hours on the ladder, and I was up about maybe 4,000 or 5,000 points. But at that point, I was still getting just outclassed by everybody else that was doing it. And then with the hydrate reminder, and then Second City Wolverine, thank you for resubscribing for 6 months at tier 1. That is such a big, such a long amount of time. I appreciate the support and appreciate you being here. Let me turn on the alerts because it looks like those are off. The Twitch chat, we have either the ants overlay or the fact or the HelloFresh one. I think that's all of the things I had turned off. I think we should be good now. First at 32K. Getting cooked. She said, I played for about 6 hours last night, got up to 8K. Yeah, if you're really grinding it, you can do some pretty big things. So it's an Arsham deck. Our Cassandra Nova gets a pretty big bump here. Be kind. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support as well. Your notification should go off.
Hey, welcome.
There we
it
go.
Took you long enough.
Your notification goes off. I'm glad that it's fixed up, but thank you for being here and thank you so much for the support. So our copycat stole their Shang-Chi, which is great. We could go Cassandra Nova, knowing that they don't have the Shang-Chi to utilize. They may have Shadow King, which could be a bit of an issue. But overall, I think it's okay. And then Freak Mojo says, "Hey, how's it going? It's going well. Hopefully your week has went well, and hopefully your Friday is off to a good start. You can also get lucky and put into a super casual league. Yeah, Rin, I did see that your league is rolling a little bit slower, and I'm a little bit jealous. All right, we can do Theena and Jeff here. If they play outside, if they play outside of here, it'll be fine. Otherwise, our Theena pulls over, and it starts getting kind of hard to put power anywhere else but the left. And then Hydra King said, I want you to pick an avatar that expresses the league situation. Okay, we can take a look. They do drop their Shadow King early, though. So interesting. And then Copycat is Bishop, so that's going to scale a bit. Let's go something like Kitty Pride. Either that or we go Sage mid. Because all of their stuff is locked in here, right?
Oh, snap.
Sage mid, we have the Jeff, that's the kind of flex tool for us. I would kind of like it for Copycat to not pull into Grand Central, but if it does, it's not the worst thing in the world. Venomized Leech? Could be Venomized Leech. I want the Deadpool emote. Some kind of bad. I'd legit probably pay for it. I know, I'm excited about it. Hopefully I remain in the top 3. But with people grinding, who knows? Ooh, the Eliath in the right could have been a little bit scary. I'm hoping that Shang-Chi doesn't pull in here, because then we can play Shang-Chi to the right and we should be good. Unfortunately, we get the Copycat that is the Shang-Chi. They get Arsham. Let's see what we draw here. Our Nocturne. Right now we have the lead here, but we do need a little bit extra to overcome any kind of Bishop shenanigans. But we do end up getting the 2 cube retreat. We'll take it. Anytime we beat an Arsham deck, it's a good day. We will take it and jump over into the next one. Ranger Smurf said, I had a devil of time sleeping, so was up in the middle of the night and still fell massively behind people in my league. Are you abusing the Conquest thing? So luckily for me, there's not a whole bunch of like heavy grinders, but spots 2 through really 5 are really close to each other. And then Carl is just out here grinding away. Put in a sizable distance between me and anybody else. Now I have better things to do with my time. I agree. It was very boring. Oh, the avatar. Thank you for the reminder, General Sergeant. You already know my forgetfulness. Let's see. One that One that categorizes or expresses the league situation. My tentative one. I'm going to look through the rest. But with everybody leeching off of each other, back and forth with the win trading, I think it's I don't think it's a bad fit. You have Pixel Leak? Pixel Leech. My goodness, I can't read today. I might have Pixel Leech. I'll search for it here in a second. It looks like we're at the bottom where they're... Yeah. Nah, just the 2 leeches. Zombie? I like the zombie squirrel. We'll go with the zombie squirrel to express the league's debacle. An abomination? Yeah. Wait, people are abusing Conquest? Yeah. So right now, if you go into Proving Grounds and Conquest, a win is worth 100 points or 100 plus whatever token or cubes you get, and a loss is only 25 per cube you lose. And so people are switching back and forth. Retreat for 1, retreat for 1, retreat for 2, until each player has won 5 in a given Proving Grounds. And then you retreat out, and you both net 500 points, which is crazy. You shouldn't be able to abuse a system like that. But that's kind of where we're at with it. Leagues be looking rabid. They do. They are. It's put people at, like, I've seen people arguing over like the, like, if it is like almost ethical to run that, or if they wait it out and then miss out on the emotes, and like people getting really offensive back and forth. It's one that you don't have to go through a lot of hoops to make it happen. It should have been pretty easily spotted and avoided, I think. And so I don't know. If other people are doing it and you do it, I'm not gonna think any less of you. If you decide to hold off and not do it, then good on you. I think either way, like I can see it. My biggest issue is I can't use Proving Grounds to do my bounties. So Icarus, you can use it to complete the win X number of games with X card. Pretty decently right now, at least. But otherwise, no, I agree with you. And then L, welcome in. You said nice to have you live streaming more often. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it quite a bit, and I'm trying to fit it in everywhere that I can. Gail says, what's your favorite one-cost card? I like Iceman. I like Korg because I like a lot of disruption, but I think Iceman and Korg are always ones that are decently viable. They've always been pretty consistent in the game. And Steven said it's a competition. Stop spreading the win trading. I mean, so if it's a competition, I'll play devil's advocate. So I agree. I wish it wasn't in the game. But since it is, and it's a competition, should those that are abusing it because they know about it win those exclusive variants when other people don't know about it and don't do it? And I think either way, it's a bad situation. Like, it shouldn't be in the game at all, but I'd rather everybody at least know that it's a thing, so that if they decide to do it, they do it. And then more power to them if they don't. If Iceman showed you who he chilled, he'd be perfect. I think he'd be overpowered at that stuff. It's nice to have some new drama to argue about in Snap instead of the nerf/buff Loki. I agree. They always have some interesting drama going on for sure. So with their Sarah, Sebastian Shaw, we can bump ours up a little bit, but I don't think it matches what theirs would end up being. We could go heavy in this lane with like a Sebastian Shaw, a Kitty Pride, and a Surfer. I'm not sure if it's enough. Once they cap this lane, depending on what they cap it with, it's only one extra cube, so I will stick it out to see. We know that they can only buff their Sebastian Shaw one time with, I guess, 2 times if it was Killmonger plus the Surfer, but it looks like they didn't have Surfer in hand, and so maybe we can hold our own here. I think it gets really, really close, but I think we come out on top in mid. Beautiful. We win mid by 2. We win left with a decent margin, and we will grab the 2 cubes. So I thought that one was going to end up being a loss, but we are still on our good luck streak so far. Have you tried the Ajax Cassandra deck with Clog move? I haven't tried it. I haven't tried it. I've played against it a lot, but I haven't played it. I haven't necessarily navigated it. It looked like it had a lot less of the core like clutter to make room for like the cool dagger move stuff alongside like Kate Bishop's arrows that she generates. And then the Phantom crew welcome in. Zon Aster, welcome in as well. Hopefully you're having a great day. We're off to a really good start today. I know that our last stream, the climb was definitely rocky, but this one has been, so far, really smooth sailing. I did play this deck quite a bit off stream yesterday, just doing some testing, and this was what I was using to initially climb during the leagues before I found out about the crazy overlooked the crazy overlooked exploit. But over 44 games, 66% win rate with our good old Loki build. And so let's go ahead and go Angela. We do have Loki on curve, so we'll be able to start drawing some discounted cards from their end. Dagger last turn can get huge. It can, and with the potential for like the grapple or the grapple arrow for like the Iron Fist for the Ghost Spider, it can get really big, really, really fast. And if you already have Ajax down, a lot of times they assume that that's a loss lane. And so you can do some sneaky stuff with it. All right, let's go ahead and go Loki, see what we end up drawing. They could be running a full clutter deck, but we'll find out, I think, sooner rather than later. Ooh, they have Loki on 2 as well from MSL Chamo. And then Alakion. It's always a pleasure to see you play Clog decks. I always enjoy a good Clog or Clutter deck for sure. All right, so we kind of need something flexible in the left, I think. So does it ever become something like Bishop? Or do we do Theena instead? I think she'll scale a little bit more over the course of the game. So I think we do Theena over there, just for fear that they're going to drop like a Green Goblin Titania combo. I buy Sage with tokens. So in this deck in particular, you can replace Sage with another good value like 3 cost. And so, I don't know. She's a decent value card, but most of the time her spot is replaceable. I enjoy Sage, especially if you go like Mr. Negative, or if you enjoy like Ravona. She does great with both of those. And so it really depends on kind of what you like to play. So we have a lot of clutter here, but unfortunately, we don't have a lot of ability to drop it. I kind of think we go Green Goblin Acid Arrow this turn to try to push to win Crown City as much as possible. Power League's broken. So people are win trading in Proving Grounds. Acid Goblin. Yeah, the Acid Goblin's huge. So people are going into Proving Grounds. The first person will retreat out, and then the next person retreats out, and then back and forth. And so then over the course of the game, each person nets about 500 points with it, like very little to no risk. So the Killmonger comes down from... built into the deck is interesting from Chamo. I saw Green Goblin open for Acid Arrows at Van's Warp Tour in '98. Good times. Good times, Second City Wolverine. Very good times. How do we want to go? Cassandra Nova gets pretty big here. Do we think we beat the left lane? If so, we go heavy in the right and just abandon Nidavellir. We go something like Cassandra, Pim Arrow. White Widow, and then maybe Titania for giggles. But I think we focus heavily on this right lane. Oh, wait. Can we just play 2 cards? Hold on. Can we just play 2 cards? No. No, I think we always have to play at least 3, right? Which is a little bit scary. We could do 2. But I'm not sure if that wins. I think it's a little bit safer with the Pim Arrow if we're comfortable in the 10 power lead that we have in the left. So if they drew our Sage, right now it's 2, 4, 6, 8. I think they can overpower it. Let's lock this in. Before I found the exploit, I found Clog to be great for leagues. You want fast wins, and Clog, yeah. I agree, Shadow. I think Clog is one that, for forcing those fast games, is very, very good. Wait, the single drop in... What?
Victory.
Do we think they lagged out after staging the Theena? Run out of time? And then Brown Boy, welcome in. It's going well. It's going well so far. We had a pretty good, we've had a pretty good week, and we're enjoying a little bit of just the chaos that they unleashed with leagues, unfortunately. People just posting a casual 40k points leaderboard. Yeah. Yep, I did it a handful of times, but honestly, I got really bored really fast. And so we're just climbing on like our own regard here. Looking forward to some Loki gaming. I'm enjoying Loki. I think for the stream, I think we're 5-0 right now. And overall, 66.7% win rate over 45 games with this deck. It's doing some incredible things. On first glance, I thought Loki was only going to be viable in an Arsham shell, and I don't think that's the case. But 2Place, I missed your YouTube message. You said, personally, I don't do any major exploits due to experience in other games. Many other games I've played will ban or suspend every player that abuses those kind. It's really tough for me to categorize this as an outright exploit. It feels like exploits have to intentionally go around the game itself. This one is, I mean, yeah, I guess you're exploiting the fact that other people are allowing you to win trade. It doesn't feel like... I think of exploit, I think of loading something into the code to override any kind of security things that they have. A lot of games banned for colluding with opponents. That'd be such a tough one though. Hopefully they don't. It's a community middle finger to second dinner's poor game design. I mean, so me personally, I'm an analytical person. I like to whether it be board games or puzzles or whatever it may be, I like to think outside of the box and try to outthink what the opponent wants to do or what someone would typically take something as. And so for something like this, that comes across as trying to find a way around what other people would be doing to give yourself a little bit of advantage. I don't like it. I don't like doing it too much, and that's why I shared with everyone else so that they know the method that people are using. But it's definitely something that it was a huge oversight. Do you have a favorite board game? It kind of moves around, but the one that I've had the most fun with recently was, I think it's Murder at House on the Hill, because that game changes and the overall approach to it changes game to game, that it can stay pretty interesting even if you're playing it quite a bit. And so I've enjoyed that one. Pre-COVID, me, my wife, and a couple of our friends played Pandemic quite a bit. But then after COVID spiked, it felt wrong to play it. And so we we haven't really picked that one up since COVID hit. But we used to play a bunch of Pandemic as well. Scrabble is always the answer. Scrabble's a fun one. I like the class. I really like Risk. But most people don't like playing against me at Risk. And so I don't have anybody that actually wants to play it. But that's one of my more favorite, more classic board games. And then Monopoly is also fun. Being able to wheel and deal with your opponent is always a good time. Risk was fun until you realize Australia is everything. Yep. I definitely use the same strategy every single time I jump into a game of Risk. Risk is on mobile. I did play it a little bit on mobile. I had bought the full version at some point, but I lost it in some updates along the way. So we could double buff our cards to the left and maybe go with an Uno reverse on them and go Valentina, Lady Sif, Cassandra. Maybe overkill in the left lane, honestly. Oh, well, we're still going to go for it. Ticket to Ride. I do enjoy Ticket to Ride. We own that one as well. North America is often a better choice than Australia. It really depends on who you're playing against, I think. Played a cool one with my friends that was basically an escape room in a box. I've heard a couple of games like that, but is there much replayability to it? Another fun one is Catan. So it's been years now, but I actually bought Catan. Me and my wife used to buy board games for each other every year. Oh, we lose the left by just, I guess by 3 after Marvel Boy goes off, but we lost it by just a touch. Unfortunate. I think maybe we had a chance if we just stayed in the right instead, but them having priority and getting the +2 on their Nocturne instead of us getting the +4 was that momentum swing. So I bought Catan, and then shortly after we moved from where we were staying before to Texas to be closer to family. What was the opponent's deck? It's a very good question, Ranger. I wasn't even paying attention to their deck. I mean, it cooked us, but I'd be curious to know the other 6. We bought it, and I was just too intimidated to learn the rules, and we didn't have a group of friends that would want to actively play, and so it's still just sitting on our shelves. But I've heard really good things about Catan. Arkham Horror and Eldritch Horror are fantastic co-op games. I do enjoy a good co-op game, playing with my wife or a small group of friends. Sometimes it's fun to be able to have those the teamwork and the strategy versus all the competitive people really kind of going at it. My wife is not as competitive as me and a few of our friends are. And so usually she ends up getting frustrated more so than enjoying the gameplay. Catan isn't that complicated? Yeah, I don't think it's that complicated from what I've seen. But I just don't have a group of friends. Once we moved, we left all of our college or early adult friends behind, unfortunately, and we haven't really met anybody that kind of has the same interest since we moved. Have you ever heard of a board game Unmatched? I haven't, but I'll write it down. I feel like I need to start taking a note because that's what I did with the comic books, and you guys did not. You guys did not disappoint there. And then the hydrate from 5 minutes ago, I'm not sure. And then Afro Power, the posture check. I think I missed those. My apologies.
Opponent snapped.
All right. So we have Unmatched. We have Eldritch Spirit Island. Let me figure out this move and I'll write down the rest. Okay, so we have the Wong. We can always go Bishop, Kitty Pryde, scale the left, scale mid quite a bit. Let's do that for now. And then General said, have you considered getting a PO box to receive fan mail? If you guys think I should, then absolutely. I thought about it at one point, but then I stopped streaming. I stopped creating content. And so then it kind of ended there. But it's not something I'd be completely opposed to. Marvel Champions is a great card game for people like me who are afraid of trading card games. The Phantom Crew. It's always nice to have another trading card game. The issue that I end up running into with them is that I like I like trading card games or card games. My wife, not necessarily so much. I played this massive Star Wars game with friends once. Loved it. Bought it for $175 and then moved. Been on the bookshelf ever since. I can definitely relate, Kenny Cooks. It happens sometimes. And so the big Sage in mid, dropping that on 4 may have been a bit hasty. So it's not a trading card game, it's just kind of similar. It's co-op. I also saw, I think it was maybe Villainous from the Disney side, which I thought might be, as my daughter and son get a little bit older, might be kind of fun to play with them, since it'll have characters that they're already like drawn into, and it'll give them those like strategic approaches. It wasn't Lorcana. I think it was Villainous. Lorcana is definitely much more like a card game. Villainous is, I don't know how to describe it, but Villainous was like you have a villain that you pick, and each one has different missions to go into or that they're trying to achieve. And so then like you're trying to get yours done while stopping your opponent from doing it. He said it's a little bit longer than it needs to. All right, so it definitely wouldn't be like a great intro into the gaming space then, probably. All right, so we can do Shang-Chi Sage. That would take out their Sage here, but could we beat what they want to do in the left lane? We could also just go... Or if we Shang-Chi, that brings them down to 9. So Shang-Chi Nightcrawler wins here. We move the Jeff out, and we do Sage in the left. That's what we're going to lock in here. I think the Sage comes in clutch for us. The Namora bumping up the right lane but not mid is fine. So, oh, my math is bad. We didn't even need the Nightcrawler there. Oops. But we do overpower the left lane. We get a huge swing back in our favor. Jeff mid and Sage left. Lee San, you saw the line as well. We'll take the 4. This deck, what I've been finding with it is it definitely can create some big cube possible or cube equity games. By being able to do some lines that the opponent aren't going to be anticipating. And so the Sage came in really clutch for us there. And then Leonardo said, "Sup, what is your opinion about the win trade?" I got 30K doing it. I think it's in the game. And so, yes, it shouldn't be. Yes, I wish it was patched. But I don't fault anybody for doing it. Whenever you're tying it to like exclusive emotes or getting variants, borders, I don't knock anybody that is doing it. Instead, I've heard great stuff about Forbidden Island. I'll add that to the list as well. Because I would like to get back to playing more. But we moved, and then we had my daughter, and that's just been a whirlwind from there. But a good cheap intro game is Marvel United. Kids would love it. 30-minute play and 3 different actions and fun minis. All right, you sold me. You sold me, Bear. Said Marvel United. My daughter is already a pretty big fan of like the Marvel IP. They got their claws in with her with Spidey and His Amazing Friends, and then it just evolved from there. And then Scout said, "Advice for leagues. Right now, there's a lot of people abusing Proving Grounds to trade wins. And so trading wins back and forth, which is super unfun. But in about 4 to 5 minutes, you'll get about 500 positive points each time you do it. How old's your daughter? She is almost 4 now. Is it saying my niece loves that Spidey show? Can't lie, I'm hooked on it too. They got me with the opening theme song. Like after you hear that, you just have good vibes and good feeling. Whenever you hear it come on. Let's go Cassandra Nova, White Widow left. We're gonna fill out the raft, get the free raft resource. We have 2 daggers in our copycat and dagger, so if we get a way to move it, perfect. Leader could also be kind of interesting. You get like 4 to 5k every hour doing Proving Grounds. Yeah, and there's no risk at it.
Clear for takeoff.
League is meaningless to play normally now. Yeah, you don't make very much headway playing normally, unfortunately. So we can do Hobgoblin. I think we can win the left with a last turn Sage, possibly. We have the leader. I'm going to snap into it because with the leader, we should be able to win Atlantis. And so then it just comes down to winning the left after that. Oh, I missed the ad. I apologize, you guys. I always try to make those not happen mid-game. I missed it. My bad. Nope, they go Green Goblin. What else do they have? Do they have the Acid Arrow? No, a Hazmat. Spicy. All right, so we have the lead in the right. What if we go leader? Jeff, that loses 2 here. But 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. My goodness, the perfect Sage. And then Cranky Pancake, thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime. You said thank you for the ad reminding me I need to resub. I appreciate you, Cranky Pancake. Thank you for being here. And so this is the perfect Sage, hitting a unique number in all of the cards that are there. We can do the leader, and then I think we go Copycat. Either that or we go White Widow to make sure that their only card is not in Atlantis. But we're going to go with this. And Tyler Lansdowne, thank you so much for gifting 1 community sub. Very much appreciate the support and the just positive vibes that are always flowing around here. All right, we're going to go ahead and lock this one in. The Ajax, which we should be able to copy with Leader, which is fantastic. They do get the +5 in the middle lane. No, we copy Living Tribune. No, we copy Ajax, right? Huge. All right. And so we copy the Ajax. We have the Copycat. We win left by a large amount. We win mid, and we'll take the 4-cuber versus Jimmy Dinkins. And this deck is just dominant right now. Zon Aster, you said just joined an alliance called the Losers. I don't think you're a loser, Zon. I don't think you're a loser at all. Whew. See, we're playing normally, and we're still getting passed up by Dan X and everybody else that are farming now, unfortunately. Very rarely do I think a Raft Living Tribunal is good. Yeah, me too. I agree. Hey, thank you so much, Servant of Glocky. Thank you so much for the resub with your Prime as well. I appreciate the support and appreciate you being here. And so next up we have Nate Biz, who snaps on us on turn 1. Give him the I was going to give him the fist bump. I'll give him the sweat instead. And we'll keep going. He said, what a crap show. They should at least just give everyone the Deadpool. I agree. Like it's too easily abusable. And we already knew that people like traded within Proving Grounds at least, or they at least max staked. So it's within the realm of possibility that people would win trade. I'm so surprised that they didn't do something to make sure that that was not a possibility. And then Nick, you said, I enjoy these streams just as much as your videos. Thank you so much. It's a little bit different, like, I guess, cadence. The gameplay is a little bit slower because I do like to interact with you guys quite a bit. But I'm so glad that you're enjoying them. Because it's very similar vibes, but also different at the same time. Leagues is not fair? Yeah. Yep. They did not implement it well. There's people with over 60,000 points. That's like at least 8 or so hours of grinding just with the Proving Grounds, which is crazy. I don't have Sage. What do you think about Wolfsbane instead? Wolfsbane, you could go something kind of quirky like a Juggernaut. You could go... there's a few other ones. You could go... Elsa Bloodstone. All that was coming to my mind was Cassandra Nova. You can go Elsa Bloodstone since you do have the mobile like Jeff Kitty Pryde to try to like stack those cards. I think there's a few other options that you can go with that are good. People win traded whenever they request to get retreats as well. Yeah, it was always a thing. It's really weird that they didn't anticipate it. I'm subbing Juggernaut in for Bishop. Yep. Yep, Red Guardian could be good. I think Juggernaut is a good shout. Bishop has definitely felt like the weak link for me. And so I think over time I might sub in the Juggernaut as well. And then Leonardo, welcome in. He said, of course, I completely ignored the new vid when I saw that you were live. I appreciate you, Leonardo. If you didn't see it, there is a plug for Displate in the newest video. We got set up with a pretty cool sponsorship with them. And so it's the final turn. I haven't been paying attention to what was discarded, so the Infinite is infinitely scary. They don't have Black Knight down, which is our only little bit of maybe relief. You could go Shang-Chi, but this would be a big gamble of where they're playing a Ghost Rider, and I don't think we still overpower it. 420 Blade.
Escaped.
Do they have? Oh, they do have the Ebony Blade. That's right. With the Black Knight. I was looking for it. I was looking for the Black Knight, but I didn't recognize him with the variant. Alternately, if you face a lot of Sandman, you can try War Machine or Supergiant. Supergiant could be kind of fun. Killmonger is also a good substitute if you're seeing a lot of Zoo. I feel like if Second Dinner didn't ban people for the exploit with the Spotlight caches, they won't. Yeah, I don't. I think would be very short-sighted to ban so many people over trying to think creatively around like winning cosmetics or engaging in a new event. I think it would be really crazy to ban for it as well. It's always within their rights, I'm sure. But I still think it would be a bit wild. Yeah. Since it's something that's innately built into the game, I feel like they should have caught it, and they didn't. And so I don't think they go doing like mass ban sprees. Plus, if you start banning people, you get like those are the people that are that actively engaged in the game are probably the ones that are paying. And so I doubt that they're going to want to ban a good percentage of their paying customers. He said if they ban, they're going to lose like 70% of their players. Something along those lines for sure. So they had a Koye. I almost don't know if we want to go Loki here. I think instead we do something like Nocturne, and we take away Bar Sinister, because if it's a Koye, it's probably like a Gwynpool or a like Brood, Mysterio, Shaw deck type of deal. And I'm not sure that we want any of their cards with the Loki. I don't like the White Widow. I was going to turn off the left with Nocturne, but I think instead we full send the left. Alternate for Sage. There's a lot of good alternates in the 3-cost range. We have Killmonger, Juggernaut. Just move 3 Jeffs. I guess 3 Jeffs would be okay. if they play in Bar Sinister this turn. Can Loki be good in Bar Sinister? Potentially. It would be really good at getting additional resources from their end. We would have capped him out in the left had we only moved one. That's all right. The Absorbing Man copies the White Widow. We are locked into mid, unfortunate as it may be. The Sage can be pretty good. Yeah, oh wait, Nocturne can move. You're right. We're not locked into mid anyways. I think we skip here. We skip into like a Loki Sage next turn. Hey TLSG, how's your league going? I'm third place now with like 12k points. The leader is at like almost 30,000. So, as there's a sub for Theena. Theena is the only one that I feel like there's not a fantastic sub for. Just about everything else in the deck can be pivoted. But Theena is like a really solid power engine it's really hard to replace or replicate her ability. Yeah, we could do Shang-Chi. That wins us here. But is it enough to win the other two? We could also abandon it for like a Sage. Sage Loki would be our highest split power. That would be pushing to the left and to the right. I guess Sage in left wouldn't be great. It'd be Sage right. Jeff right as well. But right now, we only have 6 power. All they have to do is play something. I guess they don't have a lot of resources that are above 6. We'll send it.
Victory.
Don't know what they have that has 10 to win left. It only needs 6, right? Or 7? Because this would turn off. These would all be 0. So it'd be 2, 4, 6. Could move Nocturne, Jeff right, Nocturne left? Yeah. Oh, before you move Jeff? Gotcha. Yeah, unless they had Gladiator teched in, which feels like it's not anywhere near as common. And then Kill, you said, hello, good to hear that you are high in the league. I'm first in mine and going toe-to-toe with the second player. He doesn't play now, so I can grind and get higher. Hopefully you're able to win it. I honestly like the... I think I like the blue neon borders better than the black. But the black matte borders are a little bit more rare. And so you can't just straight up buy those. I would like the emote. That's the biggest thing that I want is top 3. Another win for the good guys. Yeah, another win for the good guys. All right, so with Altar of Death, we get some decent flexibility in... we know that they're probably a move deck, though. We get some decent reach into the Altar of Death. They're either a move deck or a Phoenix Force deck. One of the two. And then Salem's, you said you probably hear this a lot, but you're a really wholesome dude. God bless, for real. Thank you so much. I honestly don't think I could be any other way. You guys are the reason that I can do this, and that I can continue to create content and enjoy the game that drove me to creating content in the first place. And so I have a lot to be wholesome or humble about. No one is doing the broken thing in my league. Hypertext. Hopefully no one catches on, and that you're just set to win it. So we're going to go pretty heavy in the left, and then we'll start focusing on probably the right lane in Limbo. And I think that's the lane that we kind of stick to. We can rip away turn number 7. We leave their movement cards as is. That is a big dagger. My goodness. Perfect feed for Shang-Chi. Do we have initiative or not? I don't think we have initiative. So I don't know that I want to go Shang-Chi yet. Maybe it's more so like Copycat Jeff. And we start setting up the possibility for, I guess, Shang-Chi Kitty Pryde on the last turn. I'm just a little bit afraid that they end up doing like a beast to bounce this right lane in. Strange incoming? Yeah, Strange could be incoming. BJ said, what's broken? So with the league, Strange to the left is big, but it's going to bounce it right back out of the Hercules lane, right? Not bad. So with the leagues, people are going into the Proving Grounds, and they are win trading or retreating. They're win trading back and forth, and so people that so if you win trade back and forth in a Proving Grounds match, you each net about 500 points per time that you do it, and so people are abusing the heck out of it. Wait, Theena wouldn't scale here because of Shang-Chi getting destroyed, right? So I think Kitty Pryde's more base power. We'd have to turn off the right lane as well, though. So in that case, I think we go heavy right. We go Shang-Chi mid and hope that they don't have another way to move a card over here. Without Cloak, which I think they probably throw into maybe Altar of Death this turn, I don't think they have a way to do it. TLSG streaming, what a day. Soup. I am streaming. I'm excited that I'm able to do the stream. And I'm excited that you're here. They could also go Heimdall, I guess. Heimdall would tear us apart. Yeah, there's the Heimdall. They saw the way. They sure did. With the gold Kirby Crackle Heimdall, that is a move enjoyer. They saw the way for sure. Serial said if you lose and win the same amount, no points would be generated to win and lose. Oh, if like each time you win or lose. Yeah, but I think the reason that they did it like kind of off skewed is so that nobody is sitting like at 0 points. As long as you are winning like 40% of the time, you're going to gain points over time. And so it's more encouraging to continue playing. Or less stressful of the thought of losing. And so with it being played how you would naturally want to play it, I'm okay with the way that they have it tiered. It just doesn't work in the Conquest setting. Yeah, some people are exclusive to Conquest though. I just think maybe Proving Grounds is not the place that you do it. That I learned. So based on the play activity is wild too. So it's like the amount of time that you've played or that you typically play. They can just take it off from Conquest. They can, or lock it into like silver gold runs instead. Potentially. Because some people really only grind out the Conquest. But for a time limited, if they're looking to include all the game modes, I think it has to be something above like a free entry where you can just farm it. And then I was asked what deck I used to reach infinite this season. I don't remember which one I hit infinite with. The biggest majority of the climb was a Junker Clutter that used Kate Bishop and the arrows for extra utility. But I don't remember which one I crossed the finish line with.
Oh, snap.
I hope they didn't take Deadpool Diner time activity into account, because we sure played a lot more because of Diner. Yeah, I definitely played a little bit more. Plus with streaming, It's crazy that I wouldn't get matched up with other people that were streamers. Like, I don't recognize anybody's name in my group. So we have the Gwyn pool that we can now throw down. It'll guarantee hit onto a handful of these. So the White Widow on the left will transform the Kitty Pryde into the copycat that is the Gwyn pool. I think gives us a pretty cool play here. Deadpool Diner was an absolute grind, where the loss felt bad. The losses in Deadpool Diner felt the worst. Like, that's the worst I've felt about like misplays or like overstaying since I started playing. My goodness, that is going to be a huge Sage. That is already at 6 power before we ever even drop her.
I'm about to juice this up.
They doubled up on whatever they had in hand. We can go Angela, Kitty Pryde, Nocturne. And then Smith said the trick of yours. Yeah, so you get about, I think it's 500 if you both retreat until each player has 2 and then concede before starting the last round. So let's see what their copycat was. Their copycat was Jeff, so they're able to move that around as they need to. Loki's not bad. So Loki, Kitty Pryde. We keep our Sage a secret, and we draw 2 of their resources, one from dropping the Loki and then one on next turn. Deadpool said, easy fix is to place a timer on games for it to count as a win, like 1 minute minimum. Yep. I think it would be much less likely to be abused that way, because people will get bored before getting to the point where they abuse it. So they did not announce when the next league period is. I think Jeff Week was the next one. So Absorbing Man is fine. They threw out their Shang-Chi, so that's gone. Nightcrawler's not a good pool. We need something a little bit more than that. Jeff isn't fantastic either. The good thing is we have a decent lead in the left already. I don't think a 1 cost could stab us in the back too much. Let's lock it in for the 8 against Chamo, see if we're able to hold it down. We have quite a bit of power that's spreading across the board. See if it's enough to hold it. If it's Hood, I'll cry too. But we'll see. Not bad. What an upgrade. We'll see what they have as that finisher, but not a bad upgrade at all. The Nocturne in the left changes into Makari. That is fine. The Copycat coming down, they're not going to be able to roll anywhere because then they would end up losing mid. We will grab the 8 cubes against Chamo, and we're continuing to just chip away here. So you'll get Jeff emote. I don't know if it's going to be a Jeff emote or maybe they end up doing like exclusive Jeff variants. I don't know. But they did mention that there was during Jeff Week, so the 19th, when drops start on Twitch, there should be around that time another league, unless they change it based on what they've seen. Getting Ebony Maw is just a display of skill. Sometimes that's all it takes. You said they have the rewards for Jeff Week in the season blog? Yeah. So the Storm variant is from the Twitch drops. But I think they said that there would be another league as well. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that they said during Jeff Week there was a league. And so that would be something different as well. Imagine his copycat became Killmonger. That that would have been clutch for him. I'm glad it didn't. But it could have been really, really bad. Next up, we have T-Sarge. We do have Loki in our opening hand. We have the big Sage. We have Theena, Kitty Pryde. We're going to go ahead and snap into it. We have enough mobile cards that I think we'll at least be able to pressure Death's Domain. And we do end up getting the 1 cube at turn 1 retreat. Another free Storm variant? Yeah. I know. So it's a really cool variant. It's a very sleek looking variant. It has Jeff featured in it, but we have so many cool Storm variants that it makes it hard to choose. I'm gonna pick it up regardless, but it does make it tough to pick. And then Paul said, hopefully Jeff Week will be more carefully play tested. I agree. I agree. Giving your Loki deck a try. Crip, hopefully it works well for you. It's doing incredible things for me. That I got distracted. I was looking at the stats. So I'm 53 games in with a 66% win rate. And so it's holding really strong and really steady. Let's go ahead and play White Widow into the Quantum Realm. I like dropping Theena into nowhere. It makes it really hard for them to like overscale it. The Kyera tells me, oh no, this is just an Arsham deck. Arsham deck should be fine. With us being able to drop Cassandra Nova, we get quite a bit of benefit there as well. Your 3-0. 3-0 is huge. A good start. I started off 6-0 and then I hit a little bit of a dip where I overcommitted and overstayed a few times, and then I calmed down a little bit and started climbing again. Then Captain Pixie, welcome in. I'm doing well today. We're grinding out some leagues, in the abusive way, but this deck is absolutely dominating right now on the ladder. I think I started close to 130. We're down to 110 about an hour into the stream. So far, a really good day, really good week, and hopefully we continue making some good strides. Hopefully you had a good week as well. We can go with a double drop in the left, or we go Bishop Angela. Depending on what we draw next, I think we're fine. Power League's broken. People are abusing Proving Grounds. Going in, retreating, you lose 25 points per cube that you lose. And then for a win, you get plus 100 plus whatever cubes you win. And so if both players are retreating out consistently, it takes about 3 to 4 minutes and you net about 500 points each. Thoughts on the win trading? I don't like it, but I don't knock anybody that's doing it. As somebody that likes to try to think of unique ways that may not be intended to kind of overshoot or maybe toe the line of what should be possible or playable, I like to kind of push the limits. I don't think it should be in there. I think they should fix it. But since it is, anybody that's abusing it, no ill will towards them. It's the prisoner's dilemma. Yeah, you can't win if you don't do it. Yeah, and I think since it's tied to an emote and some variants, I feel like more people are willing to kind of skirt that line of is it ethical to do? Should I is the potential drawback or backlash worth the risk of doing it? And so since it's tied to cosmetics, I think more people are willing to kind of toe that line. Otherwise, I think we'd see a lot more fair fight. And honestly, the more people that do it, the more likely they're going to be to have to fix it. Did I maintain a top 5 position without having to do the win trade? Yeah, and I think it also depends on your play activity, what group you get matched in, and I did it very, very little, just to create the video so that it was a like level playing field for everybody. But otherwise, I've been grinding on ladder. I enjoyed the ladder approach much better. The other way was very boring. It got very dull very, very fast. There was an alliance reward. If there was alliance rewards, no one would bother. Wait, what is the issue? Trim. So people are win trading in Proving Grounds to gain an unfair advantage against their opponent. You generate more points. So in the league that launched, you get more points for doing that much more quickly and much more consistently than playing outright and naturally. I missed another ad. I apologize, you guys. I went to hit the snooze button and it was already about to roll. So it's going to launch here in a second. I'll slow play these next couple of turns though. If league rewards were as bad as alliance rewards. Gotcha. I got you, games. So they did play one card here. I'm curious what their one card drop was. Hopefully it's not too big because we are locked in with just 8 power here. That is big enough. And then OG Holot, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for the 2nd month. I appreciate you and appreciate you being here. So the left lane is now Bar Sinister as well. We could go super mean and go Cassandra Nova over and over and over again. If they get Silver Surfer, they always win the right though. So that becomes a bit problematic. I'm gonna go Loki and Kitty Pryde, and we'll see. They can also just remove the win bonus. Yeah, I kind of like the fact that they went with the win bonus so that it feels less bad to like lose or less bad to go on a losing streak. Because the feedback from the diner was that it was very stressful. Like losses felt much worse. And so I think they kind of took that feedback.
Opponent snapped.
Tried to run with it. With the Gwyn pool, we have Shang-Chi, which would be massive in mid. But can we ever beat the left lane? This would be 4, 5, 6, 7 if we scale it both turns. And then we could drop Shang-Chi plus whatever next turn. That's assuming that Theena scales with Bar Sinister. I'm not sure if she does, because technically there's more than 2 face-up cards, but we're going to find out. That is a big Sarah coming down. Our Shang-Chi is ready to devour. As long as Theena in the left scales, she does. Perfect. I think that gives us everything that we need to be able to win. We have a Killmonger. I think we go Shang-Chi Copycat. We'll outscale them left. Shang-Chi should wipe just about everything that they have here because of the Gwyn pool. The only thing we fall to is maybe Cosmo, maybe Eliath. But I haven't seen either of those in such a long time in a deck like this that I think it's probably a little bit unlikely. And then Nemesi Azegi, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. The big Sebastian Shaw. Do we have a Surfer coming down? We do have a Surfer coming down, which brings their Nocturne up to 9. Their Shaw up tremendously as well. Let's see. As long as we can beat the 11 power, then we're fine. We're going to outscale the left lane with our Theena drop, the mid with the Shang-Chi, and we will continue our absolute ascension and domination with this deck. But it gives us the tools that we need to find the way to win. Task bundle is horrible value. Yeah, the Taskmaster bundle is exact, like currency wise, is the exact same as if you use it on credits. Like you get different currency, and so if you're really needing the tokens for those like pinpoint purchases, then yes. Otherwise, it's going to get you the same type of progress as credits would. Captain Pixie. This is who we lost to earlier. My friend.
Oh, snap.
Not better than Token Tuesday? Ooh. True, Gomez. Games? Games. You games. Very true. And so we got cooked by Nate Biz earlier. It was one of our few losses. I think we've only had a handful of losses on the stream so far. Nate Biz was one of those. We have Jeff Nocturne. Nocturne to turn off Vormir. They do have their Theena. Castle Zemo. These locations are kind of bad. I'm going to go Cassandra Nova into like an Angela plus Theena left. They do start their scaling on Theena just a touch earlier than we do. White Widow is also a decent one. So instead of the Angela, we can go Theena White Widow or Theena White Widow into the Castle Zemo. Gives them very limited spots to be able to play within. Let's go ahead and go mid. Arthena won't scale with that though, will she? Pick your poison locations. Hate those sort of games. Yeah, it's definitely a tough one. Do you think I should get Nocturne or Theena? Right now, Theena is just everywhere. That dude though, welcome in. Right now, Theena is everywhere. You can't go wrong with her scaling. I think Nocturne is a little bit more flexible and finds her way into more decks more consistently. So what was their copycat here? Their copycat was Loki. Not great for us. Let's go Angela Nocturne. They haven't destroyed a card in mid yet, and so it comes down to okay. They have destroyed a card in mid now. How's Bishop doing? Bishop is definitely the weakest contender for me. Shish. So like it may be better as like a Juggernaut. He's mainly in there for those games where like you don't have your Loki, you don't have your like copycat, your Nocturne as a 3-drop, but most of the time you end up wanting to do something else instead. Yeah, you could do Hope, you could do Killmonger, Juggernaut, you could do Elsa Bloodstone. There's a lot of good 3 costs that could take his spot. I think we lose this one. We have Jeff that can move. We could always do maybe abandon. Maybe something like this. I don't think they've played a card that switched sides in Castle Zemo. We haven't either, but we're going to make sure that it changes with the Nocturne, so our Bishop would be fine. I think it's a gamble, but I'm going to stick it out. So the Jeff move, the 1-drop in mid and 1 in left. Let's see if we're able to overpower it here. The Hulk out of Great Portal, the Bishop, and then Sage in the left gives us a measly 4 power. And then the Captain Marvel that acts as that mobile resource, but she's not going to be enough to win the right lane. She's going to be locked into the left. We win that one by just 1 point. My goodness. These games are like razor-thin margins, but we've been able to be on the flip side of them almost every single time. We'll take the 4. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next. How are we not full-time Twitching yet? We're not full-time Twitching yet. We haven't, so we're working towards it. We're definitely working towards it. But I want to make sure that it's going to be consistent. Because last month, if I could do that every month, I'd be okay. We'd be fine. But I want to make sure that, like, because I had a pretty good chunk from, ooh, we're top 100 now. We had a pretty good chunk of support from like the sponsors. And I want to make sure that like we would be fine even if those kind of fluctuate or kind of 1 month we don't get very many. I want to make sure that what I can do, I'll be able to support my family regardless. What's your day job? I am a data analyst. Captain Pixie said, "I knew you got this." It was close.
Welcome. It took you long
I'm
enough.
a data analyst, so I look at a lot of numbers and metrics and data, and I transform it into like easy to digest
Hey,
ways.
welcome.
For
It
our
took you
leaders.
long enough.
El Jefe and Yastroy, thank you both for the tier 1 subs and the support. I appreciate you guys for being here. Hopefully you guys have had a fantastic day so far. And then Nick Logan said, "Is Copycat better than a Nocturne right now?" It's very debatable. I think Copycat is just a good value card, but Nocturne fits in more places as that kind of protection against any kind of magic wanting to do deck. I would say Nocturne over Copycat, but Copycat is really good as like just a value tool. What's your major in college? My major in college is my bachelor's is entrepreneurship, and then my master's is business administration. We get the Sinister London role here. Kind of think we threaten a Nocturne. What's your experience in data analytics? So I started as just a data, more so like a very bare bones data analyst. So it was a junior, and then like worked my way up and got familiar with the systems. But prior to that, it was mainly just like the experience that I had from outside of like an actual data role. It's just all my roles ended up gravitating towards like the data side. And so then I made the switch because that's kind of what I enjoyed looking at. Havoc seems to scale higher than Theena. Yeah, but you also have the drawback. So it's tricky to drop the Havoc for sure.
Oh, snap.
Can you help Second Dinner analyze their recent Conquest data? Absolutely, games. Why even quit your day job? You could get to do both. So Soup, I don't get to stream as often as I would if I was full-time. And so I think there's less room to grow within that. Plus, there's been some management changes at my job. And like I don't necessarily agree with like the leadership that they have. They're wanting us to go back into office, and their approach to it wasn't very like genuine, which makes it hard for me to have that buy-in for them. Masters in Snap as well. And so Soup, it's tough to do both because I would definitely have more streaming time, similar to what like Jeff does or Dara does, or maybe even a little bit less so I can focus on both like the video side and the stream side. I don't know. I would just be able to have my attention fully on one thing rather than it being split. Does the data analyst make good money? I'm surprised you'd consider Twitch full-time. Twitch full-time can make some pretty solid money as well. You already make better videos than Dara. But Dara is the king of the stream space, or one of the kings of the stream space. And so I may have him on videos. He has me on the stream side though. So we can do a Nocturne move. Vision move, and then a double Cassandra. And then Smith said, "What's your age?" I'm early 30s. After age 30, I kind of stopped keeping count. I think it's 32 or 33 though. And then Jason, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. This deck playable without Loki? You could probably play it without Loki. You're just looking at like a good Theena build, and so like sub Juggernaut. Maybe you go with the Iron Man stuff. But I do enjoy the Loki in it. So I think we go double Cassandra because it gets massive. We'll lock it in. So no Havoc. Remote is so much better. Yeah. Remote is nice because like today, I woke up a couple extra hours early. I did all of my reports and anything that was kind of like pending. That way I could focus on the stream. But going back to office, I have the commute, and a lot of time is going to be spent just like clicking around cells in an Excel document. And so not something that I look forward to doing every day. He said, yeah, Dare says he could improve his YouTube side. Yeah, he definitely focused early on the stream side. And so I think it was just different approaches. I focused my early growth on the YouTube side and then transitioned into, so he's just doing the flip side of it. And I think there are advantages to both ways. Like I have a much better grasp on like general video editing than I did when I started my my channel. And like my pacing is crazy as well. So early days, I think it would have been much more almost like the cadence would have been much different. Because it took a little while to find my voice through my videos, and I was able to do that easier through videos than like going into a stream where, you know, the visibility of how many people are watching, how many people are dropping, can be really overwhelming, especially if you're just starting out. Okay, let's go ahead and go Loki. I'm sorry, gamer, I roped you. We're gonna go Loki. We're gonna snap into it. We have a really good early hand. I am gonna go Loki on 2 though, into Cassandra Nova on 3, so that we negatively afflict their cards. I bet they want people at office because they're paying big bucks for the office. Yeah. Are you a days analyst? My daytime job is analyst, but I'm not a days analyst though. We get the free Scarlet Witch. We have Cerebro, so maybe we don't change right. We leave. We go ahead and donate the Cerebro. Because Cassandra's not going to negatively afflict their cards because of Luke Cage, I'm going to go Bishop into Cerebro this turn so that we can start scaling him. And then we'll look for our additional resources. Oh, not data analyst. Kilo. Yeah, I'm a data analyst. The typo went right over my head, and I couldn't figure out what you meant by days analyst. But no, I'm a data analyst. We get Mystique. Kind of. Oh, they're running Cerebro. They're running Cerebro 3, which is not good for our Loki line. I'm not super excited about the Loki play.
Opponent snapped.
Unless they had... There's no way that they have like Enchantress or anything that's gonna offset us. The Cassandra Nova doesn't hurt them because of their Luke Cage. We don't have a way to take it away. We would just be gambling on like being able to get a decent Sage. This is gonna be a run.
Escaped.
Replacement for Sage. There's a lot of good 3-cost drops. So a few that we've thrown around were Juggernaut, Killmonger, Elsa Bloodstone. There's a few others. You could go Red Guardian, or like the counterplay if you're seeing a lot of Zoo, or maybe even if you're seeing like Cerebro stuff. I think those are my top ones. Maybe Rogue as well. But I'd be much more inclined to do like a Juggernaut, Red Guardian, or Elsa, or even Killmonger. Because I'm not seeing a whole lot of ongoing that we get the benefit of stealing away. Even if you draw Iron Man, I think they outpower you. I agree. Yep, and they always have the potential for like a Valkyrie, which still would be able to outpower us too. Gamer, you said Loki against C3 probably didn't go well. Yeah, I didn't realize you were C3 when I dropped Loki. And then as soon as we realized it, it was we knew it was game over at that point. All right, so our copycat steals their Ravonna. Good old Herbert cooked me a couple of times with a, I think he was running a clutter deck. That's a very much like hybridized clutter deck for Kate Bishop. Remember the good old days when Mr. Fantastic was a good value card? Those were some good times. We are far away from those times now, though, unfortunately. Let's go White Widow. Maybe we drop our Copycat next turn to give a discount on Sage. Sage, Bishop, Cassandra Nova would all get discounted from it. Tina as well. Mr. London. I'm going to go Jeff and Rocket this turn. I want to be able to draw both cards from the double Loki drop if we go with it. And so we're holding off for a second. The double Cassandra Nova is kind of scary though, but we can just replace all of those cards with the double Loki. And I think we hold on to Uatu for now. The double Loki will draw into 2. Maybe we play Uatu. That way we can draw into 3 resources from the Loki line. Buff Mr. Fantastic. You got to buff Uatu first. And I think Adam Warlock is in a really tough spot too. And Mayor said Negasonic for the replacement as well. Could be big, yeah. The huge dagger is a massive dagger in mid. If they don't have Shang-Chi, then we are probably cooked. Uatu is just buffed. Was he? Was he though? Alright, I think we go something kind of risky here with a Green Goblin White Widow. As long as our Green Goblin goes off, we'll have space in both the right and left. And if they play it even just one card, then they'll be locked out of the game going into turn number 6. I almost like it enough to snap into it. But staring down this big dagger, I'm going to hold off. Oh, the Ajax is perfect. We're going to send them the Green Goblin. We're going to send them the Widow's Bite or Widow's Kiss from our White Widow. And they're going to be locked out of the game going into the final turn. How would you change Uatu? I don't know. There's just not a lot of benefit in locational information these days. And so with so many flexible cards, with like Jeff, with like Nocturne, the value of knowing your locations early is so minimal. So I think you have to go with something else instead of Uatu telling you about the locations. We do end up getting the retreat. I should have snapped earlier with our spicy clog line. We were able to clog the clogger. We'll gladly take it. We'll jump over into the next. But I don't know what that I don't know what that rework would look like. I think you abandon the location stuff. Maybe you just get maybe it's all games. That's what I was gonna say. Was maybe you get a glimpse of all RNG outcomes, whether that be playing into danger room if your card's gonna get destroyed, like what your card or what a location would change into with Scarlet Witch being played. Maybe you get a foresight of all of those things, and I think he'd be pretty decent. He may be too strong. They may have to like rework his like cost or overall kit, but I do think it would be a pretty cool ability to go with. Double Loki does not reduce the 2 cost. No, so Smith, whenever you play Loki now, it replaces your deck and then gives them -1. And so the second Loki replaces that first Loki's deck and then gives the new deck -1. All right, so with the Wolverine, I think we're game to go Loki here. Being able to grab their like death, their null, can be a really big advantage for us. So I think we focus on it a bit early. They're also playing into the Lechugia. It's wild. Uatu should show the top X cards in order of the opponent's deck. That could be kind of cool. Might be too strong, because it'd be a lot of guaranteed information. Might be a nightmare to code, though. Yeah, Jeffy. Jeffy? I agree. I think it would definitely be a nightmare to try and code. So we could go Deadpool Carnage. But I'm not sure that we want to open that door. We could go... we can go Bishop mid. And I think we just leave the Carnage for now. Or leave the extra 1 energy. What we're looking for, or hoping for, is like their null to be able to outplay them without them realizing what's going on. This is a really big Wolverine. Already at 10 power because it moved with Ant Maze, the Hulk Buster, the Destroy, and then the Atlantis bonus. Arnim Zola could be kind of nice. That's the Deadpool and Wolverine era Wolverine. It is absolutely ripped Wolverine. I saw the comparisons of his like original Wolverine role compared to now. It's wild. It's wild that like, as he's aged, he's gotten even more physically fit. This is gonna be a loss. We didn't get any of their big cards, so the death could have been good. A potential null could have been good. But it looks like it's going to be null and void. Are you enjoying this deck? I am. I am enjoying it quite a bit, Yowski. So I ran it a little bit. Steroids help a lot? Could be. I ran it a little bit yesterday. I actually ran it quite a bit yesterday. And diet with private trainers. Yeah, but it's still wild. So I ran it quite a bit yesterday. We're currently sitting at a 67.8% win rate. Over 59 games, gaining just under 1 cube average per game. And so we've had a lot of success with it, and I'm enjoying it quite a bit. It gives you some really flexible lines or ways to play. Yeah, Mr. Cape. Imagine Uatu showing locations after Nocturne or Scarlet Witch. I think that would be another line that I'd be okay with or change. Like give you, or Reality Stone for Thanos, give you a little bit of extra information so that you can gauge or change your potential RNG outcome. And then Jason said, Uatu, see all locations at the start of the match. You may re-roll them. You may re-roll all of them once. And so give you a little bit of freedom in being able to like re-roll it whenever you need to. I think could be kind of cool. I'm going to snap into it. The main reason, we have the Loki that's coming over here. We already have Shang-Chi in hand. And then we have some decent units in our Theena that we'll be able to scale. And the rest of the game, we have our Sage. And so we have our heavy hitters already in hand.
Victory.
That could be Kang, being able to reroll it. That might make him worthwhile. But as he is right now, he's definitely not too flavorful. How's the deck fare against Sandman? I think the deck would struggle a bit against Sandman, but at least on like my pocket meta, Sandman has dropped off quite a bit because people were building with the anticipation of being able to outpower it, and so then it dropped off pretty quickly from there. But if you do smell out the Sandman coming, Loki can be pretty good to give you the same things that they have. Or just looking to do like the good tempo plays every single turn that you can. Who plays the keyboard? So it was my wife's when she was little, and her dad just recently like fixed it up and sent it to us as a gift. And so nobody plays it much right now, but my daughter right now likes to play it. My son does too. If they remove the emote, then they can remove the win trading. Yeah. Yep, without the emote, I don't think people... Otherwise, if you put something exclusive, then people are going to try to find any way that they can to game it. And then OMG Becky said, so glad my husband introduced me to you, to your channel. Your calm presence is refreshing amongst the sea of toxicity. I appreciate it, Becky. We're all... My approach to it is that we're all here because we enjoy Marvel Snap. Yes, grinding on like the upper levels can be stressful. Yes, certain metas can be unfortunate, but at the end of the day, we still enjoy the game, and that's why we're here and watching content for it. And so that's why I started my channel, was because I was enjoying it so much. And so I'm glad that that kind of stuck around, even after playing for nearly 2 years now. Are people exploiting the leagues? Yes, sideways. They are very heavily exploiting the leagues by trading wins in Proving Grounds. Is that why the top person in mine is at 16? Yeah. Yeah, so if you go into a Proving Grounds, people are trading wins back and forth, and you just retreat for like 1 cube each, and you both net about 500 points in like 3 to 4 minutes. Can they take it easy on the move bounties? Nobody seems to want to do them. Wait, what is KM Worst running? The Nocturne, the Rescue, it has to be an Agatha deck, right? I was at the top, then somebody shot up from 7th, first in an hour. Yep, that's people abusing it. Definitely make that possible. These move bounties are easy. So I actually found that I like to do move bounties with Werewolf. Being able to like bounce him around the board counts as a move each time he moves around. And so I was able to knock him out pretty easily. War Machine, I'm thinking War Machine, but playing into the Lechigia, I think regardless is craziness. Could be a Sandman deck. And so we have to respect the sand. We can do something like this. That gives us a pretty big mid lane, especially if they go with the follow-up for the rescue. Did you like the diner? I did. I feel so free that now that it's over. I enjoyed the diner, but it also was very stressful. Like the losses there felt so punishing. That's the only piece that I didn't like about it. Otherwise, I thought it was a fantastic mode. I thoroughly enjoyed it. But maybe they just had all the cards that they needed, so they said, we're going to play in Lechigia, see if they'll snap. I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. It does get everywhere. Those are true facts that you're stating. So if they do Ultron, they can move the Nocturne as well. Ooh, Sideways, you just received the Best Bubs title. So you definitely feel a little more free than I did. I stopped after the variant, but you grinded it out super hard. Talking about Sandman, yeah, the Sandman, I haven't seen it all day. We come up from nowhere. I don't think we can beat it. Like an Ultron here, 2-4-6, or 2-4, I guess 3-6. 4-6, yeah. I don't think anything that we do overpowers it, because this would be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we'll retreat.
Escape.
I blame TLSG for the Sandman. It may be a little bit my fault. It was a really good suppressor to the Loki-Theena stuff, and that deck was everywhere. But it does look like it's time to take a really quick break. I'm gonna go grab some more water real quick. Gunny said, I enjoy watching you on YouTube. I appreciate you being here, Gunny. I'm gonna grab a quick drink. We're gonna run to a minute and a half of ads, and then we'll be right back. We'll continue climbing up the ladder. We went from 130 to 97 pretty quick today, and we're doing decently in the leagues as well. And so we'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're back, you guys. Let's continue running up the ladder if we can. And then Lamb said, what is game trading? So people are going into a proving grounds, retreating on turn 1, then the opponent's doing the same on round number 2, and then it just goes back and forth. Each player racks up 5 wins and about 500 points over the course of like 3 or 4 minutes. How do we show you support on YouTube? Twitch has subscriptions. YouTube has memberships, but I'm not sure if I've enabled them for the secondary channel. And so I'll look at picking up the or enabling them for those that want to do the support on the YouTube side. You can also do a super chat, which it's been a while since I've streamed like sole focus on the YouTube side. But super chat is like it's basically like a donation, but it changes the way that your chat ends up looking. And so we do get the Kitty Pride, which is huge here. I almost want to snap back. Now that we have Kitty Pride in hand, we're going to go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. Kitty Pride scaling in Shree's lab is always wild. And then Bodix, he said, I just have to say, was watching your video on YouTube, and you're the only one who I felt entranced to hear your pitch, to hear you pitch your sponsor. Sorry, I don't know why that was so tough to read. But it definitely helps that Displayed is something that like I'm very happy with with them in the background. I have 3 more that I'm gonna hang up, but I'm looking at moving rooms soon, so I didn't want to hang all of them right off the bat. But it's something that I think the quality is really good. If you are looking for something like that, I think it's definitely a. So for me, I'm very indecisive, and so like I've moved where the pictures are like 5 times, and with the magnets you can easily kind of rearrange them. Plus they have some really cool art. But you didn't come here for me to sell it any further. But I think, in short, I think it helps that it's something that like I personally think is a good quality product as well. And then OK Sideways says, wait, playing Conquest sucks with the League? Yep. Proving Grounds especially. And then Gunny said, also, I don't think I got a chance to thank you. I had you on the big screen the entire time I was running Snap tournaments. GalaxyCon players loved watching you. That's so huge. Thank you so much, One, for having me up on the big screen. And then I'm really glad that the players enjoyed it as well. So we can go Cassandra Nova, but we're worried about a potential clutter. Maybe not. Maybe we go Cassandra Nova. But I'm glad that they enjoyed it during the tourneys. And so we are susceptible here to a Shang-Chi, Shadow King as well, Diabolical, and the White Widow in the right. Very rough stuff. So they derailed us entirely. How do we ever recover from this? I don't think we do. Because in the left they have Hawk. They have the rock slide, so guaranteed they're looking to rock us there. We would have to rely on this, or even this, but I'm not sure that that's great. I guess the Kitty Pride here would be an extra +1, but that would stop Theena from scaling. So, Darkhawk in the left, and what else? As far as 1 costs go, I think I'm going to stick it out. We probably shouldn't, but my curiosity is going to get... Oh, they didn't play an Onslaught Citadel. Oh, no. Cassandra in mid, doubles up to 12. The Viper Gives them the scaling they need. Yeah, that was probably a cope stay. In retrospect, that was probably a cope stay. I was thinking they were leaning heavily onto the Hawk, but it does not look like even that would have done anything for us. We'll take the 8 cube loss. That drops us from 97 to 110. So that's why I loved the diner. It felt like zero stakes. Once I had a few billion, I could just play again or play anything. I could see that. But getting to that point where you had that big cushion definitely was stressful. Next up, we have JVP, and they are running an Arisham deck. We have the Cassandra Nova in hand. If we can get a Loki, would be really big for us. Official Saucepan said, I just found someone online that said leagues should only count around the first 30 games you play. That way it doesn't matter if you have 1,000% more time play than another person. You have to make the most of your 30 games. So I've seen that mentioned, but I'm not sure that I agree with it necessarily. Because I think the metric that Second Dinner wants to elevate is playtime. Something like alliances, something like this elevates that playtime that they'd be looking at. And so I think that would take away from that. And then the 30 games is also a little bit heavy on your RNG. So it would feel bad to either jump into it like too early and then not end up doing well. I think there's a lot of, I don't know. I wouldn't enjoy it as much. I would much rather be able to grind ladder and just get some passive rewards for play that I would already do. Maybe playing a little bit more so. Than have it limited to just like 30 games and hope that I match into players that I could beat. And yeah, the random Cosmo from Camp Lehi is going to come in really big. Because Sakar did pull into our Cassandra Nova, we want something to protect it from any kind of like Shang-Chi shenanigans, and we're going to absolutely leverage it out. The Angel in the right, the Polaris in mid, should rather be the last 30 games you play so that you can improve your score. Maybe. All right, let's go Theena and Jeff here. Next turn is going to be hopefully Nocturne plus a 1 cost or a 2 cost. I would like Kitty Pride, but if we don't draw it, maybe we can find another way to power up the Theena. Yeah, Cosmo also protected Angela, so definitely being a good doggo. We do get the Kitty Pride, so we will be able to scale our Theena. They have vision that they can move over, but they're locked in with the Typhoid Mary negativity. And so I think it makes them, it's a little bit harder for them to find optimal ways to drop their power. Just take Conquest out of the equation. Yeah, I think the way that it's set up right now, I think the way that it's set up right now, I'd be fine with, because then everybody would be on a level playing field in like ladder, or even like higher level of Conquest. But I prefer to just ban Proving Grounds. Yeah. So we do lose the Kitty Pride here. No matter what we draw, we'll be able to do a double drop next turn, though. So I don't think it's a huge issue. Athena still scales. Their Copycat ended up pulling our Bishop, so that'll scale a bit. We are getting pretty close to being matched with our power here. I think we go Loki Sage. Just for a little bit of extra flair. I'm going to move the Jeff over to the right. We should only count counterplay. Yeah, but some people exclusively play in Conquest. And so it's hard to completely like segregate off a portion of your player base. Because from my take with this event is they want something that encourages you to play how you normally would, just play a little bit more. Small dog, yeah, we have a friend staying over, and so we have 2 small doggos with us. But my my sense is that they want to increase the KPIs that are good for them. So one of those being overall like playtime in a given month or week or whatever it looks like. I don't know what time frame they would be more beneficial. And so I'm okay with making it where you just get passive rewards for playing how you normally would. It encourages you to play a little bit more, but tying it to exclusive like emotes and things like that starts feeling really stressful and makes you want to feel like you have to play even more so. I kind of want to snap into it because we do have Cassandra Nova coming down on 3 and on 4, maybe even on 5. How do you use your code to recommend friends? So you, in your app, you go to the refer a friend section, and then, ooh, the White Widow. White Widow's a little tough. You go to your refer a friend section, and you can, I think you get a code that you can provide to your friend. I haven't done it, but I think that's the way that it works. Copycat stole their Kate Bishop. We could go Jeff plus Theena, but I almost would rather go Cassandra Nova here. Get as much affliction as we can. They do have Cassandra Nova as well, and so it's going to be a Cassandra off, unfortunately. Let's go a second Cassandra Nova. And then if they go a second Cassandra Nova as well, we have Shang-Chi to leverage in the left lane on top of it. Leagues has shown collaborative effort on a large scale. There's no hard meta, which is great. Yeah. There's no like set hard meta. And it has shown a lot of like player mentality of like grouping together, which I think is really cool. Let's go Theena. We have the Cassandra Nova, which gets big here. I'm going to go Theena, Loki, both in the right. See what we end up drawing. Because a Cassandra Nova over in... Oh, that does help whenever they drop their last Cassandra Nova. White Widow. They have a dagger built in. Ah, the White Widow into Green Goblin is super unfortunate. They have initiative. If we do Cassandra, we have to do it in the left lane. It would be like Cassandra, Jeff. I just don't think that that wins. They do a Nova somewhere that wins them whatever lane they play the Nova in. Maybe they move a dagger around. I don't know. I'm curious what their last turn play is, so I'm going to stick this one out. But I think there's a lot of ways we potentially lose this one. Shang-Chi on the left just solo clears that one. Then they may have a hard time getting enough power in Shuri's lab as well. Ajax coming down? Ajax could be coming down, but that would be like the biggest thing that they could do. Isn't Jeff Wright better? Jeff Wright probably would have been better. See what they stuck to. The Sage does scale. They took the time to do the calculations. They knew that they could outscale our Cassandra Nova. So overall, it was just well played. Next league could be dope, but I'm afraid they will only do a half measure. What, for launching the next league? You might be right. I just wish the league was optional. It stresses me out. So I'm okay with it being like an auto opt-in to make sure that there's plenty of plenty of players that are like in the mix. But what I wish that you could turn off is the notification that comes up on the right side of your screen that that tells you if you gained or lost. That's what makes it kind of stressful, is that like constant reminder of I've lost several turns, I lost 200 points, I lost 100 points here. And so it can be stressful if that's what you're really focusing on. And so if you're trying not to engage with it, seeing that like in your face, yeah, it's makes it hard to ignore. So I wish you could turn that part off. And then Elliot, I'm sorry, you sent this message a little while ago, and I didn't see it at the time. But you said, "Who can you sub out for Cassandra?" Cassandra could be. There's several other good 3-cost slots. Cassandra's really good at helping protect you against Arsham. If you don't have her, then you could go something like Juggernaut. You could go Killmonger, Red Guardian. There's Elsa Bloodstone. All are going to end up being pretty decent. So we have Shuri's lab again, snapping into Shuri's lab with Kitty Pryde. She scales tremendously, and we do end up forcing the 1-cube retreat. Yeah, no problem, Elliot. And then Sia, you said, I guess I'm lucky, no win trading in my league. There's plenty of win trading in mine. The top person has, I think, almost 30,000. He had 28,000. I don't know if he's crept up past the 30,000 or not. Is Shuri's lab featured? I don't think it is. Top one in my league gained like 12k this morning. they were grinding out pretty hard, Saber. All right, next up we have Ellen. The first location is the Forge, the taco truck. We have the chimichanga. We can always use. We can use this turn to scale our Theena. Go for it. They have the Arsham deck, so Cassandra Nova ends up being really big. Oh, she does scale. So our Cassandra Nova, they're going to have to decide where they position a potential Shang-Chi. And then Brandizzle, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. Did Second Dinner say something about this win trading? Not that I've seen. Goodness, Blask. You said there's a person in your league that has 128,000? No way. That is ridiculous. All right, let's go Copycat to the left. It stole their cable. And so they haven't made an official like statement that I've seen. I know that it's not intended, but I don't know like what they're going to do from there. My league rank 1 is only 2.8 thousand.
Hey,
nice.
welcome.
Very chill league for you, Zarin. And then GUI, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. I appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So we stole their Doctor Doom, which could be pretty big, dropping it on that last turn. Let's go, I think, Bishop to the right. I'm going to also play our Kitty Pryde and snap into it. Next turn would be like either Angela, Cassandra, Angela, Kitty Pryde, or Cassandra, Angela, or Cassandra, Kitty Pryde. And the last turn is pretty much reserved for the Doctor Doom drop.
I am Iron Man.
So Iron Man mid can be kind of scary, especially with the chimichanga going there. So right now they're already at 12. If we go Angela, Cassandra, both in mid, that feels like an overcommitment here. But we need to be able to respect the Iron Man that they have. Did anyone ever say you look like Destiny a bit? Wait, who's Destiny? But no, I don't. Chewy, I don't think anyone has. I just made it to 20,000 points, even with 9 hours working at the office. Huge. Eric said snap into a Slim Jim.
Hey, welcome.
And then Swanky Professor, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Oh, wait, you said that's an insult? I don't know who Destiny is, but I'm guessing it's an insult. And so you, sir, that's not nice. Be nice. Little whiny. Chewy said, "I don't think it's an insult." I'm gonna Google Destiny, and we'll see. We'll settle this. You said, "Thank goodness my office is chill. I complete my work on time." Yeah, yep. So it's a good thing that your office is chill like that. This gives us a little bit extra on the right because it's 5, 6, 7, 8 power over here. It forces at least a tie. It's not perfect, but that's what we're gonna go with. Ooh, and they do go ahead and play the Mockingbird to the right. Oof, never mind. Peter, you said TLSG, you're a very handsome man. Thank you so much. You said your temperament completely opposite of Destiny's though. All right, we're gonna Google Destiny. The only Destiny that I know of is the game. So Destiny, he's a streamer, right? That was one of the Wikipedia pages. I mean, the hair is very similar, especially when it's a little bit like scruffier. I could see it, and he has kind of a similar beard. I don't think it's a big insult. I don't know how the streamer himself actually acts, and so maybe it's more so an insult, but I don't think it's that awful. He looks like that live stream guy. So I've been told, just a little bit older version of him. The TLSG is that guy at the office that you always talk to during your free time and have fun talking to. Sometimes, other times, I guess it depends on what kind of office. Because at my office, like nobody has similar interests, and so they all kind of talk about gardening or whatever else they're into. It doesn't necessarily align with mine. People have strong opinions about him, but I find him fine. Zippy by Day, thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime for 2 months. Happy to be here. I'm happy that you're here as well. And then Crazy M Snap, welcome in. I saw you on, or I think I followed you recently. I've seen your post before, but I followed you on Twitter or X recently. And so welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Zippy said, "Does anyone know what's going on with Proving Grounds?" Yeah, so people are win trading to boost their league points. So if you each trade 5 wins off and on and off and on, you both net 500 points in about 3 to 4 minutes. I used to be a Destiny fan, but he's gone pretty extreme on some stuff, so I noped out of that whole community pretty quick. I feel like a lot of streamers end up going that way to try to, like the bigger streamers, to try to remain like in the limelight or to remain relevant. I think a lot of them can potentially end up going that way. So it's unfortunate when it happens, though. How do you win trade? You just queue up into a proving ground, throw a fist bump at the opponent, retreat out for 1. Start the next one, do a Spider-Man point, wait for them to do the same, and you're good to go from that point. And so then you just trade off and on. So you retreat once, they retreat once, and then vice versa. I like this deck. I've been having a really good run with this deck. The last couple of games, I've maybe have been a bit more distracted than I should have been. We dropped down just a little bit, but we're still incredibly positive. We're 66 games in with a 65% win rate. The cube rate is only at 0.7 because I did lose a couple of big ones here recently, but it performs pretty well for what it is. So the Captain Marvel, the Nebula, the Marvel Boy, I'm expecting a Sandman here. And so I kind of want to go Loki. No. I kind of want to go Sage. Because an Ultron wouldn't do them a lot of good in the Space Throne. And we can always move our Jeff over there. Ooh, so Big Claw instead of the Ultron line. So with the Red Hulk, we know that they can go to max 13 power in the right lane. but we do have initiative. We have to make sure not to lose too much in the negative zone because Captain Marvel can move over. Plus Nebula scales, Captain Marvel, or Marvel Boy will add extra power to him. This ends up being 8 extra power, so it goes up to 10. We would have to do the Jeff move as well. And I guess he's 0 points in the left, so it's not that big of a loss. That would be assuming that they drop Red Hulk in the Space Throne. But that scales this by 2, by 3, so they go up to 1. This would be... Nah, I think we're okay. As long as they drop Red Hulk in Space Throne. They don't, unfortunately. But they're Captain Marvel. No, it's an Ultron line. With Marvel Boy, it ended up working. Apparently, everyone is getting the Deadpool emote. Did they say that? Josie said that they'll be giving the Deadpool emote to everyone. Just announced in Discord. Huge. Are they even worrying about doing the other rewards? Because they probably shouldn't. All right, so let's look at the post. We want to thank all players for their feedback on the global launch of our new Leagues format. We were aware of an exploit that compromised the competitive integrity. Due to this issue, we'll be rewarding all League participants with the Deadpool emote and 1 neon blue border. All other League rewards will be rewarded based on final standing. Ooh, interesting. And so you can still, and they do say Leagues will return in 2 weeks with the Jeff League. So you can still get the like the mystery variant or the borders if you want to continue grinding it. I didn't expect them to give the emote to everybody though, and so I am really glad that they went that direction. Probably just points and borders. So it said everybody else. It said depending on your final standing, you'll get rewarded for that. And so I think you can still get the mystery variant, but it's not really worth it to grind that hard for a variant. And so I think it's a good decision. It definitely helps ease the sting that people were having, because there were a lot of negative feelings around it. And so it definitely helps with that. I was not expecting them to reward it to everybody, but I do think that is like a good. They were like, our bad. That was a big oversight, and they owned it. And so I can't be upset at all with it. So the matte black border grew on you. What card do you have it on? Because I have mine on like a black and white storm. Maybe I need to go something else. Like, actually, I think for Jeff, I think we have several distress. So let me switch the scenes real fast. And we do have an ad break coming up. And so I'm going to apply some borders, and we're going to run to a really quick ad break. If you don't want to be hit with ads, the Prime sub or a Tier 1 sub is always an option as well. We'll go to a minute and a half of ads, and we'll be right back. I'm just going to apply a few borders. And then Ryan Hart.
Hey, welcome.
Ryan Hartman is great. Thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub. That gets us a little bit closer to that Partner Plus status, which gives us a bigger split of all sub revenue. And so I appreciate you being here and appreciate the support. Let's go ahead and unlock the matte blue border for Jeff. We have so many of them, I might as well use them. And since his name is that blue color, might as well match it. Do you have the PAX card back? I don't. I do think it looks pretty cool, but I don't have that one. My top one has 35,000 points. I just give up. Most people were grinding it for the emote, and so I think it's a win that they decided to just give it out to everybody. All right, I use White Widow enough. We'll go black. We'll go matte black. Might as well. I think it looks pretty good with like the black and white splits.
Unlock.
So I'm going to throw it on her. And then Joe, thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime sub for the 2nd month. I appreciate you being here. Drew said, let me get something exclusive for once. So, I mean, I think on the next one, you'll have a good chance. You'll be able to grind it. I think there will be exclusives. I think on this one, they just said, man, we messed up. We're going to make it whole. Ryan said, I'll send you some codes for the PAX card back. You can use one and give the rest chat. Ryan, that's so generous. Thank you so much. I do like it. It looks really sleek. And so we'll be able to do a few giveaways with them. I'm going to go ahead and throw the matte black on Kitty Pryde as well. We have so many of them. I might as well use them. Do you enjoy playing Bounce? A decent amount, yeah. It's kind of my like go-to side deck from time to time. I've been mostly enjoying the like Black Swan Bounce here recently. But I do think they're pretty fun to play. Said I worked for Penny Arcade. You run PAX. We made it for a second dinner. It was super cool to work with him. Ryan, well, one, welcome in. That's really interesting that I don't think I've ever met anyone that like worked at one of those conventions. Not even worked at, but ran it. And so you guys being able to make it for second dinner, I think is really cool. Yeah, a Jeff League is in 2 weeks, so you'll have a chance to get some exclusive stuff, I think. You know who popularized this deck? I've been playing this, climbing a ton in the 400 range. I subbed Bishop and White Widow for Captain Marvel and Eliath. Oh, my list. Wolverine, thank you for the scene reminder. I'm not sure who first popularized it, but I was running it yesterday, and it had a really low sample size. But I was running it because I wanted to try to find a way to make Loki work. I'm sure that somebody else had experimented with these like exact 12 cards before, but I released a video about it this morning, which may have started popularizing it. And then Rousen, you said, is that Donner Blitzen? I feel like that could be a Rudolph joke. Maybe wrong. But welcome in, Rose. Hopefully you're having a great one. Yeah, I'm just a big fan of the game and reached out and asked to do a partnership with. What you ended up designing, I think looks so sleek that I'm glad that you ended up. It's definitely one of my like favorite looking card backs for sure. So this becomes 2, 4, 6 power in the left. This becomes 5. So I think it's more so a Sage plus a Kitty Pryde. We leave Jeff in mid, and I think we may be able to win the 4-cuber here, or the turn 4 game, or the 2-cuber. I love that new Loki has some solid homes outside of Arsham. Yeah, because on first glance, it felt like he was only good in Arsham lists. And so I am really glad that he has a home outside of that he can fit into well. And I think he definitely fits into like these value shells extraordinarily well. You kind of promoted the win trading in your video last night. So, Robert, I mean, I don't think kind of. I definitely promoted it. Not so much that I wanted everyone to do it, but there were people that were using it and abusing it and would have gotten those exclusive rewards, and nobody else, and the other people that were running it the correct way wouldn't have had a chance. So I wanted to make sure that everybody had the same chance to do the same things that the other people were. And so I did promote it, but not so much as like, I don't know. I felt like it was good to let everybody else know it so that everybody had the same chances to potentially grind for the rewards. Plus, the more people that do it and abuse it, the quicker that I think a resolution has to come to light. Bring the exploit to light. Let's second dinner address it. Yeah, I think so. You have whispers turned off. Shoot me a message. All right. Yeah, and I think a result of that was definitely that people ended up and would end up abusing it, but it also kind of allowed them to fix it. And then Ace said Red Guardian for Copycat. So there's a couple of cards you can do in that 3-cost slot. You can do a Juggernaut. Red Guardian is one of the ones that I would recommend. But Juggernaut, Killmonger, Elsa Bloodstone, all of those could be pretty decent for you. 2 days of League seems rough. Depending on how much of a grinder you are, it gives you enough time to, like, if you had plans for an evening, you still have like something else, you still have a chance. And so I'm okay with the 2 day. It's short enough that it doesn't feel like it's going to take up like the entirety of like your week, but it's long enough, or it's long enough that it doesn't feel like I didn't log in right when it started. I don't have a chance. What kind of doggo is that? I have a couple. We have a friend staying with us. It's a Chihuahua. And so Ryan, do you want me to give those 5 out today, or do you want me to like kind of pace them out over time? And so if we go Bishop mid, Kitty Pryde right, or Kitty Pryde right, we have the ability to move our Nocturne or just Jeff into the left lane.
Opponent snapped.
Ranger said giveaway. We might. Ryan, who runs the pack setup, is shooting us a few codes our way. Keep up the great work. Love the content. Thank you so much, Ryan. I'm not sure if you heard it because you were passing along the codes. Do you want me to kind of pace them out, or do you want me to do like a bulk giveaway, or do you not necessarily have a preference? So Proxima in the left means we can't just do our Jeff over there. We'd have to do like Jeff plus Nocturne. One cost 5 power pig, because it was a stature. We have 4 cards in our deck. Something like Cassandra Pig. If they have Hawk, that's going to be 4 cards. So it's going to be 16, 17, 19 extra power in the right lane. So I feel like we have to respect that possibility. And we maybe full send in the left instead. Something like this.
Victory.
As far as I'm concerned, they're yours now. I appreciate it, Ryan. So we'll definitely give away at least one for today's. Some should go to your Alliance members. No, they could. They go to the Alliance members, but the Alliance members technically already want to give away to get into the Alliance, and so I don't know that they deserve any. Not that they don't deserve. I don't think we end up giving them like exclusive stuff when it should be an equal chance for everybody. Doesn't Hawk solo the Citadel? Yeah. I think Hawk would have soloed the Citadel. And thank you again for the codes, by the way. And you said everyone who goes to PAX this year, East, West, AUS, or Unplugged, can get the codes at the show. Nice. Don't deserve. I didn't mean don't deserve. That was not the right like word for it. But I think everybody deserves a fair chance at getting one. Is what I meant to go. So the Chavez, it looks like probably the like Brood Gwynpool deck. Maybe we can White Widow into mid, take up one of their spaces, make it harder to drop a Brood. You said can confirm the code talk. It put me over the edge to go to Pack East, scan codes for my wife and son's badges too. So I had extra to share with folks. Yeah, it's definitely one of the best card backs that I've seen. So I'm excited to be able to one, have it for me, but also be able to give it away as well. Remember the good old days when Chavez was 6'9"? I remember when she was 6'10" for a short spurt. Said no problem, big fan of your stuff. I've been trying to get a tourney or something with Snap at PAX. If we can ever make it happen one of these days, I'll let you know and get you involved. I would absolutely love it, Ryan. That would be so exciting to be able to do. Let's go Theena and Jeff. They already have their Sebastian within Shang-Chi range, so maybe we snap into it too. We also have the Absorbing Man that is the copycat. So we could always Shang-Chi into a last turn Cassandra plus copycat to copy either Shang-Chi or Cassandra's ability. Taking back the 6'9" Chavez. What does the card back look like? It is a Captain America shield kind of popping out of the middle of the card. I'll claim the first one here in a second. But I remember when the game first dropped. I think it was your video about Deathwave that put it on my radar. I lived and breathed that deck back in the day. That was such a like core deck. It's nice to know that you like that's the one that like stood out in your mind. But that was such a good deck. I think we go Angela Cassandra. Do we ever turn off the Strange Academy? Because the cards don't shift? I think maybe. We still have Jeff that can move over to the right. We're going to abandon mid because they did hit us with the Cosmo. Unfortunately, we were capped out in the left lane, but they had a White Widow aimed at us anyways. And they beat us over there. We now have the copycat that copies Cassandra and the Loki. So I think we'll be okay in the right lane. And actually, Jeff will go over to the right. Loki will be mid. It's just a matter of winning the left, I think. Go ahead and lock it in. As long as... Before Snap, did you play any other games? So I've dabbled in games almost since I was old enough to like
Victory.
reach a keyboard, and probably before that. But what I was playing a lot of before Snap was, for a while, it was Hearthstone. I didn't do any content on it. I grinded to the legendary rank each season, and then kind of like experimented after that. But so Hearthstone. Before that, there was a. I'm sure some people know it. It's a MMO that is just known for the huge grind fest that it is. So RuneScape. Before it became RS3, I played the original RuneScape, and then I played OSRS after they re-released it for quite a while. Way more hours than I probably ever should have. I've played World of Warcraft, League of Legends. I played that for a good couple of years. And so I've dabbled in several different genres over my adult life. The first iteration of Miracle Rogue. The first iteration of Miracle Rogue was wild. The OG Infinite Grind was much tougher. Can't say I miss it though. Colby, the OG Infinite Grind was brutal. The season that gave me the most like struggle, that I had the hardest time reaching, was the Leech Leader meta. Was so tough to consistently win and to consistently climb. He said, I think Theena goes to 0 power and doesn't count herself as a card played next over the year. Maybe. She's very, very popular right now. So we have their Shadow King. We know they won't be able to offset our scaling cards. I also want to kind of threaten this middle lane with the fact that we can turn it off eventually. We'll have Cassandra Nova that comes down, hopefully giving us the tempo there as well. The Loki. is good for them. Not great for us, but definitely is a good one for them. Let's go bishop into mid for now. Going to 0 would be a buff. Easier to not get Shang-Chi'd. It fit into Mr. Negative easier too. But I think the +3 is the issue. Anytime a card has been +3, it has had to be nerfed eventually. So the OG Surfer was absurd at +3. Theena scaling that much, I think, is definitely on the a little bit more absurd line. We could go Sage here. Their copycat was our Cassandra Nova. That is within Shang-Chi range, though. So I kind of want to go Kitty Pryde Sage. They have a Nocturne as well, so they threaten to turn off the Nexus just like we are.
Escaped.
The Alioth always gets me on turn 5 from the Arsham, always. Because I always rely on like being able to pull cards back in, and that one absolutely did us in. Valentina OP? Was that from Valentina, or was it from the Arsham? Nope, that was from Valentina. That was huge. Ryan, you said I was going to say all I know about this game is that almost every card that has gotten a +3 ability has been nerfed eventually. Yep. I think +3, especially when you look at like how much it can scale or how high it can potentially scale, it gets kind of crazy kind of quick. Waiting for the Atuma buff. Atuma definitely, for his downside at 410, it's just not worth it anymore. Marvel Boy is +3. It is +3, but you have to go through a few extra hoops to get it. Said +3 is definitely why Dagger's getting a lot more run these days. Yeah. Yep, I think +3 gives it her a very unique value. And it scales so much faster that it's worth it to even hit like 2 or 3 targets. We're going to snap into the District X game with Loki. District X is crazy because we replace our random deck with the opponent's cohesive deck, which is so wild so quickly. Release Elsa was something else. Release Elsa was crazy. Release Kitty Pryde was crazy too. She scaled so insanely fast. Release Elsa was nuts. Yeah, she was absolutely everywhere. TLSG, what are your stats with this deck for today's stream? Let me see if I can filter to just today's stream. I think we're pretty close to... I mean, I lost a couple of big cubers. I'll look at it here in just a second. What did Release Elsa and Kitty do? So Elsa, I think she was 2 cost, right? And she scaled your cards more. I want to say it was +3. And then Kitty Pryde came in at, I think it was a 1-0, but every time she returned your hand, it was +2. So we get the blink, which is nice. We can always Cassandra, Invisible Woman left. Is Marvel is forgotten now? She's used sometimes. Wasn't released Kitty bugged too? Yeah, she was bugged. They had to deactivate her pretty quickly after release because it was causing people to disconnect and they wouldn't be able to reconnect for a substantial amount of time. So we do end up pulling their Super Scroll. This has to be a Living Tribunal deck, right? I'm going to switch the Invisible Woman. I'm hoping it's not a MODOK, like Hella resummon. Ooh, Sandman's okay. Yes. OG Kitty, the second version, helped me get my first 2 infinite avatars. Yeah, the Kitty Pryde on release was wild. They gave the 6,000 tokens to everyone who bought her. Yep, because she was bugged for like it felt like 2 or 3 weeks. It may have been shorter than that in retrospect, but it felt like it was that long at the very least. So they could turn off Limbo, but I don't think they would win if they did. We could always go Ultron left. We can move Jeff so we'd have 1 space to play in Limbo if we needed to. Didn't they give those who bought her 8,000? I thought it was just 6,000.
I am Iron Man.
The Iron Man comes in. So maybe our Super Scroll becomes valuable. It's a matter of where would we want to drop it. We do end up getting the retreat. The Loki in a District X game is just too consistent that you forget the opponent's running just like some hodgepodge stuff. We don't talk about Firestar. I don't remember Firestar's original data mine. Was it like crazy strong? Crazy bad. Does Prime count towards the Apple TV reward? I'm not sure. I think it has to be a tier 1 Simba, but I don't know for sure. Plus power to all cards played last turn. Oh, that would have been wild. TLSG with the recent rumors of Zabu going activate instead of on reveal. You think stocks could go higher for him? Yeah. Do you think stocks could go higher in like a Goose Armor full Atuma? I think the stocks for Zabu go up a little bit, but depending on if you can choose to activate your activate ability the turn you drop it, or if you have to wait a turn, might determine if he's viable. Because if you're running it in a deck that wants to drop that 4 cost on 3, and you have that in hand, dropping the Zabu and then having to wait until turn 3 to activate it feels bad. And so I think you'll probably have to rethink how Zabu's played if you can't instantly activate your activate abilities if you choose to. Because I think you have to stage them and then activate them the following turn, which will be good for like double 4 cost final turns. But I think we'll see. 4 cost drops have kind of fallen away in how useful they are. And so we'll see if that would even be enough to bring him back. Zabu on release was amazing. On release, Zabu was crazy. not just good. He was crazy strong. So I think we're running up against another Junker Clutter deck. That's where I'm mainly seeing Kate Bishop now. So I think we see White Widow come down here maybe. Or a Poison Arrow. Oh, White Widow plus Poison Arrow? No, it couldn't be. It couldn't be the Acid Arrow because that would send back their way. Just the hood. Okay. I think both Zabu and War Machine could be better as activate. I agree. I think War Machine as an activate opens him up for a little bit more flexible lines of play. All right, we need to protect Kamartaj, so I'm going to go Jeff. Most of the clutter decks now have dropped the use of debris, so I'm not so concerned about the debris line. I'm actually not sure that they could cap us out in Kamartaj at all. But I'm still going to play the Jeff over there just to be safe. The Acid Arrow in the left. I'm glad that the right was Kamartaj, or else they could have sent it last turn. The double rocket trigger is big into the beast to pull it back in. Very, very scary. This looks like more like a Clutter Marvel Boy deck. Now that we see the hood and the rocket, yeah, I agree. War Machine is Sandman tech right now. Plus he's buffed. We should start running him now in this meta. I don't own him. I won't own him for... He doesn't show up in the caches for another, like, 2 months. And so I won't own him until that point. So I'm not feeling great about our chances here. We could move the Jeff and then go with, like, a double Loki. And really, like, just hope that we get something worthwhile. We can go Nocturne into the left to protect against the follow-up White Widow that they have. And then we can adjust from there. We do protect from the follow-up White Widow. Thankfully, we had the Nocturne. The hood comes back down, so they have 3 demons in hand that we have to look out for, and so they have 2 now. One demon in the left lane would end up being 6, 7, 8, 9. I think we could maybe win. Move Jeff, play Loki, play Sage to the right. We have initiative. So Sage isn't going to get very big. 2, 4, 6, 12 power. We're susceptible to a Shang-Chi. He's up to 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 power here. Plus the 5. So it's plus the Jeff moving over. So 16 extra power mid. That doesn't beat a single demon drop. I think it would have to be the Sage. Moving Nocturne to the right stops them from double buffing the rocket again. That's true. I think even if we did that, we would lose the right lane though, right? Probably have Monkey. Monkey feels like it'd be a weird fit here. I am going to retreat out of this one. I think depending on what they played or where they placed their power, maybe we had a chance of winning. But I don't think it was good enough to risk an extra 2. Oh, and I was supposed to look up today's stats with the deck. And so overall, let me refresh it. We had a little stalemate for a little bit. We started off with a really good run, and then it stalled out just ever so slightly. But let me refresh the stats on it. So 63.5% over 74 games. Our net cubes have been down because we've been losing some pretty big ones. But let's look at the most recent session. So most recent session, we're at a 63.6% win rate, 33 games, 0.58 cubes per game. So we're still incredibly positive with it. It's just our cube rate isn't fantastic because we've lost a few big ones that maybe we should have been able to win. So that's our stats for just this session. Overall, it stays about the same. So it feels like it's pretty consistent with like hitting that metric exactly. So in an Arsham build, the Loki ends up being pretty useful for us. Let's go Angela, and then I think we drop Loki on curve on 3. See what we can pull from their end. More ideally, we would draw into Cassandra Nova. Said, see the announcement about the league rewards being given to everyone? Yeah. Oh no. How unfortunate is that? But I did see the I did see the announcement. I thought it was a good play on their end to kind of own the oversight and then just make it fair across the board so that they can just kind of correct it moving forward. And so I'm glad that they did. And then okay, you said the relief of the Deadpool emote might have saved a few years of my life. I was definitely wanting to hit it pretty hard to get the emote. It is nice to know that that's not necessary now. Now the next one, if they make it like even and fair across the board, I'm absolutely grinding for whatever one of the top 3 rewards are. But that's only if they make it like fair and consistent. I'm just happy for the free emote. Yep, I am too. Any free emote I can get is a good one because right now all I have are the ones that we've gotten for free. So the Shang-Chi comes down. Interesting. And then Nick says, any alternatives for Nocturne? Yeah, there's a lot of decent alternatives. So instead of Nocturne, you can go Juggernaut, you can go Killmonger, Red Guardian. oversight? I would call it incompetence. That feels a bit harsh. Oh, the ad's triggered. I apologize, you guys. Are we all getting the Deadpool emote after the league is? Yeah. Yep, we are. I'm gonna slow play this turn. I'm sorry, you guys. I missed the ad running. I don't think exclusive rewards should be tied to whoever can put the most time in, but it gives people something to grind to. And so, like, if there were rewards on the ladder, like for ranked, like post infinite, I would grind harder and try harder to get a higher rank. But since it's just whoever gets the most points, you don't get anything from the grind, then it's not worth it to grind hard. I like the idea of like cosmetics or rewards being tied to like engaging in those systems to keep people playing like longer throughout. The second Shang-Chi makes a load of sense here, unfortunately. We lose the left, we win mid, but we are going to lose the 4-cuber. I waited for you guys to get back from the ad break so that you could see me get dominated. Yeah, you're welcome, you guys. They played out the Shang-Chi early because they had drawn the second one, and so I think it was very much a mind game to get us to stay, knowing that they had already dropped their Shang-Chi. Unfortunate as it may be, we'll respect the Shang-Chi play because I definitely fell for it. Jay Moore said, "Yeah, I'll for sure be grinding for whatever Jeff things they have in that league." Yeah, I hope they have some kind of cute Jeff emote. Ooh. Never mind. I don't know if I can tell you guys. I don't know if it's like privileged information, but if there is a Jeff emote, I think I have an idea of which one it ends up being. And then Fuji says, any alternative for Sage? Yeah, Sage could be any other good value 3 cost. So she's a really good like last turn power play. You could replace it for like Juggernaut. You could replace it for like Killmonger, Red Guardian. Or something similar. Yeah, we have the 3/5 Hobgoblin, which I have used before to send the copycat their way to kind of finish cluttering that space. But oh, you said there is a Jeff emote that's data mined? I mean, it might be the one. What y'all think about the Proving Grounds thing? It's now it's now a 3/7. Getting more value by the day. And so I thought it's unfortunate. I understand why people were doing it, and to like because there's an exclusive emote tied to it. So I thought it was an unfortunate oversight. Oh, it's gonna hit her, Sakar. Don't you do it, Sakar. Okay, dodge the bullet. Never mind. Not the bullet we needed to dodge.
Opponent snapped.
What a rough game. What a good pull from the Scar, though.
Escape.
Scripted loss. I mean, sometimes it has to, the game has to remind you that sometimes you need to retreat. I think if they capped the games, it would be even worse. Yeah, I would be really stressed if they capped the number of games, knowing that like if I got matched up against like some really bad RNG, like I feel like that would be more stressful than just having it kind of open. Oh, not friendly battles. The alliances. Machiavellian, you said you just slipped over me in. Wait, did I call this one out?
Hey, welcome.
Little edit. Thank you for the Prime sub. If you're still here, I think I missed calling yours out. I apologize. But Rodimus, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. I appreciate you being here. You did just not just barely. You have 400 over me. But since we're at 4,000, we're on a really good path to completing it. A couple of donuts down here, but I think we'll be able to hit the reward by the end of the week without too much stress. Oh, wait, Jay Smithy, you said Jeff drinking using a straw? Wait, is that what was data mined or what you think it's going to be? 4K per person feels a little lofty, but also hasn't felt too bad. Yeah, it's a goal that I think it makes sure that you're actively engaging with the system, but it doesn't feel like you have to just do nothing but that. Zeros in the TLSG Alliance, dishonor on your dishonor on your family, dishonor on your cow. From Mushu, right? Like Jeff Sip? Maybe. It was whatever it was a really cute Jeff variant that I saw. Oh, it was data mined should be what you're getting? Maybe. Yeah, it could be. Was it recently data mined? I was going to snap into this until... Oh, never mind. We still snap into it. The Loki is too strong. I think. Maybe. Let's go Loki. We know that they were a Silver Surfer deck, and so we already have a couple of 3 costs that would get buffed from the Silver Surfer. So I was hoping for a Jeff variant, but it seems a little unreasonable. And I mean, maybe we have a Jeff variant, but I think that'd be much more likely to be sold in like a bundle or something. I think some numbers should be slightly adjusted for the bounties. Yeah, yep. I think some of them definitely feel underwhelming to do. So most of your common ones feel almost like you're not getting any progress, but you got to clear them out for the bigger ones. Next up we have Why is Gamora? Hopefully they're running Gamora. Not a bad hit for Theena, but we don't have anything to follow it up with. We know that they have Kate Bishop. I couldn't see that being in a negative deck. I'm going to stick it out, but the snap feels a little scary. Anytime you see a snap right off the peak, it's a little bit scary. You have to respect that they could have like an Iron Man, but with Kate Bishop, I don't see that being as likely. I believe Jess has an ultimate variant coming out this month. Yeah, he does. The Venomized one looks pretty good. I'm not going to be picking any of them up, unfortunately, but he does have a couple of good ones. So the peak could have hit their Blue Marvel, so it could be a 3/5. So that's a 3/5 Blue Marvel. Yeah, I think so. And the Squirrel Girl into Marvel Boy Snap. It feels pretty common too. We're going to roll the dice in Tarnax. The last time I did this, we ended up with less points than we put in. And then Kyle says everyone gets the Deadpool emote on the YouTube side. Yeah, so everyone's going to be getting the Deadpool emote. So there was a post in the Marvel Snap Discord where they addressed the concern or the exploit. So let's go White Widow. Wait, could this ever be... Where did their Mockingbird go? Did they destroy their Mockingbird? Oh, our Gambit. I didn't even realize we flipped into a Gambit. Huge luck. My goodness. What a good hit from Gambit. How much are you enjoying the Bishop in this build? Not a lot, honestly. Not a lot. He's used very, very rarely. It burns your copycat. Yeah, but it was a 6-cost copycat. And so we're good with the burn. Kyle said I did that exploit to 41,000 already. I want the matte black frames instead. Wish we could buy them with gold. There's going to be several events that they're offered in. Has Bishop been pulling his weight? Yeah, he feels a little bit too slow for me. I think, honestly, it may be better as like a Juggernaut or... Juggernaut would probably be my first pick. Because it gives you like that last turn play alongside your Sage. We're going to lock in the Shang-Chi mid, which will take out their demon, as long as we didn't change Monster Metropolis. This is the highest power card there. The demon is going to be going for an unfortunate trip, and the Marvel Boy is still there. I feel like people are really reliant on Marvel Boy right now. Like, if they get him early, they feel like it's an immediate win. The Shang-Chi on the right is not enough. Okay, just barely. No, yeah, we win the point differential. That was too many emotions trying to figure out where Marvel Boy was going to buff. But I do feel like people are snapping really hastily on like the Squirrel Girl and Marvel Boy like line. And it's good value, but it just doesn't always translate into like the final or end of the game. That is a shame. I love Bishop, yeah. But now I love Kate Bishop. Me too. I do like Kate Bishop. I think she's a really flexible card. I like her a lot in like the clutter style because she adds so much like uncertainty for the opponent. And so I'm liking her a lot in that build. I'm thinking Ravonna over Bishop. Ravonna for what, the Sage, the Cassandra, the Theena, and then any 1 costs or lower that we draw from the opponent. And it helps scale your Kitty Pryde early. You could probably do Ravonna if you wanted to lower the cost a little bit. I've been subbing Bishop for Hope, and then Sage for a big lame 6-drop. Red Hulk or Eliath. I mean, Eliath always feels lame to run until he doesn't. Whenever he does his role or his job, he's going to get you 4 or 8 cubes almost every single time. And so there's like he's probably really boring until the time that he's not. All right, so I like the White Widow into Jotunheim, even though we're both going to be, and then opt with the Hydrate Reminder. Even though we're both going to be negatively afflicted the same, it's less likely that they play enough cards into the left to cap it out and negate the Widow's Kiss negativity. Oh, you meant lane winning. Okay, Peter. That makes more sense. I thought you were just really upset about the big bodies. With the Lechugia, maybe we hold Cassandra Nova. We can go Loki, get a sense of what they're running. We have the Theena and the Jeff to leverage as well. Jeremiah, that's rude. That's rude. Like, why would you? I don't put people in timeout very often. We're gonna put you in a timeout for at least a minute. Don't be rude. There were a lot of people that used that time to that used that that time to grind it because it was an exclusive emote. Don't knock anybody that did it. It's not nice. All right, let's go with the Nocturne, the Theena. And then we'll see what it looks like from there.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
They do cap out that left lane, at least tentatively. We get a copy of their Shang-Chi, so that's nice to know that they have. The Angela, I'm guessing like a Kitty Pryde, yeah. Something that allows them to continue scaling. But the Lechugia is still in effect, so if we don't have initiative going to the last turn, maybe we get some benefit. Let's go a second Nocturne and then Jeff. Seeing the Hazmat, I'm thinking they have Ajax tucked away into their build somewhere. So maybe Shang-Chi comes in handy. But also maybe not. Another thing you can do with leagues is to farm bots before infinite. Like try to drop your rank. We do get the Ajax line. We have the Ajax, the Hazmat. Good old dynamic duo. The Hunter, you said, have y'all seen the new Legion Storm deck? I haven't. Not one that works well. I'd like it if one was out there that worked well, but I haven't seen one so far. So we can go Nocturne, Hazmat. We allow Theena to scale here. Play our Ajax left. Try to push enough power that wherever they end up playing their Ajax, we'd be fine. Ooh, you said it looks gross, but Marvel Boy now? I could see Marvel Boy helping increase that. Because you're wanting to lock down the game beforehand, and so you get some early tempo going. How consistently do you end up... You said Marvel Boy Zoo is legit crazy. I'm running about 70%. Yeah, it's a really solid performer. It's just a little bit...
Victory.
So it's a little... I don't want to say boring, but it's very linear in like how and what you play that I get bored of it pretty quickly. And so then I end up switching. But stat-wise, it has performed very, very well. Cold Grits has said, I'll say it's boring. I mean, but it may be somebody may enjoy that one as much as I enjoy like junk or clutter. And so like it may be someone's thing, which tends to be how Zoo is in any game. Dump efficient bodies and buff and win. Yeah, but I enjoyed the Hearthstone version of like a Murloc Zoo so much better than like the Khazar Zoo that we have. Now watching Shaw retrigger 500 times off Wong is boring. It's true. I don't see that very often though. Bishop value? Wait. Tucker, welcome in. I thought maybe I had drawn it because we were just discussing that he's probably the lowest performer in the build, and that we could probably replace him. As sad as that might be. So the Invisible Woman is a little bit scary. I think we go Loki to get a sense of what kind of deck they're running. And then welcome in, Tucker. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Bishop does decently in this one, but it's often outshone or outshined. Let's go Nocturne into, I think, Cassandra Nova mid. Thoughts on how long Snap will last with the amount of cards they're dropping? They have such a wealth of cards to be able to draw on that I think it'll last a while. I think it's time for Juggernaut to shine. Yeah, I think Juggernaut does better than in the Bishop slot. Loki again? That's what I'm thinking. I think we go with Loki one more time. We do know that they have Cassandra Nova, and so we have to look out for this being like a hidden Cassandra, give them a lot of value. Juggernaut should be a 110 activate card. Randizzle. You want the full Juggernaut value. Wish I could predict more with Juggernaut. For Juggernaut, most of the time where he finds value is being that last turn drop. Also on Marvel Rivals Snap collab. There's more news regarding it? The last news that I saw was that there was some data mines hinting that it was a possibility, but I haven't seen any further information around it. I would be interested to see it though. I played Marvel Rivals for the last couple of days that it was live and had a lot of fun with it. Version on the YouTube side said Jeff featured a Marvel Boy Storm Legion deck that got good results. Ooh, I might have to check it out. Okay, as far as what we're wanting to do here, this lane scares me with what they can do. We could always try to go like Sage. Sage, Nocturne, Kitty Pride. Over to the right. We just have so little information about what they're dropping. Shang-Chi could get us. There's a lot of things that could get us, but I am curious to see what Herbert has cooked up. Herbert cooked up a lot of cards here. Let's see if we can hold on. Right and mid for the win. I think as long as they have something over, what is it, 6? Yeah, it swings back the tempo for them. So the Shadow King in the left was scary. The winning the left lane pushes them to have a win in mid. And so with the Shadow King hidden, I don't think any of our scalable cards would have done the trick there. Unfortunately, I think we should have changed the middle lane with our Nocturne and went heavier here, knowing that we were going to lose Crown City. And so looking back on it in retrospect, I think this was the lane we had to fight for. Reset time? Ooh, is it reset time? But Drunken King, if there's more information regarding it, I'm definitely interested to see. Did they mess up the order with the Absman? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. Because they couldn't have copied the Shadow King since he was hidden behind the Invisible One. We have Kate, we have Marvel Boy, and then 1 cost. So it's an easy Zoo-style like win. I think we start seeing a little bit more Killmonger here while these are fresh. And then with the reset, all of the packages are still the same. Still the Flaviano, which I like this Havoc, but I don't play him anywhere near enough to ever warrant spending anything on it. I kind of think this is a pretty cool Iron Lad, which is much more unique compared to whatever else has been released for him. And Storm has so many good Storm variants that it's hard to pick any given one. Hitmonkey? I have a Black Swan Hitmonkey deck that I've been running. If only Havoc was a good card. Is Wiccan worse than Speed this month, do you think? I think Wiccan is going to be better than Speed. I don't know that says a lot because I don't have high hopes for Speed. But I think Speed will be usable at the very least. But I think anytime we've seen energy cheat or extra energy, I think Speed is better. There's some mixed opinions for sure. And so the Iron Lad one is great. Yeah, it definitely has its own flavor for versus all of the other Iron Lads that we see. And so we have card Speed. We have card, I think it's that. It's close enough. It'll pick it up. Oh, that's C is not case. So Speed being the 3 cost 3 power that has the ongoing +1 for each turn in which you spent all of your energy. So I think that slots into a Spectrum ongoing deck decently. Because a lot of times you're going to be playing to curve. So you're going to be able to get that to what? Like a 3-6, 3-7 before the Spectrum comes down. So I think he'll be okay. But nothing earth-shattering. For Wiccan, it's a 4-7, but you get +2 extra energy. And so I think that'll create some kind of cool dynamics for that later game. And create a cool deck design space. Anytime you get extra energy, we've seen it with Arisham, we've seen it with Electro or card cost reduction and the Sarah stuff. Anytime you're messing with the energy curve, you usually end up having at least a few decks that end up being really good with it. Wiccan needs to draw so perfect to be good. Maybe. I think there's ways that maybe you can manipulate it. But if you don't get his ability, then yeah, he ends up being kind of a waste of a 4-drop. But if there is a way to do Zabu or Psylocke to enable him on turn 3 potentially, gives you more room because then you only have to have a 1-drop. So whether that be And Quicksilver, which I don't think is going to be the direction, or just have a deck that has a few 1-drops built in. You said Wiccan Arsham, you could easily have +3 energy on turn 4. I don't doubt that it's going to be a possibility. And then Sir Shady said my shop today are the exact 9 variants I had yesterday, just shuffled around. I mean, at least they shuffled them for you. Said Speed and Wiccan are going to introduce new deck building considerations. Yeah. Because right now, you don't necessarily have to have that consistent curve. But yeah, and so you may end up going with lines where you do... Ooh, so the Ghost Spider, they're running a little bit of clutter. You may end up going with lines that maybe you wouldn't normally go with to make sure that you use all of your energy. You said Speed feels better because you can play him in tempo. I think Speed will be playable, but my money's still on Wiccan. Because the extra energy, like let's say you find a way to build him into Arsham. Arsham's biggest deficit early on was that he wasn't going to be consistent. Well, we found that he's pretty consistent at what he does. And so I think there's maybe an opportunity for extra consistency from like the Arsham Wiccan line as well, which would be crazy because then with that much energy, there's just nothing that you can do or anticipate from the opponent's end. But I think only time will tell. I'm looking forward to Wiccan the most, but both of them I want to brew with a bit. So the Ajax mid, super unfortunate. You know that they could have the Hazmat. But if they have Hazmat plus, I guess like a Dagger? Dagger pushing into mid could be scary. I think Wiccan will be hot garbage, and Speed will be decent plus, but I won't open any of them. Much better stuff in September. Yeah, the September is going to end up being big. Oof, the Dagger move, I was hoping it pushed into mid, but they pushed it over into the left, which makes a lot of sense. With Hazmat coming down, we take too much negative affliction from the move. The Titania in the right lane. We almost win in the right, and almost tie in left. But we give them the casserole. September can have all my keys. Yeah, there's going to be some really good role players in September, but nothing new. I don't think there was anything new archetype-wise. And so it really gave support to pre-existing like deck builds that we already have. I appreciate a savings key month. Me too. I also appreciated the past week whenever we had the diner going on. Was able to save up a key for that one. All right, so we're going to run into a quick set of ads. I'm going to run to the restroom real fast, and then we will be right back with a little bit more. We've hit a little bit of a stalemate, so maybe we pivot here in a bit. Maybe we keep grinding the same thing. I do have a deck 20 that I want to run. Pretty, it's old school, but I think it may be an okay time for it. But we're going to run to the restroom real fast, and then we will be right back, you guys. Small bloke said, the music is pumping me up. The edamame. I haven't tried Ajax Evo this season, but as we're seeing like very little Luke Cage, I can see it being pretty solid. Being able to skip in on turn 5 into 6 allows you to do like a She-Hulk plus a pretty big Ajax. Did you see everyone gets the Deadpool emote and the blue border? I did. I did Coltrane, and they said that the people that are grinding or grind would also get whatever rewards they would be slotted to get. And so I think it was a really good step for them. Like admitting that it was unfortunate and then owning that and then just giving out the emote. Lesson learned and move forward. Yep, I agree. And also, for everybody that was saying that next month is a complete, or this month is a complete pass month, I know that there's at least going to be one deck that kind of forms that ends up being super strong. And there's going to be so many people that are mad that they skipped. I think it's absolutely the right call to skip most of these, at least to see how like that first week goes and how they perform. But I don't know. That's the thing, small bloke. I think all of them feel like they're going to be pretty mid, but I also felt really bad about Ajax coming out. And then Ajax is one that is just such a big like lane winning card that he becomes very solid. And so I don't know which one it would be, but if there ends up being one. With District X, I knew Ajax was going to be great. I just failed to get him. 3 keys and missed. Kev, that's tough. What's your take for strongest card this month? I don't know, because they all feel pretty... So I think Marvel Boy is, like, stat-wise, very good. He provides very consistent power. But outside of, like, a Zoo or a Squirrel Girl combo, he feels, like, lackluster. And so I think he'll perform well, but not long-term see much play outside of your Zoo stuff. And then the other ones, I don't know. They both, all the remaining 3 feel like they're going to be pretty bad, but I'm just hoping that they're not. I'm still not sure what the strongest Ajax deck is. I'm not either. It kind of pivots a bit between like a junk style, there's I think a handful of others that kind of crop up. Like there was a Werewolf Bounce one that did really well. So I think it's definitely a moving target for Ajax. I think I could see a surprisingly consistent Wiccan deck that runs mostly low cost and a few high cost. But even that doesn't seem super strong. Yeah, it feels like building your deck around that is a big like lost opportunity. Because it feels like you have to really commit to running that. So we have Pim Arrow, Sage. We also have Nocturne. I think this one becomes a loss. Sage gets really big in this right lane, but the issue becomes winning another. So this becomes 2, 4, 6, 8, plus whatever we play. So 9 power at the minimum. Acid Arrow will go their way. I think they always play in mid, and so like a Pim Arrow here isn't going to do it. This is just such low value that I don't think it wins, because overall it's going to be 5, 6, 7, 8 in the left lane. assuming acid arrow goes in. They've also been looking at random card draw. Dagger Sage right? Dagger Sage right may have been the call, Commander. The Red Hulk in mid is huge. The Nova
Hey, welcome.
is
It
going to
took
be
you long
fine.
enough.
The Danger Room is destroying some of our stuff, but luckily we have the Nocturne. What a rude Danger Room. But we do grab the left, the right, and we grab the 4 cubes back versus KM Worst. Sir Shady, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for the support. That helps us get closer to Partner Plus. Last month we were very, very close to hitting that first tier. I think we were at like 96 out of 100. And so hopefully this month we'll be able to get there. Especially if I'm able to stream a bit more, which I'm planning on streaming some ridiculous hours during the drops week. And so if you guys need a home for the drops days, I'll probably be live for most of it. Coltrane, thank you so much for the 5 community gifted. More TLSG is always good, and I've been enjoying doing the streams quite a bit, and so it's something that I would like to be able to do more. It's just finding the way to make that feasible. But Coltrane, thank you so much for the 5 community gifted. If you picked one up from them, definitely give them a thank you in the chat. From the YouTube side, it says, Blue said, I play a new Marvel Snap account for 90 days win. So, my 61 through 98 day footage got fried. I lost my hard drive. It crashed out. So I lost that footage. I want to restart the series, but I also think that they have to be working on some kind of draw to get more new players back in with our growing catalog of cards. And so I want to wait to restart that until there's some kind of significant early game change. Right now, the only thing that's different is that you actually want to use the booster shop rotation rather than actively avoid it. And so you don't even have to do Conquest anymore. So it cuts down on your time commitment for playing. But I do want something to feel a little bit different before I jump into it. I can't ever see them doing that though. I feel like they have to, because as a game continues to age, it may be hopeful thinking honestly. But as the game continues to age, you have to have some way to draw people in. And I think that, especially with how many new cards continue to come out. So something like Hearthstone has the luxury that cards will rotate out. It was the same thing for really any trading card game. This one, your cards never expire. So you need some way to get back in. Similar to what World of Warcraft does with each new expansion. To keep the cost of entry low, each new expansion, whenever you buy it, you'll get that plus the base game or whatever it is. You can buy the base game and you get everything up to and including everything but the newest expansion. And so I think they have to come up with creative ways to get people to continually be coming back and coming in. Because right now, once somebody leaves the game, it is so daunting to come back. Or so if they're new, it'd be overwhelming to feel like they can start now. So I would like something to change. Maybe it's not huge, but I would like something to change before I restart it. The Series 5 bloat is so bad. Yep. Without consistent cards coming down and dropping into Series 3, Series 5 is very, very bloated. You have the presumption that they intend to have the game last a long time and don't instead plan for it to naturally expire at the end of a 5-year license. I hope not, Jedit. They've made some really good money. And so I feel like they wouldn't want to do that, but I could be wrong. All right, we're in the right lane. We're going to respect the potential Annihilus. And so we're going to fill the right lane. We do have the Kitty Pride that gives us that flexibility, but otherwise we're going to fill the right lane. Beautiful. So glad we dodged. Oh my god. We got double hit in the middle lane or the left lane instead. I didn't even notice the Widow's Kiss and the negative hood that we'd be impacted by as well. Well, that's a little rough. Four, 6. This becomes a 0, so 8 plus 4 becomes 12. We never even win mid. Yeah, nothing we can do to win mid now.
Escaped.
If the game had a ban list like Yu-Gi-Oh, which cards should be on it? So that's the beauty of Snap, is that I think they address those that should be on the ban list, at least relatively quickly. Sometimes it'll take a few weeks, maybe closer to a month, but overall I think they do a good job of like bringing those back down to earth, rather than it being set in stone. Salem said Shang, it'll make it more fun. I think at that point you start seeing a lot more like Black Panther and just the crazy high scaling cards. I think Shang-Chi is a good balance for the game, because otherwise your like low ball stuff like Zoo never stands a chance over like the potential output that other decks can do. Wait, and then Headshot said, "Pardon my ignorance, as I've never played another card game and have limited knowledge. How long could Snap keep producing new card abilities for until they just run out?" So the good thing about Marvel is that the list of characters is huge. Like you at some point you end up featuring like the lesser known characters, but I think they continue to be able to do that. And then you could always go with like the alternate versions if you had to get really, really scrappy. You could go with like the alternate versions of of Miles Morales in like the different multiverse. There's a lot that. Oh, but abilities. I think the abilities. My bad. My bad, Hayes. I think abilities becomes very similar to what your other games look like. So it could be like a Hearthstone, or like those games continue to try to adapt and find new ways to make it interesting. And so I think you always have the ability to kind of continue to generate new mechanics. What's the Bishop energy? Bishop is probably the lowest performer, but the idea is between Bishop, your Kitty Pryde, and then your lower discounted cards from like a Loki, you can usually end up scaling Bishop a decent amount by the end of the game. Whether that's a great synergy or not remains to be seen. But every once in a while he feels okay. He's never so far felt just fantastic. We do have the 3-cost Shang-Chi that we're kind of holding out on. Until then, I think we just continue dropping Kitty Pryde to scale the Angela of the Bishop. On the last turn, I'm looking at like Sage Copycat. We have to look out for Arsham though. Or not Arsham. They're running an Arsham deck. We have to look out for Aliyah. Bishop does seem odd with Theena. I mean, it leans into the scalable power. So even if you get cluttered, like you can always add additional power into whatever lanes those might be. Ranger, you said Marvel Puzzle Quest has been going for 10 years, but they've released like 18 Spider-Man at this point. Yeah. I think at a certain point you start rehashing similar or the same characters. Ooh, that is a big blob. As long as we don't get baited in by an Aliyah, should be fine. Of course. Unfortunate. General Sergeant, I do think the White Widow would have been a big brain play on 5. I think I would have widowed there. Yeah, I was chatting. Unfortunately, and then PD Kane. Yeah, the giant fart cloud came in and took us out. It's Harsham. They'll never have it, right? More often than you think. More often than you might think. But Peter, you said if Puzzle Quest can go for 10 years, Snap can definitely has more than 5 in the tank. I agree. Like from the character standpoint, they definitely do. It's all about being able to
Victory.
It's all about being able to adapt and make sure that like there's mechanics and things that are consistently fun. Lurking in the chat? Maybe. Maybe they were lurking in the chat. Which card do you think got the biggest nerf since release? The first one that comes to my mind is Chavez. She used to be used in like almost every deck. Galactus is another big one. Zabu's another big one. Surfer, even Devil Dino. Devil Dino used to be a 3-0. Nova went from giving everything +2 to only +1. And so the early days of Snap were wild. Oh, Hellcow also used to be a 2-6. And so he got a pretty sizable nerf as well, going to like, I think it's a 4-8. Yeah, Hellcow was nutty. I used to really like him in a Hella build before Hella was consistent. Being able to do Sarah on 5 into a Hellcow plus Hella on 6 was crazy. Akoya +2 was a wild time. Arrow's probably the correct call too. Angela had a niche ability, but it was a niche ability that was used so often that they had to nerf her. And then Bluesman said, "You're playing Loki now." So it's doing okay. I've been on a pretty big, well, I guess it's felt like a kind of, it's felt like a kind of drought. We started off the stream very like around 68% win rate with the deck, but it has sputtered out to just under 60%. So we've had to drought for a little bit, but overall it's performing pretty well. I have so many arrow boosters from back in the days. Yeah, the arrow boosters, arrow was good. I didn't abuse it as much as, or I guess I didn't enjoy it as much as some did, but game knows you're winning too much. Yeah, arrow's trash too. I don't like the Adam Warlock change. Pretty good still. Yeah, it's still pretty good. But we did hit a little bit of a downside. So they can still move Jeff out and hit one card here, so they could hit an Odin onto the Sage to make sure that they win this one. We do have Shang-Chi if they end up looking like they're going for that line. Wave may also be a candidate for the biggest nerf, because Wave used to be really solid in so many builds. 6-5 Goliath was my favorite. He was 5 power when he came out. I knew that he destroyed the opponent's cards, but I forgot his base power was that low. We have no way to compete for mid. We lose the right to an Odin play. His right lane would trigger an absurd number of times. If we had dropped initiative, the Shang-Chi would be possible, but
Escaped.
5-5 Goliath was my favorite. I don't know that I played from. He went from 6-5 to 6-2, and at 6-2 he was still super solid because you could lock down a lane and then know that you won the other one. Same thing with like your Galactus follow-ups. He was crazy in like Galactus builds. 5-5 Goliath didn't release. Good. Good. If so, I didn't play during that time. Oh, but he was data mined at 5-5? Alright, so we still have their Dazzler. Adam Warlock needs a synergy with the Infinity Stones, that would be cool. But then it would feel like you had to run him with Thanos. But I do think it'd be kind of cool if you had some synergy with it. So what if Adam Warlock was 5-0 with the ongoing draw a card for each location you're winning? At 5-0, I think that's way too strong and negative, and way too weak to come down that late in the game. Zabu heavily influenced the game, but I don't think he broke it. Right, that is a crazy take, my friend. The reason I think it's a crazy take is Zabu enabled the like Spider-Man, Absorbing Man lockdown stuff. There was also a Spider-Man, Absorbing Man, like Arnim Zola stuff going around for a little while that kept people locked out on the last turn of the game all over the place. Oof. Zabu was crazy whenever he first came out. I totally forgot Spider-Man was a lockdown card. Spider-Man as a lockdown card into Professor X was so solid. You said I meant -1 Zabu? Oh, prior to the current nerf. Yeah. I don't think he was broken then. Electra auto wins right. Electra auto wins right indeed. We're going back to like the old school beta days here. Being able to take out one of their 1-cost cards from that zoo. Craziness. I think with that in mind, do we ever go Shanna White Widow? Brings back memories. I remember when I think Trump was the one that he was creating content on it when it was in the early beta days, and he came out with a video. I don't know if he was like the first one that ran the deck, but Mojo World was featured, and he absolutely slung shot to infinite that first season, just riding on destroying the 1-cost in the right, or in Mojo World. Zephyr, you said you just hit infinite with Zoo. You ended up rank 3,333. You can't go any higher from there. That's perfect. That's a huge accomplishment. Congratulations. And hopefully you continue to enjoy the grind. So if they have Kyera, it's not an auto win right anymore. But we'll see. We'll hope that they don't have it. All right, so the blue Marvel comes down. Our Kyera, so they can't do a reverse Electra on the right. So we're okay with that. The Electra. This is a pretty sizable card, and then Snow Guard left. This season I've got a personal record. I'm sitting at 402 currently. Peter, nice. Did you climb faster this time around, or is it just you're performing a little bit better? Ooh, and we did get lucky to make sure we had priority going into the final turn.
Victory.
I don't think we've had a 4-cost since this change, except Wiccan. Yeah, since Zabu's changed, we haven't, like, 4 costs used to be super dominant, but every 4 cost that was super oppressive ended up being nerfed to the ground at some point. Oh, not this one. Maybe I still have it copied. There was one that I saw that I thought was kind of interesting that I wanted to test out. Not still highlighted. But this one was doing okay. With Theena Kitty Pryde not being as common, with Cosmo being non-existent, people relying really heavily on their own reveals. I think ongoing always has a chance to slip back into meta relevancy. Hawk may be the most consistently played card. Yeah, he's always found his way into like the game, no matter what nerf ended up happening, because of how good his like overall package ends up being. He said, every time I see, did you cue the right deck? I did not. I did not, Canadian. Well, maybe it'll be okay. But he said, every time I see Marvel Boy, there seems to be more than one of them. Sinister London Cloning Lab, free Marvel Boy from the hub. I suspect he's not OP when there's only one. Yeah, I don't think he's OP. He's good, but I don't think he's by any means broken. You just normally see him in like zoo style stuff. I think that Snap is such a well-designed game when all things are considered. The different synergies and archetypes. Yeah, I agree. Not really what I wanted that middle location to be. Oops. We start getting really congested really quickly. It's actually insanely well balanced. And I think the merit to that goes to how quickly they make changes. I know that there's some times where you get into a bad meta and it feels like it takes forever.
Hey,
but I think in general,
it took you long enough.
They address big, like oppressive issues pretty quick. And then Slooshu, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. I appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Our hand just gets awful. Alpha says very quickly stares into old Spider-Man Lockdown. Old Spider-Man Lockdown was an unfortunate time. We don't speak of it. All right, we take out their Goliath. Maybe there's hope for us yet. I do wish they did series drops more often, I agree. We won't be able to draw. Maybe that's fine. We'll move Werewolf over. I don't think we beat whatever an Goliath does on the last turn. I guess we'll see. Double Magneto's big. I almost want to stay just so that we can get Werewolf to move an additional time. I think we need one or two more, and I have some alliance bounties. Remove a card 7, or move 7 cards in one match. I don't think it would be worth it to stay though. Jump here, jump back. A demon. We're gonna retreat later. Then Peter said that is the best thing about Snap. And honestly, what keeps me playing is how quickly. Yeah, I agree. Because if the meta wasn't exciting, if it wasn't fresh, I feel like I would get bored with like 1 or 2 decks being oppressive. And then it kind of limits creativity in deck building whenever you have something that has just performed so well for so long. And so I really like that they adjust and react so quickly to those changes. It's definitely what keeps me like locked in and engaged as well. McCabe said, "Can I just say how glad I am not running into so much Arsham?" Arisham is one of those that it comes in waves. And so most of the time you don't see it much. Every once in a while you see just a few waves when it like kind of slingshots back into popularity for a day or two. And then it requires you to pivot like back against it after that. But we do have ads running real fast, so I'm going to slow play this first couple of rounds, and then we will be right back. You guys don't go anywhere. And so first up, we have Aeon. The first location is Hala. We don't have our one cost card, but Elysium can go wide a ways for us. And then Fuse said, hold on, I'm not sure that you can hear me. I'll wait until after the ads say that they're fully done running. All right, so with Elysium, we're going to go Captain America into mid. We have the ability to go Claw, potentially an Onslaught onto it, which will really help us elevate these two lanes and can be kind of sneaky. We have some really good hits left in our Iron Lad. Left for Iron Lad. So I think we throw Iron Lad mid. If we get a good flip from it, then we snap into it. And then ads should be wrapping up. So Fuse, you said, is it true that everybody will be getting the Deadpool emote? Yeah, everyone's getting the Deadpool emote and a blue neon border as well. And so then if you're placed in first, second, third, you get the cosmetics from your ranking, but everybody's gonna get the Deadpool emote and one border. So the Green Goblin is super unfortunate there. Not what we would have liked to see. We also flip into Spectrum, which is the worst flip we could have done, I think. So they know that we have Spectrum in hand. Losing left becomes kind of tough. We could do Claw, but that gives them a pretty precise amount of power that they have to beat. We could also go something more like Colossus Mojo. Then we can always pivot a little bit for the rest of the turns. I don't think with the Elysium discount we need to use all of our energy every turn. Acid Arrow is super unfortunate from the Hawkeye pool. Zombie Lemon, welcome in. Thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime for the 4th month. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So we can go Claw, that pushes into mid. But I think even with +8, 9, 10 with like the Spectrum, I don't know that it wins. I'm going to jump out of this one. The Iron Lad, unfortunately, hitting the Spectrum was not what we wanted to see happen. Claw as a surprise. You could try to do Claw as a surprise, but then that would leave us doing, what, Omega Red this turn? Omega Red on the right into Ant-Man. On 6, plus the Claw. Might have been a line to surprise him. Anti-mid. Yeah, the anti-mid, I think, probably should have went there. But in hindsight. All right, next up we have Butt, rank number 13. We start with our Ant-Man in hand. So I think we're going to go Ant-Man mid. We have the Mojo and Captain America follow-up, which will be great. And then we're looking to push from there. So a potential double Claw with the cloning vats. The snap after the cloning vats scares me, because it could be stuff that we just can't handle. I would feel better if we had Cosmo in hand. Could prohibit like any like Cassandra Nova going off multiple times or anything that like that. since we don't.
Avengers! Assemble.
Luckily, this guy's free, so snap back. Yeah, Cosmo would have been great for the Cassandra Nova. But, unfortunately... Playing in Machine World, if they only play one card, I was kind of hoping they would not be able to pick up Cassandra Nova, and they wouldn't be able to have the copy, but... Ooh, and the Iron Fist moving the Cassandra over to the left is big. And they get the copy. This one's gonna be a retreat. Using the classic, my first snap deck. Got me into infinite a few times way back when. Why no Jean Grey in the version? I didn't think we needed the Jean Grey. With all of the clutter stuff that's going around, it felt like it was more of a liability than anything. But we really needed Cosmo in this match. Why isn't it just Iron Man, Spectrum Right? I don't think Spectrum Right would win versus the Cassandra Nova. They could drop it here and overpower what we could do. They could also drop another one and overpower like the Mojo line, because we would be at max 32, 4, 6, 8. No, 34. Really much of anything else. One more Cassandra Nova would make sure that they're not hitting our Mojo, and would be able to scale over the top of it. So I think our only chance would be if they weren't able to pick back up the Cassandra Nova, but they definitely played around it. Thought it looked interesting. I'm going to give it one more try. If we have similar bad luck, then maybe it goes back into the hidden decks for a bit. One going in big boy meta. So we're in a heavy on reveal meta. And so with the Cosmo, a lot of times you can prohibit what the opponent wants to do. It can prohibit some of those big boys from coming down. Because mainly we're seeing not so much like the Scar, Red Hulk, like level of big. We're seeing really impactful on reveals. Let's go armor into mid, see what they have. So the Hawkeye, Kate Bishop, and the Chimichanga does make sure they have initiative going to this turn. Ooh, the Nexus is going to be interesting. Cosmo, we could always claw Onslaught to get 16 power here. Maybe in an Omega Red as well. But we're going to lock in the Cosmo. We don't get it this turn, but after that, they won't be able to use any of their honor reveals. Do you think the old school Destroyer version of this would be able to hang with the meta? Probably not. Weekend missions just finish in 5 minutes with all the proving ground win trading. Games. That's some next level thinking. So I think we go Omega Red, we go Widow's Bite to the left. And something like an Iron Man would be much better in the Nexus if we draw into it. So Iron Man into the Onslaught would be almost unbeatable, I would imagine. Let's go with the Claw and wait. Everything goes so tall now. Destroyer, yeah. Destroyer would have a hard time soloing lanes for sure. So even with like Claw, Chimichanga, if they have a Hazmat that they drop outside of the Nexus, Ajax just outscales whatever we can do. Without the, I think the Iron Man would have been the pivotal piece. Because Ajax, Hazmat ends up being 7, 8, 11. So 18. You get an extra 6, 7, 8. Wait, you said 08 Cosmo? Yeah, we can't go with the Iron Lad mid. Yeah, otherwise we could gamble on the Iron Lad, but we'll retreat out of this one. We'll put this one back into the Brewer, at least for a little bit. Isn't Lad plus Ant-Man more? Lad plus Ant-Man could be more, yeah. Even without going off. This one ends up being 4, 10. I guess this gives it 8, 10. It's the same amount of power. Proven Grounds win trading is great for alliance missions as well. Yeah, it's good for alliance missions while it lasted. I think outside of this, it'd be really tough to get people on board because everybody had the leagues that they were really like rallying around. Negative Tribunal. Yeah, Negative Tribunal I think is a fun one. Proving Ground win trading is obnoxious. I'm not a fan of it. It's very boring, very, very fast. But I get it. I get why people were doing it. Maybe not so much now that everybody's getting the emote, but to each their own, I suppose. They need to change Proving Grounds just entirely if they want to expand these other modes. Either that or you leave Proving Grounds out of it. So any like free entry level, you leave out of it because there's always going to be a way to abuse it in those like free entry things. Sunspot and Sanctum Sanctorum's tough.
Opponent snapped.
We do have armor for the right lane. We'll see. We'll go Cosmo mid. Ooh, they go Loki. So they end up pulling a whole bunch of our garbage, our ongoing garbage. So there's free entry in ranked mode. Yeah, but if you lose, it's not like a net zero. Like you're losing rank. Proving Grounds, if you lose, you don't lose anything but time. And then Talha, you got Marvelable on the first key. Huge. All right, I think I'm gonna go Iron Lad to the left. We could also end up going Colossus over there. Ooh, Gladiator. It's our Onslaught, so it does get destroyed, unfortunately. And then they have an armor of their own they got from us. The Iron Lad now hits Mojo. I much rather it would have hit the Onslaught. Unfortunate, because we could have like doubled up or quadrupled up the Claw, which could have been crazy. But instead now we don't really get much. I don't think we have much chance. The Gladiator left is big. Dr. Doom is big as well. With a Loki go wide deck? All right, we'll put this in, we'll put this back into the think tank.
Escaped.
Which Mr. Negative deck do you think is the best performing or most consistent? I think Negative Tribunal is the one that I've seen work the most consistently for the longest amount of time. Have you seen Deadpool Wolverine? Not yet. I want to, but I just haven't been able to go see it quite yet. It is on my list to go see though. Let's see. We always enjoy a good old Flutter deck. And so earlier, there was a question of have I tried the like Dagger Clutter stuff, and I had not. but I think it's time we test it out. Always enjoy a little bit of clog. We'll see if we can make it work. Especially with the missions being like Marvel Boy or like the overall flood stuff. I think we might have a decent time with this one. Which the pixel variants were Marvel versus Capcom sprites. And then game said losing rank in Infinite is meaningless to most people. The only thing stopping same from happening in ranked is that you can't face the same opponent several times. Gotcha. Interrobang, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. We just pivoted to a little bit of Ajax, Kate Bishop clutter with the dagger spice. And so we'll see how we're able to do with this one. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I haven't been able to jump into another stream recently, but I want to jump back into one of yours soon. All right, so we do have Sinister London, which is beautiful for everything that we're looking at here. So the White Widow, the Acid Arrow, the Cassandra Nova, all absolutely beautiful. Do we even maybe we pivot a bit and we go Hobgoblin next turn and just really rock their world?
Oh, snap.
I don't even think we need the double Ravona. Let's go single Ravona. Let's go double Acid Arrow. Then we'll go double Hobgoblin next. Is there such thing as early game in Snap if cards are collected randomly? There is, because you don't have access to as many like pool 3 resources. So there definitely is an early game. Maybe we don't do the Hobgoblin. I thought we did, but maybe it becomes a little bit safer of like double White Widow. We could even go single Green Goblin if we wanted. Let's go with the double White Widow, just in case they fill. What if they have a Nihilist? I'll cry. I'll cry if they have a Nihilist. Otherwise, I think we're all right. All right, so they have the double knocker, and they can turn off Sinister London whenever they choose to. Did you mention the changes they're making to League? That everybody's getting the emote, or are there additional changes that are coming down? All right, let's shoot for a Hobgoblin mid. See what we can do from there. They do change both mid and right, so they go ahead and move both of their Nocturnes. So that we turn off the... Into Sandman is big. Huge. Unfortunately huge. So for them, Red Hulk always goes in the left, right? We could do Hazmat. I wonder if they knew that Sandman was the only hit they were going to flip for. So a Hazmat brings them down by 4, brings us down by 2. So at that point, it'd be a tie in the right lane. Because Hazmat already got negatively afflicted by Cassandra. It would go -2, -3. I guess it's a tie in mid as well. No, it's not a great play. We're going to retreat out of it. Rip in pieces. Rip in big pieces, unfortunately, in Tarot. Tie right, tie left. Or tie right, tie mid. The left, yeah, is rough for sure. Sir Shady said, send a goblin down mid. That's always the answer. The goblin down mid is always going to be the answer.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Oof. I think I'm dropping in points now. Oh well. Oh, that was to the Salcon guy? Gotcha. What did they announce? Where did they announce the changes to the league? So they announced them in the Discord under game news. They just didn't do like an at everybody. It's just at community posts. And then Zaolin, the Fist, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. I'm so glad to have you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Does Jeff override Sandman? He does. You're able to drop 2 cards if you play Jeff last. It's crazy that a 4-cube game at your rank doesn't affect you, but for me, in infinite 4 cubes is like 1,000 places. Yeah. Once you get a little bit higher up, the
Opponent snapped.
split for like the SP gap in between ranks is really big. I was trying to figure out their snap, and I almost want to snap back into it. But against Arisham, that always feels a little greedy. We're going to do it anyways. Salcon. Gotcha. My goodness. So the Loki on curve gives them a lot of cool resources, unfortunately. It also makes our Cassandra Nova a little bit less ideal. We can do double Nocturne into double White Widow. The last time we had a clog game with Sinister London didn't turn out too well for us, unfortunately. They go double Cassandra Nova, which I think is probably always the right call there. We do have some cool lines with like a Ghost Spider Dagger or a double Ajax. Might be able to do some cool things. Ghastly, you said you called it. Everyone including the Deadpool emote. I'm glad that they just... I honestly didn't think they would go that line, but I'm glad that they did. KO, you said I say it with love, I promise. Sure you do. Kevlar, you said, is Marvel Boy worth the tokens? If you enjoy Zoo, I'd say yeah. If like the Gilgamesh Zoo style gameplay doesn't really excite you for long, I'd say probably you're probably okay to skip. Wait, the double 5 power Green Goblin? Oh no, it's the Hobgoblin. Oof. The dude at the top of my league has 43,000 points. He's been exploiting since moment 1. Love Zoo, don't have Kyra though. In my area, I don't see a lot of Killmonger, but I think he'd probably be common at certain points. I think we just skip here.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Eduardo, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. I'm so glad that you're here. I think we skip it on this one. They could potentially cap us in mid, which would hurt. Otherwise, we have the mobile Nocturnes to use. Hey, TLSG, what was the leak? Wait, there was a leak? Or exploit? Alright, so they do have the big follow-up Ajax. Honestly, that's probably fine though, right? We go Nocturne, Nocturne, double Ajax, Hazmat. Already winning right. Ooh, but once we, hold on. Once we move Nocturne out of left, I think it's this instead. We move Nocturne left, we go Ajax Hazmat. Otherwise, I think they win the left lane. That's what we're going to stick with. So our double Ajax in return, the Hazmat coming down. We'll see. We'll see if it's going to be enough. They do give us the fist bump, the Hazmat on their end coming down as well, but we scale further in the right lane than theirs can. The mid lane, they go with Eliath in the left, the big Eliath, but we will grab the 8 cubes against Socrates.
Victory.
The Loki line created some craziness for him. I'm glad we were able to hold it down, though. You said, hey, TLSG, what was the leak you commented? What leak are you talking about? There was like an exploit for getting points in the words are tough. The Deadpool League. But I don't think there was any leak necessarily. Why did he stay? I'm not sure. You said Socrates is a goated chatter. Socrates is always goated. He's gotta be my least favorite philosopher. Yeah, but I mean, there's so many great philosophers out there. Side note, I really hope they bring back a variant of Diner. Yeah, they plan to. They plan to bring it back every few months, I think. And then JF said, I thought TLSG made a YouTube video on it. On what? The leak or the exploit? Yeah, I did make a video on the exploit. Because there were people that were abusing it, and not everybody knew it was a thing. So I wanted it to at least be a level playing field for everybody. So if someone wanted to like farm it out, then everyone might as well have the same chance. Looking forward to the diner. Yeah, I definitely enjoy the diner. Being able to pull like a free card every once in a while, I think goes a long ways. Especially like I'm okay with grinding. I'm okay with playing the game to engaging with the game to get rewards. And so I definitely enjoyed diner. But it is time for a really quick ad break. We're gonna queue it up and then jump back into a little bit more of this Ajax negative monstrosity. We'll see you guys in just a second. Shady said, I hope the reward track for future diners are just as good. I agree. The reward track for last diner was so big, with a good mixture of like credits, gold, borders. It definitely felt worthwhile to engage in. It was very stressful for the earlier floors, but after you got to like the 30 million refresh, was super easy going. And then Foster said, I didn't get Cassandra. Oof, I'm sorry. I definitely think it could have been tough to grind for everybody if you didn't have a lot of time. What's the best time to climb ladder? Sometimes, so for me, which this may not be for everybody, but for me, playing on ladder outside of peak hours is so much better. So like whenever I'm streaming, like my stream time, that's when most of the like engaged or really active players are there. And so it's a lot harder for me to climb. And so in general, late at night is easier for me. I donated billions of bubs to help people. Alpha, yep, I did too. Once I got to that point, I donated as much as I could. Ranger said, I hate playing during the day. Yeah, like the level difference, and I don't think it's even the level difference. It's just there's so much more variety of decks and players that it's hard to climb as consistently. As we're coming back from the break, Game said, I donated to everyone who didn't play Arsham. That is the way. I get top 5 ranked players later at night. Ooh, really? It may depend on your region. But now that we're back from the ad break, I'm gonna go ahead and pull my Conquest mystery variant, see what pixel we pick. We get a Dan Hip Lady Sif, which isn't bad. We have a couple of other Lady Sif variants, but it's nice that it wasn't Pixel for once. My last, I think, 2 or 3 mystery variants have all been Pixel. Weird Alpha is definitely a weird looking Pixel for sure. I find the sweet spot was like 6 to 9. Yeah, that could be it. Like most of the late night grinders are asleep. Most of the like prime time grinders are not active yet. I can see that being pretty good. All right, next up we have Baba Chuga. The first location is the Crimson Cosmos. They did steal one of our cards. Alpha says, I have like 60 to 70 pixels, not by choice. I'm curious how many I have. I'd be very curious to see. And then Optimum, you said, do you think a mill deck is still viable after the Doc Ock change? Not right now. I think Doc Ock was such a pivotal piece in it. And like draining those additional resources. Maybe you can go with like a mill and hand like disrupt. So like your like either Moon Knight or Black Bolt, but it doesn't have as much of the like an immediate result. And so I think probably not. But it's always worth experimenting with. Unfortunately, their Spider Ham hit our Ravona. I'm going to go ahead and play it out anyways. It said mill by itself, but maybe as a package. Yeah, I think maybe as a package, especially with like hand disrupt, might be okay. Didn't Sage feel good to you? Wait, or why the switch to Nocturne? So we switched decks altogether, Holliesworth. This is my second game with this deck. But no, Sage felt good in the other one. Sage would probably be good in this one, but with how much other junk and clutter has been going around, I wanted a way to, 1, take off the like limbo locations, and 2, be able to play a card that we can then later move. So we have the package of the Iron Fist Ghost Spider Dagger to get some pretty good power on maybe the mid lane. So maybe we focus early on the right location, lull them into a false sense of security, and then we do like the dagger move over into mid to get it to 12 pretty quickly. I think I'll hold off on getting Zemo. Yeah, Zemo's biggest issue is that he takes up very precious board space. And so even in the latest versions that I ran, I ended up for the most part dropping Zemo. This would be our only bet, but I'm not sure that it wins. Our other bet could be the Ghost Spider it back. And then we'd be reliant on like an Ajax to the left. Echo's invisible? Yeah, Echo's invisible. To both the player and the playee. Hey TLSG, how are the games going? They're going well. We actually, I don't know that well is the description anymore. They've been going okay. So I started off dropping from it was rank 130. I climbed to I think 97 was the peak that we got, and then we hit a couple of bad flips, played a couple of unquestionable matches, and we're back at 124. So not bad, but it's just not great like it was earlier. Hopefully you've been having a good week though. Hopefully I'm glad that you're here. I played into Echo before. I hate it so much. Zhao, me too. I think everybody has. It's such a painful thing to happen. But it happens. It happens quite a bit. I wish she had some kind of animation. The hazmat here is super unfortunate. Which takes away our ability with like the Ajax stuff.
Opponent snapped.
But if we end up getting like a double move for dagger, we could potentially outscale a Red Hulk. Commodore, you said TLSG, I hit infinite today, 80 to 100 in with one of your recent junk builds. Huge Commodore. I'm so glad that you were able to hit infinite and that you're also enjoying the build. So it's an Arsham deck, and they got Red Hulk on 1, which was so massive for them. We can do Cassandra Nova, but in an Arsham, I almost want to save it for later on in the game. Let's go something like Hobgoblin mid. We'll act like we're giving up on Sakaar, and maybe commit to it later. I don't have US Agent for Milk either. For Mill. Okay, I was like, what are you talking about? For Mill either. Was thinking Baron Mordo. I think Baron Mordo is an okay card with where he's at. So it may not be an awful choice. All right, let's go White Widow left. We'll go Kate Bishop. Maybe that'll give us an Acid Arrow. Maybe it'll be a Grapple Arrow, which would greatly help out our dagger line. And we do fill up the left lane, so good value there. It's going to be locked in place. No Grapple Arrow. We do get the Acid Arrow, though. And then the Iron Fist coming in really big for us. Something like Acid Arrow. This is locked in place, so do we ever... Cassandra Nova? Cassandra will be 16. I think we do. We'll clutter this a bit more. Next turn, we always have the Iron Fist dagger into mid.
Oh, snap.
So the Acid Arrow coming in big. The Cassandra Nova coming in huge force in the left lane. Destroyer taking away the negative downside of all of like the Hobgoblin, all of the stuff. And I honestly thought we used all of our energy that last turn. I guess we did not. So we do have to respect an extra +3 over here. And so this would just end up being a tie. Oof. So it turns out Cassandra Nova was not the right call. It ends up being this, which I don't know that it wins. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. I don't think there's any shot that that wins. Oh my goodness. For all they know, you can Shang. It's a hard stay for them. Yeah, it's a hard stay for them. I'm glad that they respected the possible Shang-Chi. My goodness, that was close. Toffee, you said, yo, TLSG, I love your content, and that new Loki deck of yours was a lot of fun to play. Genuine question to you in chat. Out of Hydra Bob, Jean Grey, Makari, Namora, Fastos, and Valentina, who is worth the 6 or 3,000 tokens? I think Namora is the strongest out of those that you listed. Like she has some pretty good build around decks that can put out a silly amount of power. Yeah, if both people retreat, you don't lose cubes. Usually you'll gain or lose like 1 SP depending on the rank gap, but you don't lose any like cubes or anything. Bobby Lee Swagger, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Oh, Namora, that's true. Namora is coming in a cache in the next couple of months though. And I know that I want to say Jean Grey also was. And then Jor, you said I'm only missing White Widow and Sage. Is there any you would recommend over that? So don't have Sage in this one. Or are you talking about in the Loki deck? And so in the Loki deck, you can definitely replace those for the 2 cost, another good value 2 cost. So maybe a Shadow King, maybe Medusa, or like a Scorpion. For the 3 cost slot would end up being like Juggernaut, Red Guardian, or like an Elsa or Killmonger. There's a lot of good replacements there. They're just not 1-to-1. Wolfsbane could be okay too, yeah. Makari isn't necessary for the Sandman. Yeah, Makari's not necessary for it. It just helps you like cheat out a little bit of extra value. And so we're going against Socrates again. We were able to get 8 cubes off of him earlier. Hopefully we'll be able to do the same. I didn't think this one through because we're not going to be able to draw here once we drop the Kate Bishop. We won't be able to do Hobgoblin on 5 because of the Dream Dimension. I think maybe go Acid Arrow. Go ahead and drop the Iron Fist Dagger. Maybe. Second dinner announced in Discord they're awarding the Deadpool emote to everybody. Yeah, Targaryen. I saw that. I think that's the right call. I'm glad that they came to that decision or made that decision because I definitely think it was the right one to do. All right, so we could move Dagger one more time. Shift it over here. And then drop our Hazmat, which would allow us to do Ajax and Pim Arrow. I kind of like it. It's not a, I guess a Shadow King Shang-Chi in the right would derail us. So I don't think we snap into it. I thought about it, but I think we're just going to play it for the 2. Vision mid, Hawk over to the left is going to be a pretty big one, but I think there's a chance we overshoot it. So this would be our best bet. I'm not sure, depending on where they position their cards, I'm not sure that it wins in the right lane. A Shadow King just derails everything that we had over there. But otherwise, the Ajax becomes really big. We could maybe even drop it in mid if we thought that that was worthwhile. You said, yeah, it is. It was for nothing. Well, I think the biggest thing that showed was this really big camaraderie amongst the community to all jump in. And oof, that is a big right lane rotation. No, we're not going to be able to beat that big right lane. Ooh, or the left lane, for that matter. So the idea here is to win a lane with Tempo, the other Ajax. The biggest idea here is to hit clutter with your White Widow, your Green Goblin, your Hobgoblin, or the arrow from Kate Bishop into figuring out the way to win from there. Sometimes it's going to be your dagger move, sometimes it's Ajax, but I haven't been having incredible luck with it so far. We're 4 games in now, 3 games in, and we've won 1. So I'm giving it a little bit of a shot, but the early impression has been not great. I love inked cards, so they're perfect companion. You hunger for more matte black. I like the ink variants as well, and I think the matte black goes like perfectly hand in hand with those. So this is the Sandman build. We have to look out for what they can do. So we want to play our cards a little bit more in line with the randomness that comes with like a Sandman. Sandman into Ultron. We have to respect that, like that power level that they can send around. So the extra energy here, we could go Green Goblin into Iron Fist. Next turn would set up like, because this deck doesn't typically run Shang-Chi, right? Next turn we can go Dagger into Ghost Spider to pull it back over to the right. Go with that. Who should I grab in your opinion? Ajax, Elsa, Annihilus, or US Agent? I like Ajax the most. He's just a really, really big body. So that's the one that I would say, but it really depends on kind of your own personal preferences, I think. Targaryen said, I don't even understand why an emote in one variant is worth 15 hours of win trading. I agree. Bobby Lee. I'm not able to read that. I could maybe throw it into a translator. Yeah, I think the reason that people were grinding was because it was going to be exclusive. And so anytime there's exclusivity, it's something that is very highly sought after. So the Miss Marvel play, it looks like maybe this is a pivot on the Sandman stuff. So maybe they do have Sandman, but maybe it's Sandman into like a leader line that we have to look out for. Let's go Ajax. Then they have to at least respect the threat of like a hazmat. Ooh. The Annihilus? What?
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
15 hours is excessive. Yeah, 15 hours is a lot. Like I played normally and then only did a little bit of win trading whenever I realized it was a thing and then went to bed. It was very boring. I don't think I could see myself doing it for that long. I would get way too bored way too fast. Such a bad snap. Yeah, it should have been before the Annihilus. And then Bobby Lee said, good luck with your matches. And by the way, thanks again for your tip the other day. I got Nocturne with the tokens and now Red Hulk with the key. Huge, Bobby Lee. Hopefully they're doing well for you. Hopefully they're treating you incredibly well. This deck isn't feeling like it. I'll queue up into one more. What else would do incredibly well? The Sandman stuff is fine. We have the Theena stuff, which is really well, like, very played out. Maybe we go with like the Wong White Tiger Namora stuff. The only thing that would fall to would be heavy clog, which we're not seeing a lot of heavy clog. It's more so like this kind of mid-range clog instead. So they lost their White Widow. We lose our Ravonna. Fortunate. Ajax or Nocturne for 6. You can use Nocturne in more decks. Ajax in the decks that he's in, he's that like big end game play, and so he's the lane winner. But Nocturne is going to be able to be used a bit more flexibly and more often. All right, let's go Green Goblin, or we go White Widow. Let's see if maybe we can overpower their left lane. Probably not, but we'll see. Ajax is one deck. Not necessarily one deck. There are some, I think, flexible options for it. We continue to find some good use for Ajax. Like there was an Ajax Bounce, there was an Ajax Clog, but it's very much a a niche card. So it doesn't go into a wide variety of archetypes. So we can always dagger. We could try to clutter mid so that we have an easier time overpowering what they have there as well. So the Sunspot mid is big. Ajax had a focus, Nocturne is general. I agree with that one. Ajax had a bad rep on release, a very bad rep on release, for sure. So we could go Ajax into Iron Fist, Dagger, maybe the Hazmat that we top deck. And even if not, they'll typically have to respect the fact that Ajax could potentially scale really big here. I was hating on Ajax as well. Wait, the Legion. Oh, no. There's our dagger. Oh, no. Here goes our Iron Fist. That was rude. $200 IQ? It was a big IQ play. We are getting, we're getting bodied with this one. All right. I'm pulling back into... I'm not seeing as much Shadow King. We're still seeing a bit of... the Sandman stuff. And so something that goes really tall, really fast, outscales the Sandman line. We'll give this one a try. We may go back to the Loki deck because at least that one was winning like 60%. But I'd like to pivot if we can. Most underrated cards in Snap. Juggernaut, Legion, Quake, Claw. So from that list, I think Claw is the lesser of them. But the rest can absolutely be... They're ran so infrequently that they can absolutely steal games. So if it's a Claw in a deck that you're not expecting the Claw, absolutely. But otherwise, yeah, I think Juggernaut's a huge upset. We have the Negasonic, which, same thing. If you have tempo, it can take away their big, like, monumental last turn. But yeah, he has been in there for the last couple of months, but still a good one. This looks pretty good. Ravona into whatever we draw next, into Wong Namora. Feels pretty solid. You can add Echo as well. So good for a 1-cost card. Yeah, but it's so hard to get the value out of your Echo. But when she pops, she absolutely pops. Like, she can completely derail certain games. So let's go Echo. We'll go Wong, Namora on 5. We can move cards over into New York to clear up a space here if we need. Locational control cards. Yeah, locational control is so big. Wow. Why did they bounced the beast back in, which is crazy. They played the rocket, but it didn't hit. Maybe they have a falcon, so they're going to replay rocket again. What is a Relental? And why does our opponent want to Nandor them? They're wanting multiple Relentals though. Namora is kind of lingering in that underrated zone as well. Just seeing her, yeah, she can be really strong, but she falls to like the Shang-Chi stuff, the Shadow King, or she can. But when she pops, like, very little that you can do about it. The White Widow. White Widow was unfortunate. None called for. We can do Jeff Sage. We could do... Still do Namora to pump up the Nightcrawler. We have our White Tiger. White Tiger plus Sage can be really big here. Because White Tiger will go off twice, leaving 8 power wherever it goes. Sage will help us win the Wong lane. So I think it'd be Wong of us to not stay here. When Miss Marvel was a 415, she was busted. Yeah, she was pretty good. I think she's still pretty solid as she is. Viper into the hood is unfortunate. I want to keep 80 more board space that I can, hopefully. The Nico the Nico into New York change. Well, that was a good pivot from him. It was a good snapback. Unfortunate, but it was good. Well, Ironheart would be the only way to reach this lane with any more power. And then Hydra King said, hey TLSG, can you pick an avatar that gives good vibes as we head into the weekend? Absolutely, Hydra King. So the demon comes down, they slow play the rest of it. Sandra Nova comes in a touch too late. Not a lot she's gonna provide for us, unfortunately. Another Cassandra Nova. It only becomes 3 though. Two, 4, 6, 8. Power here brings it to 16. If they call Werewolf away from the right lane, I think this is definitely a cope stay if we stay, but I still kind of want to do it. So if they call Werewolf away, it's not 16. 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6, 8. Why is it not 16? Moving 3 away. Oh, in the left lane. Yeah, but if they call Werewolf out of it, then we'd be fine. I don't think they do though. We know they have Rocket. So maybe they Rocket here, which would end up being 5. Goes to 18. This is 16. We lose mid to a Rocket.
Escaped.
Oh, and we're moving Jeff out of mid, so -3. Thank you guys. 5 + 8 mid. You guys got my back. They probably have Cannonball. I didn't get the sense in a Werewolf bounce deck. I don't think they'd have Cannonball. But we are going to take Hydra King up on his point redemption. We're going to choose an avatar. But it does look like it's also time for a quick set of ads. We're going to run to a real quick break, and then we will be back. Captain Goulash, welcome in. Stream Friday night. It's a party. It is absolutely a party over here on the TLSG stream. We'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. So we have the new Negasonic one that looks pretty sleek, but we need good vibes. So we need a good avatar here. Switch the scenes. Clear it up a bit.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Is Hope Summers worth tokens or Kyera? I'd say no on Kyera. Hope Summers maybe. We just had her in a spotlight recently, right? Either that or she may be coming up in one. You may look ahead at the spotlights before spending the tokens on it. And Waspinator, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Hopefully you're having a fantastic week so far. All right, the goodest of boys, Cosmo, I think starts it. And then Carne, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well for the 2nd month. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a great week. And hopefully your Friday has been pretty pain-free. I think that's the one we're going to go with. We're going to go with the good old Cosmo, because he just looks so happy, sending out the good vibes. That Chibi Orca. I do like this one. I didn't realize I had this one. I do like it though. I think I'm gonna have to maybe run it in an infinite Conquest this season, see if I can get the border on it. But we're gonna go with the goodest of boys, Cosmo. He just looks so happy, putting out the positive vibes. And then we're of course gonna go with his Cosmo card back as well. Maybe that'll turn our luck around. Maybe we'll have a little bit of luck with whatever deck we're running. We haven't been able to find much footing for a little while. We're still trying to claw our way back. Then I'll go down in flames saying Pixel Arnold Zola is the best avatar. Is the Pixel one the one that it's like a... It's the picture of the face in the middle of the robot? Is that right? Thanks for streaming, by the way. Thanks for being here, Stimpy. I wouldn't be able to do it without you guys. And so we can either throw Echo to the wolves. We could throw Nightcrawler over there. We have the Ravona line. I'm going to go ahead and sacrifice the Echo and see. Brandizzle. So the tracker... Oh, thank you. What? It'll make them kneel real fast. From the rotation. It's not great for us, though. Like, we don't have a good scaling source. Like a Wong, Sage, Odin would be our line. What an unfortunate. Oh, Lord, you said maybe you just need good luck. The good old kneel before Galactus. I mean, you called it. I'm going to wait one more turn. They get Living Tribunal out of the rotation. They did have the arrow, so maybe they have an Acid Arrow. Unfortunate, it is a clutter deck in the most limited board space game that I could have ever found myself in. They haven't snapped, so I'm just going to stay at least for another turn. But I'm pretty sure... Ooh, okay. See if they clutter us. Odin can save? Maybe. Odin could maybe save us. I think they'll always be capped out, so we won't be able to send Green Goblin back, but Sage could potentially hit that limit. Unless they cap us out. We got our hover ready. Wait, what? Why? Were they worried about the return fire? No way. Odin can come in to save the day. Stream sniping? Maybe. Maybe they were stream sniping. I don't know. Spoke it into existence. Absolutely spoke it into existence. My goodness. We just needed the avatar. We just needed the avatar to to turn it back around. It was the good luck charm from the Cosmo. It did it indeed. We take those. We take those where we can. My goodness. Made him kneel and worthy at the same time. All right, next up we have Angry Snap. Let's see if we can make him a little angry. Subterranean is a little bit unfortunate with things like Iron Lad or just our general draw. We'll see if we're able to hold it down. And then Yola, you said, hello TLSG, I'm your personalized conglomerate advisor. How may the conglomerate be supportive today? We just need some wins, my friend. That's the only help that I need. And I think you're just the man that can make it happen. Sonal, welcome in. I'm doing well. I'm doing well so far. We're having a pretty good stream. The cubes have been up and down, but the positive times have been flowing. And so overall, we're having a great one. We do get White Tiger, so a Wong or Iron Lad gamble into the White Tiger could be kind of cool. Ooh, Dream Dimension makes it not so cool. Sokovia discards my Thanos. Oof, that is a rough one. I heard from Dex that Conglomerate is a donator alliance. Well, then we can take some donations. And if you heard it from Dex, it must be true. All right, so we can do the White Tiger because we did hit Ravona with the Iron Lad. But without Wong, it doesn't get a lot spread, and they have a double Marvel Boy with the Nico, so big. I think we retreat out of that. And if they get any other one cost, that's an extra 6 per turn. So big of value. Then Strange Hollow, you said TLSG, do you think Ajax would be a better token purchase than the cards coming out this month? Probably. Like there may be one that upsets and surprises me, but for the most part, I think Ajax is a bit stronger, more consistently. All right, so with Shanna, a lot of one costs as that option now. And without having like the Wong stuff, I think it would be the Wong time to stay. I've seen people trying Marvel Boy and Thanos, but only 5 of the stones now get buffed by him. Yeah, and so the biggest thing with Marvel Boy is you need those one cost out, and you need them out early. And you need to draw Marvel Boy early. And so I would almost rather go with like a quirky Lockjaw Black Swan Thanos build than like Marvel Boy in it. We can hope they restore the Mind Stone. I agree. I think at this point, Thanos, I think they could restore the Mind Stone and it wouldn't be awful. Don't forget about my Ajax deck that I have faced you with, the combo with Sarah. Go out on 6. I've gotten you quite a few times. Hey, you don't have to tell our secrets. I actually don't know the full makeup of the deck that you're running. I do remember getting bodied a couple of times by the Sarah stuff, because Mobius is non-existent right now. But I don't remember like the rest of your makeup with it. Do you like the Ajax deck with Dagger package? I tried it, and maybe it was just our luck, but I went 1 in 5. It's like the opponent had the answer to everything we wanted to do before we had the chance to do it. All right, so we have the Wong, White Tiger, Odin. And so pretty good value. If we can top deck a Sage here, then we'll throw the Sage into the open lane and hopefully be able to go from there. Gamma Lab. I guess we're just throwing Cassandra into the mix, into the fray. We could also, I guess, do the double Hulk. There's no need to just mindlessly sacrifice it. We get Ravona into Debris. I haven't seen Debris since I think the season started. But we switch over to Wong White Tiger stuff. I get probably pretty trampled by it. Seems to me Marvel Boy would make Thanos. Thanos' good draws better and bad draws worse. Yeah, that's definitely what it seems like. They kind of only went halfway with the Thanos rework. Yeah, I hope they do a little bit more to it. All right, let's go White Tiger to grab priority. We always have Odin to re-trigger, but it's not going to be much in the left lane, which becomes an issue. Snap is scary. They could have double clutter here. Titania plus Goblin. Ooh, just Hawk in the right. So they'll have to play for all 3 lanes here. I think their easiest fight would be like Mystique, other good 3 cost. But I'm curious enough that I want to see it. Is it interesting behavior change? They drop 1 new card. and we all check the opponent's deck size at the start of each game. Yeah, I definitely check their side, the deck size at the start of every single game. Whether it be on mobile or on PC looking at the tracker. What a fantastic day. Wife and I just got home with baby boy number 4, born yesterday morning, and now able to relax with the fam and watch some TLSG snap stream. Chase, hopefully you get some good rest. I know how tiring that a new baby boy can be. But congratulations. Hopefully
Are ye worthy?
hopefully he is happy and healthy.
Worthy.
Very big accomplishment for you, my friend. So the Mystique copy in the right, they definitely outscale us there, and then Copycat. This bump was a little bit unnecessary. Copycat stealing Sage gave them the lift they needed. Blitz said, "Oh, I know this guy." We're just on a rough string, but it's just one of those things. It is exactly what it is. He's a big emoter. Okay, so maybe we didn't. Maybe just the one fist bump was fine. What am I doing? We had Nightcrawler. Why did we skip turn 1? Good, they're doing well. Hopefully the baby boy ends up being a good sleeper for you. Let's go Ravona into Aunt May so that it moves, and then we'll adjust from there. At least it wasn't Miss Marvel. Right. That's what I'm saying. It could have been worse. If he's a big emoter, then it could have been much, much worse. We have Wong. We also have like a Nightcrawler Jeff to make sure we don't get full capped anywhere. I'd love it if mobile could allow for deck tracking. Me too, Brandizzle. Like I don't even, I wish it, more so I wish it enabled stat tracking. So being able to look at your performance, for me would be really big. But no such luck so far. So Wong. Maybe Wong here. Into Namora. Into Ironheart stuff. Let's go for it. And then Lord said, ever since you queued me into posture check, thank you so much, Rice Burner. I end up sitting like an absolute goblin. But Lord, you said ever since you queued me into people using the Miss Marvel as a middle finger, I can't unsee it. It's just one of those things. You can't unsee it. So Iron Lad has some really good hits here. We would still be susceptible to Shang-Chi, but if it hits Namora, great. Cassandra, probably okay. The Sage is fine. Echo would be the worst hit. So it's a 3 out of 4 chance to get something good. We could also just go White Tiger so that we're spreading our power across the board, which I think it might be like the safer option, but the other ones may be more fun. 3 out of 4 good hits, yeah. And so it's hard for me to not go with the Iron Lad because of the good hits that it could hit. But spreading the Tigers across is so big as well. Snap CL King, welcome in. How you doing? I'm doing well. Hopefully you're doing well as well. The Graveyard was a wonderful addition. Let's go further. Yes, the Graveyard, I really enjoy the Graveyard and the discard. So that you can keep tabs on it. So the Hazmat, the Werewolf is nasty big. They're going to have an Ajax coming down. Ooh, so we would have hit Namora. And then we would have hit an Odin. And the opponent would have been Namor. So what is the snap into? hazmat rocket bring the werewolf over. Brings us down to 9. I think they beat us with the Odin. So demon to the right. We only get 7 more, so it wins them right, and then Ajax somewhere, right? I think we always lose this one. Move Jeff 2. We can move the Jeff 2. But I think without a Sage for that guaranteed value in the Wong lane, what's a good deck to hit infinite this season? Junk or Clutter Stuff is pretty good. Zoo is a very consistent performer. It's just not very exciting. It's very linear. But it does have decent stats. And so if you have like Gilgamesh, it'll perform very, very well. Please give us in-game tracker. And playing on my phone will be so much better. Yeah. I like playing on my phone more, but playing on the PC, it just has more accessibility, and I can track my performance. So even if I'm like, I think I'm doing well, I can really put some metrics to it. And so this will be the last game for this one, unless we just see a significant turnaround. We've been struggling with this one too. Theena got me to the hump. Yeah, Theena stuff is still really, really good. I hit infinite with negative tribunal. Yeah, negative tribunal I think is in a decent spot.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Okay. Let's go Cassandra Nova. Let's see what location they changed the Marvel Boy location. That's fine. We should be able to go higher than Marvel Boy, I think. We can set up a Wong into Elysium, into White Tiger, into Odin to rescale to Cassandra further. War Machine is interesting. Bold of you, Chirpy. Main deck War Machine? Yeah, it's a main deck War Machine. We found one out in the wild. I'm surprised I didn't get the first time seen pop up. I think I've only seen War Machine played like 2 times. Blink is a good one. So super heavy in the right lane. They filled it up. We know that we're guaranteed a win in the right with our Odin play. So Odin here triggers 4 more times, giving us a pretty sizable lead in all of the lanes. Let me just pull it home from there. Yeah, it's turn 5. Odin doesn't completely fill. He's only going to fill up 4 of the 6, right? If he feels right, that's fine. If he feels left, that's probably fine too. And then Cry, you said, hey TLSG, how are you? What do you mean by leagues are broken? So I guess we can change our title. I forgot that was the title. So with leagues, there was... Oh, this is the Infinite one? Yeah, it looks like it's the Infinite, but we have power everywhere. And so there were people win trading in... There were people win trading in the Proving Grounds. So you would hop in. Each person would retreat on turn 1. Juggernaut. Okay, Juggernaut for them wouldn't do anything here, right? Each player was retreating turn 1 back and forth, and then both players would net 500 points by the end of a Proving Ground round without playing any, just retreating the whole way. And then it would take about 3-4 minutes, and it would be over. They did come back and say that everybody gets the reward from... Everybody gets the Deadpool emote since they messed it up, but... So we won 4. We're back on the winning streak. We'll continue letting it ride, at least for a bit. You just play one game during the event to qualify? Yeah, I believe so. I believe it's just the one, and that's all you need. As long as you're in a league, then you'll get the Deadpool reward. Unless they just do a blanket, give it to every account, which they might do as well.
Opponent snapped.
So they did snap on us. We have a really good setup here. But I'm afraid to snap back against an Arsham deck. I would not bet on that joining league. Yeah, definitely play at least, if you have to play at least, I would say at least play one. But so Cassandra Nova into Wong, into Namora, into Odin. Seems like my line. We could also go Sage, but I think the Cassandra Nova is going to give us a bigger long-term impact. It said anyone who participated in leagues. Get wrecked. Thank you so much. I wasn't telling you to get wrecked. That's your name. But thank you for the call out. So definitely at least play one game within these 2 days so that you can join. Or so that you get the Deadpool emote. All right. Let's go ahead and throw Wong down. Yeah, and a blue border, which I think is really big of them. I had very low hope that they would give everybody a reward for it, but I'm glad that they did. I think it's a really big, like, good faith effort on their part. Weren't you talking about a Socrates earlier? Yeah, so we've faced Socrates so many times today, and every time we do, it's like a big like 4 or 8 cube match. So the copycat stole Echo. Thankfully, after our Wong came down, otherwise that would have been very Wong of them. Let's go ahead and play Namora into Odin, and I think we'll be okay with that. The Smiley, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Easy 8 now? Don't jinx it, Doc. Don't jinx it, Doctor. I've had stranger things happen. So like a Shang-Chi Shadow King could ruin it for us. Shang-Chi Shadow King is possible. I hope not, but it is. Well, mid is safe. Yeah, mid is safe. We at least win this one. I hope. The famous last words. There's no way you can lose. I don't think we do, because they did drop Loki on curve. And it was an Arsham deck, so they would have had to have just a tremendous draw. But they're going to Odin left. Yeah, I think so. If they stay. Switch in case of Electra. Okay, we'll go ahead and do it. I don't think we're worried about Electra, but if we were, you may have just saved us some cubes. Yeah, if they drop Electra, it would be epic. But I doubt it. Now change it back in case they snipe. Ooh, good call. Good call.
Victory.
Oh, where'd my fist bump go? There it is. Electra right, Shang left. Oh, would have been nasty for sure. See, they bailed once you figured out the once you figured out the Electra tech. That was their secret weapon. They realized that I knew. They couldn't drop Electra to the right. If Electra comes down, you got to give them a lifetime subscription. Absolutely. Yeah, we gift them right now. So a little bit of a rough start with the deck. We started out 1-5. We're slowly turning it around. We started out 1-4. Now we're 3-4. So we're chipping away at the negativity that we started with. Kamar Taj is a fantastic starting location, depending on what the opponent's running. We played Wise Gamora earlier. I don't remember if they were the one running Goliath or not, or Annihilus or not. Wise Gamora? I don't know why is Gamora. What is their title? They don't have a title. Whoa, their collection level 55,000? My goodness, Gamora. Sandra on curve on 3 could be pretty big. What even is money? I don't know, Brandizzle. I don't know. I want to know what they do for a living, though. Yeah, I know it's a Drax quote for the Gamora line. We could go Cassandra Nova mid so that we can set up a Namora line. Why is Gamora so high in collection level? You're asking the true questions. And then Shindig Cage. I just saw your hydrate reminder. I appreciate it. I think this is the rare case that we're not going to go Cassandra Nova into Kamar Taj, because we need something that overpowers them in Warrior Falls. At least for a couple of turns, because after the Namora comes down, it'll be fine.
Oh, snap.
Namora on a Wong on Kamar Taj into an Odin. I wouldn't even care if we lost. It would be that big. Hawk mid. Hawk is 5, right? They'd have to do Hawk next turn. Ooh, the Moon Knight is fine. We only lose our Ravonna. It doesn't hit our bigger cards. They do steal the ability of one of our cards. We don't know which one, but Namora is going to be massive here. Ex-Bitcoin user? Maybe. Ooh, into the Black Bolt is brutal. My goodness. They are locked into the left lane, though. So all we have to do is put more than 2 in that lane, and we should be fine. One big Jeff. Well, we can't put more than 2 in the left lane. More than 2, eh? Yeah, exactly. Exactly, more than 2. We could move the Jeff, but we're still worried about like Shang-Chi. Tying left is fine. Jeff is more than 2. I'm still worried about like the Shang-Chi stuff, but he retreated later for sure. Good call. A good call of the undead. Nightcrawler left and let them work out which lane to win on. Yeah, and then the always the possibility of having anything bigger than Nightcrawler. So like our Ironheart, Sage, Iron Lad, really any other draw besides the Rock or the Nightcrawler would have done it. Shadow King plus Shang. Yeah, but they also had the Moon Knight. And so I think it'd be much rarer for them to have both. One, if not both of them. We do have a quick ad break starting up, you guys, and then we'll continue our upward climb with this deck here in just a second. Q-Braid is crazy now. For this deck looks so much fun. I enjoy the deck, but you have to be patient when it's not working, because there can be some spurts where it doesn't. But we're gonna run to a really quick ad break. I'll pull up the league standing, and ooh, we are still in second with our climbing here recently. And most of that was done natural. I just play a lot. I play an ungodly amount of Snap. Yeah, Carl has been sitting up there for a while. He definitely wanted the premium mystery variant for sure. Or maybe the matte black borders. Maybe that was his motivation. All right, but we should, I think, be able to launch in. I'll upgrade a card real fast. One from this deck. Seen real fast. So we have the blue on him. For the Wong, I feel like we need custom border on him as well. I kind of wish I would have used my neon green on him instead of Mysterio. Unfortunate. I used all my matte blacks too. All right, we'll skip on that. Set it up. I think we'll call it good. I still don't have enough boosters to split Echo even once, which is sad. She's been out for so long, and I just haven't played her enough. Way to go, Carl. Yeah, Carl was grinding it out. I did, in fact. Oh, there you are, Carl. Are you are you the one that's matched up in my league, Carl? Welcome in. We summoned you. Looking at the standings, though. You did, in fact, put in some time. Not just Carl, but you are the Carl. And then the Aeon, you said I reached my booster cap. The grind has me crazy. Also dropped like 100 SP. Yeah, so I grinded for like 3 or 4 hours after the event released, because I just enjoy Marvel Snap, and if there's a like exclusive variant or something just for playing like normal, I'm definitely in. What cards are best for the distress borders? I don't know. I think distress borders are a little underwhelming in general. But I'd say anything, for what I've been doing, is anything that matches the name. So if it's a red name, like I'd throw the distress border on Iron Lad to match the name coloring. But next up we have Badges. First location is the Eternity range. We have our Echo out early. The Ravonna is a little bit unfortunate, or Sinister London is a little bit unfortunate for the Ravonna line. I'm just going to play the single Ravonna and see what they end up dropping. Hard Agree, Distressed are the ones I like the least. Oh, you said Hard Agree. I thought you were saying Hard Disagree, but no, the Hard Agree makes some sense. We get an extra card draw from the Abbey, but they did have White Widow, so we are always afraid of just how much clog they might have. I'm going to go double Cassandra Nova. That'll negatively afflict all of their remaining cards. Then I think next turn we have to go something kind of safe, like a Jeff. Wait, they went Echo Blind. We do get the rock on, or no, we don't get the rock on our side, but they went Echo Blind. Oh my goodness. She's the sneaky card for sure. You thought they were going to be awesome like Kylo Ren's lightsaber? Yeah, but in practice, they're very mediocre. So we could hit an Iron Lad. We could drop maybe Wong here. Could be Wong. Could be right. Double Wong into Jeff to save the place, into Sage last turn. Could be really, really big. Jeff is safe for now. Wong into Sage could be good. Oh, Jeff is safe for now. Do Jeff and then Wong on turn 5. Jeff first. Gotcha. Just in case they have like double clutter. Ooh, the big hazmat. Do we beat a huge... the Odin. Odin would trigger 4 more times. We'll see if it's worthwhile to do Wong or Odin over Sage, I guess. I was expecting goblins. We retreat. It's obviously an Ajax. Yeah, it's obviously an Ajax for sure. Sage will be big. Yeah, Sage is going to be really big. Sage into Odin would probably give us initiative going into this next turn, and I think I'd like to drop it. So I think Wong into Sage instead. I think Sage wins. Ajax Mystique. There's so few that are running the Mystique line, though. My gut says Wong. That's what we're gonna go with. It could be the Wong gut call. I guess we have initiative regardless, yeah? Okay, well. That is a big hobgoblin. Which takes up one of our needed. Odin sends it back. Odin does send it back. But then we don't beat like a double. Yeah. Odin becomes really cool there, but I don't like it. They didn't snap into any piece of that. Wong sends it back to you. It sure does. He would send it their way and send it right back. Like Kamartaj. He doesn't. You're right. There, and it's Jover? Yeah. Yeah, if they were going with the greedy one. But a Hobgoblin and it was Jover too. I was not a big fan of the Distressed Borders at first, but the Distressed Blue one looks so good on Inked Death. Ooh. I haven't tried it on Death. Right now I've been matching like the card name, so I put it on Jeff, for instance. So Zhao, Odin, since Wong was over there, it would trigger it twice. Because Odin, the first time that it triggered, would initiate a double reveal, and so it'd be just like Kamartaj. But I'll try. I'm afraid to use my borders because I can't decide. Same, absolutely same. Is there ever a world where we go nasty with a Cassandra Nova? Here? We afflict their 6 cards left in their deck with -4 each. I used on Ink White Cracked Death and Ink Rainbow Nico. Those sound like they were good calls. Snap. I mean, they could always do, like, Shang-Chi or something mid. The Phantom Crew with the Snap Redemption. Snap because of a Teelan? I think it's an okay call. If they went mid, maybe it's Jeff to protect against the, the clutter? I don't know. Maybe they have the same thing. Wait, Sage? I think they were really protecting against like a White Widow or something. I think that was the thought process there. Ooh, right back into Wong. Wong, White Tiger, Sage. We could also go Wong Namora. Wong Namora Odin. It wins us right, but does it win us left? I'm not sure. Now they have terrible cards. Yeah, now they have huge negative affliction cards. If they have a goblin, though, imagine. Oh my god. Everything is going to be free that they draw, right? Super unfortunate. The White Tigers don't do a whole lot for us over in the left lane. We do have our Ironheart. You can always Ironheart into Odin. It's not a huge amount of power on the right, though. What a plot twist. I know. I know. What a awful plot twist. Echo counters most of their stuff, though. True. White Tiger's better. Yeah, but we could also Odin onto the Ironheart. But if they have a big goblin here, we might get cooked. Jane Foster. Oh my god, they're gonna draw their entire deck, right? What an unfortunate Cassandra Nova. Maybe they didn't draw Jane. Maybe. Oh no. It's a hard retreat though. Can still win mid with Ironheart. Yeah, they could. Do they have Ironheart built in? Is the big question. You have to stay for content. You have to stay for the content. I don't know. We'll lock it in, but I'm not I'm not super confident. He retreats. They don't snap. It's only 4. So the right lane, the only little bit of benefit is that the right lane, they don't have much reach. So like an Iron Man gets echoed. Mystique gets echoed. Maybe if they had Black Panther. Yeah. Yep, the echo. It's a good thing that Butt did not go echo blind. Otherwise, he would have overstayed there. But we will take it. The Echo won us that game for sure. No doubt about it. The Echo came in really big. Echo OP? Echo might be OP in certain matches. It's very situational card, but when she gives you value, she gives you the potential for a lot of value. Negative with Iron Fist. They were doing some dagger shenanigans, but I don't know what kind of shenanigans they were going with. Put her in every deck. Put her in every deck right now. Does Echo slap Mystique since she is in on reveal? She does. As long as Mystique copies an ongoing, she slaps it. I learned that the hard way. So they lost Nico, and we lost Ravona. A decently bad hit for us. But we do have Wong in hand. Same with Rogue. Yeah, same with Rogue.
Hey, man.
So the cord comes down into Project Pegasus for the extra energy. Could be massive. They did steal one of our cards here. If we Wong in the left lane, they won't be able to do Hawk stuff later on in the left. They'd have to play it somewhere else. Ooh, big early Cassandra into big early Cassandra. My goodness. I also like that if you drop Ironheart early, you can protect it against Red Guardian. So if you can protect, what, the Wong? Or the Echo? Well, the Wong. Yeah, you can protect it. Because the Red Guardian would hit that. Every once in a while you see a Red Guardian pop up, but it's not super common, thankfully. Today is a good day. TLSG streaming. I got my Galactus emote. Oh, Linsanity, that's huge. And it's Friday. How are we doing? We're doing good. I'm a little jealous of the Galactus emote, but there's no way that I can spend to unlock the rest of the album. Maybe someday. Maybe someday we'll get there. But it's definitely a good day. Is it great? Not at all. Is it maybe worth a stay? Probably not at all. But also maybe. I'm sure you'll get it over time. We will get you there. Linsanity, I appreciate it. I'm sure that as we keep pulling like mystery variants and premium mystery variants, or we just have like insane streams. They commit mid every day. What? No commitment mid? Alright, the Viper is fine though. What did they go with in the left lane is the question. Stature. Not a huge finish for him. We need a lot in the right lane. It's not going to hit enough in the right lane, is it? They would need like every single trigger to hit over there. 2 more? They commit mid every day. No, you're fine. You're okay. I thought they would commit mid as well. 1 more trigger in that lane would have done it in. Unfortunate as it may be. Super close. It was only 2, but that was such a winnable one. Went into sweat emoji into fist bump. Probably should have. I think this deck is still very underrated, but it does suffer from a lot of problems other decks don't. Yeah, Timmy Tama. It falls pretty hard to like clutter stuff a lot of times. And clutter is a decently viable deck. And so you have to look out for whenever that's on the rise. It's good with like the flexibility of like the Jeff, the Nightcrawler. And so there's certain times where you'll end up running this one and it's like the perfect time for it. Lots of clutter out there. Yep. I won an 8-cube game. I won 8 cubes the last game of Infinity Conquest with Lucky Ironheart. Sometimes you just need a lucky RNG roll. I'm pretty sure clutter is your fault. I think a big piece of the clutter is probably my fault. You prefer this deck variant over the Thor Namora one? I think it fluctuates a little bit. And so depending on like what we're seeing primarily in the game, sometimes the like the Hammer Bros or the Thor Namora stuff is good. Where it can potentially fall or falter is Sandman. And so we've been seeing a lot of Sandman recently. Wong and Namora left would hit both of these, but I don't think that's worth the like overcommit. White Widow still needs a nerf. Yeah, why not Nova left? We could have done Nova left. But I wanted the mobile card in Jeff so that we weren't overcommitting. So like the Namora line could be possible. But I don't think it'd be a big enough payoff for us. Sage ends up being 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 power left with the Sage. We could go Cassandra Nova, Nightcrawler. White Widow is a problem. White Widow, just the cheap clutter that she provides is like there's no risk to running her. So it's such a good tempo play, and it takes up the valuable board space that I think it becomes a pretty big issue pretty quick. Ooh, we block the Goblin in the right lane. The dagger does come down, so we have to look out for the additional, I guess, any of the arrows, like the grapple arrow, the ghost spider. But we at least block the first green goblin, which is helpful. Depending on where they fight for, this might be okay. Not looking good. Yeah, it's Ajax. But what else do they do with besides the Ajax? Ajax, grapple arrow? No, grapple arrow couldn't do it because dagger's already down. Ghost spider. Ghost spider here would be 2, bring them to 0. This would end up being 12. So they would win this one by 1. And then the Ajax. But if Ajax doesn't go mid, they just lose the middle lane. I guess when we move Nightcrawler. We may outshine an Ajax. Middle lane feeds Ajax? It does. But we have to move something over there. Oh, and this is negative. This is 2 still. So if it's Ghost Spider, Ajax, we lose. I was thinking this would go up to 3, but I forgot the Cassandra Nova, or the Hazmat. Yep. The Ghost Spider, the Ajax left is going to be more than what we can handle. Unless we can overscale it, we can't. That was too close. It was very close. And they had the good cards that they needed, the 2 cards they needed for it, but still definitely an unfortunate one. So maybe we pivot off of this one. It is falling to a lot of the like clutter stuff, and we're seeing a lot of junk and a lot of clutter. Then, not sure what I jump back into. I like this one from time to time. Imagine Ajax was 4/4 like the data mines. 4/4 would have been crazy. And then they buffed it last minute, which I think was very needed, but also a bit unfortunate. So I was very low on Ajax when he first came out. He did find a really cool home with his Hazmat stuff, which makes Hazmat feel like actually usable. Outside of that, Hazmat hasn't had a home, I think, ever. Collector in this build? You could go Collector in this build. For all the pickups. Sinister London's not super fortunate for us. You can get a good basic arrow going by bouncing it a couple times. Something like double acid arrow into just like a basic arrow. Either that or we go double bishop here. I remember I built a collector bounce deck before Hitmonkey existed. Or you built a bounce deck before. Yeah, it definitely had collector in the earlier days. It definitely had collector built in. That was one of your only like scalable pieces. Yeah, he was never in the best high evolutionary lists either. Like he had some niche builds, but for the most part, it was very underwhelming. If we go this, maybe we can get lucky and cap out their Sinister London lane to stop them from doing like a Hawk. Beautiful. And so the Cassandra Nova comes down. What could be better would be hitting the Acid Arrow here. Oh no, it has to go here. So it has to go here and it has to go here. They won't be able to play on 5. And as long as we can scale past 22 power, be all right. So this pulls in 2 cards for us. We could also do Beast. Doggy? Yeah. Yeah, we have the doggo. It's thundering outside. It's thundering outside, and so she's freaking out a bit. This picks up more cards for us, giving us a better way to maybe compete for the left. This one would be 0, 1, 2, but it does maybe hurt our hit monkey a bit. It stops the bishop in the right from scaling. Go ahead and lock it in and we'll see. Beast for the crazy scaling on turn 6 with all the bishops. Yeah. Thoughts on Toxin Data Mine? I'm so excited for that. Do they run Annihilus? I sure hope not. I haven't stayed in the game past turn 5 in like 20 games with this meta. The meta is very, very rough. So we can go bishop, double bishop to allow the double bishop scaling. To Angela, basic arrow. Do we want it to go left or right? This will be 4 hit monkey mid. So if we don't go with the bishop, I think maybe hit monkey might be the line, because hit monkey is 3. We go rock, kitty pride. Angela, hit monkey, rock, kitty pride, basic arrow. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then 8 more. Would be 19. No, that should scale us more than what we need in the right lane. Is that enough to win right? I think so. Bounce math is hard. It can be pretty hard. I think it's enough to win in the right by a 2 or 3. Or 5. 2 or 3 or maybe 5. I forgot the hit monkey. The second one that pops up counts this hit monkey as a card played. And so instead of the 8 the second time, it did 10 the second time. And so the acid arrow came in so big, waiting that 1 additional turn made them play out their cards a little bit, I think, earlier than they would have, and it allowed us to cap out their space. Glad Hitmonkey got a buff. Yeah, Hitmonkey can be really, really strong. I enjoy a good Hitmonkey deck. Sometimes there are decks that just like outshine it, and so then you have to pivot off of it, but I always keep at least 1 bounce deck built. Next up, we have Dababu, and he has been absolutely destroying me all day long. I don't think we've caught a win against him. We'll see if we're able to change that here, though. Puffer, yeah, we have a few kind of nervous puppies. Anytime it storms out, they get really like nervous. We scale the rocket on turn 1. I thought it was a wild call. I just wanted the space for the Kate Bishop. But we do hit the lucky rocket flip there. We either destroy Kate Bishop. Go to mine. We have to give our lab Trazodone. One of ours. The others are typically fine. I think they freak out more so because the one is freaking out. But like it's so bad, like her whole body's shaking. She'll shake the whole couch because she's so nervous. I'm going to do Kate Bishop over to the right. I'm going to use the Hood in Vormir to destroy. I know sometimes you can bounce it, get a couple of demons. But I'm all right. Isn't it crazy how we were so willing to destroy Kate just to get her arrows? It is. Like, no doubt about it. Like, there's no hesitation. Let's go Angela into Hood destroy. We have Black Swan already. We just need a way to pull up our 1 costs by the end of the game. So the Nico, the Hawkeye, they could be running a very similar... Ooh, Cassandra Nova. Not a very similar deck then. The Nico comes in. It'll double up on our 1 power if we use her now. Sasquatch or something like Acid Arrow. We could even go Acid Arrow. We could go Grapple Hook, Acid Arrow, Demon. I'll throw Demon over to the right. That way we get a... I'm gonna do both. We get a cheap Sasquatch out of it. Ooh, the Acid Arrow of their own is unfortunate. So unless we drew Falcon, we're locked into mid. And they're not because their Werewolf will move. Hit Monkey top deck every day. Any space open in the TLSG Alliance? I don't think the primary one has space. I can double check though.
Opponent snapped.
The Beast is unfortunate. He is not a beauty. So Beast pull in, Sasquatch left. They haven't played anything to the left, but their Werewolf will start bouncing. Sorry again. No, you're fine. You're fine, Doctor. So once they pull Werewolf out of mid, that goes down to 9. They'll have to pull it out this turn and replace it with something else next turn. But then they'll get a big... They have the +4 in each of the lanes because of it. The Acid Arrow was big there. Otherwise, we could have happily done Beast here, and I think we'd be sitting in a really, really good spot. But them capping us out early, us not having Bishop to scale, Kitty Pryde, we're going to retreat out of this one. I want to be able to find a way to stay. I want to be able to beat Dababu, but we're not going to be able to make it happen. Looks like an Ajax list? Yeah. They're bold playing the arrow mid that turn. I wish it would have backfired, but unfortunately it did not. Next up we have Kindle, rank 82. We do get Kitty Pryde, and so great start being able to scale our Angela. Bishop would be fantastic alongside it. With Squirrel Girl, I'm thinking probably Marvel Boy. Maybe we are looking at a Sandman deck. If so, we have to be very cautious of what we do and how we do it on that last turn. Let's go Angela for now. Hit Monkey next. Not Hit Monkey, my goodness. Kate Bishop next with the Kitty Pryde going into the right lane. We do have Hood. We have Beast to pull our cards back in, plus the Black Swan. So worst case scenario, we can at least pull in 1 lane on the last turn of the game. Why not play the arrow mid to trigger Angela? My thinking was if they capped out mid with a mobile card, by playing the arrow in the left and then grappling it over, we guarantee that the grapple ends up on their side. You get an Acid Arrow, the Pim Arrow. Let's do Hood, Acid Arrow. And then we'll do Kitty Pryde. So the Nico, they change mid. They take out our beast of all things. We have to look for a top deck of Falcon here with the Hit Monkey coming down and coming in huge. We're also locked out of mid with the Nico location change. So it comes down to winning the left lane. Interesting. I guess it's not awful. We do get the Hit Monkey. So something like Kitty Pride, Black Swan.
Opponent snap.
Wait, they snapped? Maybe they have Falcon to pull their 1 costs back in?
Snap.
Hellfire Club? Good call. Because we're going to have to rely on Sasquatch, Hitmonkey, both going over to the left. Ooh, yeah, Swan's making them 0, so they can be played over there. Wait, what? The snap into the immediate snap back and they retreat. Take the 2. Yeah, so Black Swan allows you to play them over there because it looks at the cost that they are currently. Similar to if like a card gets hit by Iceman, it goes from 3 to 4. You can no longer play it in the one that only allows like 1, 2, and 3 cost cards. Stream Sniper? I don't know. I think they snapped thinking maybe we had a weak hand, and then they heard us helping. Maybe. Maybe they snapped thinking we had a weak hand, and when we snapped back, they said, oof. The stream sniping accusation is crazy. Yeah, I think a very small percentage of people actually stream snipe, because there's really not much to gain from it. But no, I know that it was a joke on this one. But KM still kills them. Yeah, Killmonger would still kill him. Wow. That's a lot of squirrels. Their lane becomes pretty congested pretty quick. We won't be able to pull into very much, but at least we do have Falcon to pull into some. Hitmonkey could be okay. We could always Nico. Sounds crazy, but we might destroy the demon. Get our other resources. Or actually, we really don't want a lot in our hand, do we? I think we just demon mid. And then next turn, we'll see what Nico changes into. Into turn 5, Black Swan Falcon. We try and keep our hand as small as possible. Turns it into a demon. Let's go Nico. Or let's go Rocket first, and then Nico left. Falcon into Nico into Squirrel. Yeah, we're going to have a flood of squirrels. Oh, Falcon into Nico into pulling the squirrels? Or like destroying a squirrel. Could have been a line too, yeah. But with this one, we're going to be buffing up the Hit Monkey. And so this one's going to turn into a demon. And then we Black Swan it back in. Blue Marvel is big. Are they looking at... Is it still the Gilgamesh stuff? We can also pump up our Bishop here as well. So I think Bishop... If they do Gilgamesh here, then it'd be like Ant-Man mid, which would end up being 4, 5, 6, so 15. As long as we beat 15 here, which should be easily possible. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Goes up to 17. That's a little bit too close for my comfort though, so I'm going to do that. Gilgamesh Bird could possibly be there. Ooh, Gilgamesh Bird. Hood right, squirrel left. I mean, it would really come down to where they dropped Gilgamesh and Bird. What is the net 0 power? So +1 on the left, so potentially gives us that range for that +3, and then +2 here. And so overall, yeah, plus net 0 for the most part. So maybe since we're going Hitmonkey mid, we don't waste the demon there. We go Hitmonkey, Hood, Demon, Squirrels. Oh my gosh. That. Mockingbird to the left, Gilgamesh mid. So we have to be able to beat 10 over into the left lane. Or our Hitmonkey's pretty big. We actually beat the Gilgamesh, right? No. With the Hood there. Oh no, did we choke? We may have choked. I thought for sure Gilgamesh would be left. There was no way to know. I mean, yeah, but it just feels bad that we had it set that way first, and then we changed it. And then Horror Story said, "Hey TLSG, what's up? I guess a lot of us saw your video on how to farm points from the league because I'm facing a lot of it. That's called cooperation. I'm glad that people picked up on it. I didn't want it to be an unfair advantage for like the few. I wanted everyone to have the possibility to do it. And so I'm glad that they fixed it. I'm glad that they haven't fixed it yet, but I'm glad that they addressed it. Bird was only 2 points less than Gilgamesh. That's true. And looking at the Bishop, we never beat the Bird. I think I should have calculated out how big Bishop got. For whatever reason, I was hoping that it could compete with the other, and it just couldn't. And so I think the lanes we should have pushed for were mid and right, throwing the like Hood or the useless one over to the left, and push for the others instead. But that's hindsight. We could play it differently the next time. But definitely should have done the math on the Bishop faster. And then Horror Story. So in case you didn't know, if you do, you can still do it. But in case you didn't know, they made an announcement. Everybody's going to get the Deadpool emote. And so if you're farming specifically for that one, good news is you don't necessarily have to. Is there a swap for Black Swan and Sasquatch? Sasquatch, yes. You can go something like Sage. Black Swan is a very unique card. So she's one of those that, like Athena, like a Mockingbird, nothing else really does her job as well as it does. Because it enables your big last turn explosive plays. Wait, everyone gets it? Yeah, everyone gets the Deadpool emote. As long as you enter into a league, everybody gets it. And so they said that everyone gets that and a blue border. Depending on your place, you'll still get the other cosmetics, so like the premium mystery variant or mystery variants, but you don't need to grind anywhere near as hard. Why did I feel like we were fumbling with this one? We're 3-2 so far. I was getting bored of Proving Grounds swap, even if I was doing other stuff. Yeah, me too. I did it like maybe 5 times, and I was like, oof, I can't do it, even if I'm watching TV. And then Horror Story, you said that's what you wanted? Yes, me too. I'm really excited that they made the change, and they made it quick. And so definitely a lot of respect for them, like owning up to that mistake and saying we whiffed it. I was at like 32,000. I've done a lot of actual like playing. I grinded maybe like 3,000 or 4,000 of it from Conquest, but otherwise it's been very manual. So Kitty Pride, Hood, seeing the Dazzler, I'm less afraid. I mean, we're still always afraid of the Sandman possibility. Heading out for the day. Appreciate the Friday vibes. Thank you so much for hanging out, General Sergeant. I appreciate you hanging around. Hopefully you have a great rest of your Friday, and hopefully we'll catch you again real soon. I'm planning on streaming at least the 19th and 20th when drops launch. But for next week, I'd like to do Wednesday and Friday again. I'm gonna see if I can swing both of those. Let's go Bishop into Kitty Pride. Love it when a doofus gets a 1-point win on a 50-50 Juggernaut landing and spams with the emotes. Yeah, that's definitely unfortunate. The Shanna giving them Nebula in mid was big.
Opponent snapped.
One, two, three, four. Sasquatch goes down to 2. This right lane is entirely free. We wouldn't be able to do the big Sasquatch in mid, though. I think this one should probably be a retreat. With the Shanna. Let's see. Khazar gives them another pretty good bump. Didn't think I would, but I've actually been really enjoying Marvel Boy. Marvel Boy is really cool in like that zoo aspect. That happened to me yesterday, but in Cannonball instead of Juggernaut, and then spam. Yeah, it's always unfortunate when they decide to spam it. So New York does allow them to move their cards around. So just because they look locked in the left doesn't mean that they are. Do Bishop, Sasquatch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So a 13 power hit monkey. Decent power over here. Probably not perfect. We're gonna see. Okay, so big stack in the right, decent in left. The Mockingbird in the left lane, the Squirrel Girl. We may be able to overpower that without... Oh, that's 31 in the left. Never mind, the Dazzler went and popped off. I don't think we have any chance of beating it. The 7 power here. We lose this lane by 1. By 1 point, unfortunately. We went way too heavy in the right. Instead of the Sasquatch, had we switched Sasquatch and Kitty Pride, we could have won the left lane. And so a lot of these are very winnable. It's coming down to like just finessing and finding a way to bring it home depending on where they land. But we wouldn't have been able to tell that they were planning on doing that shift, unfortunately. I cut Khazar. I feel like him and Marvel Boy are a bit redundant. Yeah, when I was trying it with both, it definitely felt a little clunky. So if you got the ideal draw, it was great. Other times it felt very congested. Then Hori said, I'm watching you on the TV now, doing the exchange in Proving Grounds, and I'm bored. The Proving Ground exchange is definitely very boring. Winner another tech card feels better there than the Marvel Boy or than Khazar? My second dinner only giving the blue border. I mean, they're giving everyone the emote, and then honestly, I like the blue border better than the matte black and on most things. All right, so we do have Black Swan. We have our Beast. Is Proving Ground win swapping still a thing? I think it is, but it may not be for much longer.
Snapped.
And Alejandro, you said love bounce makes you think so hard. It does. Very much similar to like the old like move style lists. So it's definitely one that makes you think quite a bit. All right, let's go bishop into mid. We have the Kitty Pride. Then we can pivot from there. So the Ravona looks like a Mr. Negative deck. So it's Mr. Negative with the... Ooh, and they didn't hit Mr. Negative on curve, so that's good. But the Iron Man is always real scary. You can pivot away and go... Black Swan Beast. Pulls back in our Bishop and Angela. They don't get to scale from Stark Tower. But I'm not sure we ever compete against the Iron Man here. The advantage of these two lanes is they haven't transformed anything in these lanes. They couldn't do a Mystique follow-up. And so I think we're going to pivot with the Angela and Bishop and see what we can do. Time for me to hit the bed. Ooh, thank you for hanging out. Hopefully you have a good rest of your night, and hopefully we'll catch you again soon. Guess the beast is irrelevant now.
I am Iron Man.
It's a rough one. Rough stuff. Order punish? Yeah, Parzival.
Systems
I've been getting punished all day for like small things, but small like finesse things that could be the difference maker. Would you ever consider making tier list videos on the channel? There's already a lot of people that do it and do it really well. And so I would only want to do it if it felt like something that I could improve upon what was already there. And I'm not sure if I could. Never would have thought of that. Yeah, I know. Like, it's the small finesse things. Do you have Cole? Do you think Cole has a space in this deck? Probably not. I think a different version definitely wants to run Cole, but I think this one maybe not. You should monkey first. But I'm not sure where they go with their negative cards, right? So I'm torn between which one we go with. We get at least one good evolution in the Sasquatch left. But this gives us a way to compete with whatever they drop here. Tribunal? Good call. Good call, Sleeper.
Escaped.
So speaking of Tribunal, I think there was a Tribunal deck that was floating around. But maybe I load up for just a few games. Every time I think about it, it's such a, like, you have to be so patient with it. But maybe not. I'm going to go back to the Loki deck. That's the one we've had the most success with today. It was through a lot of ups and downs, but we had the most success with it, including like junk stuff. We've been through the entire spectrum. But so I would want to make sure I could improve upon it, and I'm not sure if it would get as much traction as like just a spotlight video, because a lot of times like tier lists or these new cards are coming out are it's diminishing returns. And so like let's say Cozy does one and you watch Cozy, there's not as much draw to watch also KM Best and also Alex and also me. And so I try to keep out of the space of where like there's competing content. But I do like the idea of maybe sometimes either doing like the tier list or maybe even like looking at the data mined cards whenever they get released or come out. I think those can be some kind of cool, unique takes that are varied a little bit from creator to creator. I've been running Clog lately. What a time to be a Clog enjoyer. Z Breezy, what kind of Clog deck are you running? Because I've been getting I'm getting handled with just about everything. And so the Nebula, the Spider Ham, the Nocturne, it does look like this is going to be a Sandman deck. As unfortunate as that may be. We should have removed DCs. Oh, Washington, D.C. Gotcha. Yeah, we probably should have played Nocturne into Ant Maze, moved it over mid.
Opponent snapped.
And so I think the biggest issue becomes how do you win another lane other than this big one?
Escaped.
And Parzival, you said you posted your Clog list? I think Clog is one that is pretty good for the most part. It's just finding like which one runs the best. And then Just, you said, although understandable, I disagree a bit. Although Cozy videos are extensive and well detailed, KM and even Dara, as of lately, show different perspectives and opinions. It's like getting a second opinion from a different doctor. And your videos and insights are far from being just one of the bunch. Thank you so much, Just Koju, for the nice words. You said keep up the good work and the wholesome vibes. And so it's, I dabbled or tried a couple in the past, and they didn't do as well as often. But maybe that's just kind of part of it because I don't do them consistently, so nobody knows to like look for them. And so it's definitely something that is I might do at some point. As a returning player, how much did you spend to get up to speed? About 300, I think, 200 or 300 to get a lot of the core cards. But honestly, I could have made do with much, much less than that. It's a big blue marvel from the copycat. I could have gotten by with quite a bit less than that. I spent a little bit extra to push for a few extra cards to be able to get content and like create some of the newer decks faster. But honestly, being able to play patient, like even without the new stuff, I could unlock the new one each week. And then it just came down to slowly waiting for like the new card refreshes and for things to pop up in caches. But I definitely rushed it a bit. The Sentry is unfortunate. The Titania on them is fine. We do draw our Gilgamesh. We have the big blue marvel. Just in case they have any kind of clutter, I'm going to play into the right. They do fill the right lane with the Marvel Boy, the Kate Bishop, and the Dazzler. Second blue Marvel is great here. I almost think we snap this. Crazy to snap this?
Oh, snap.
Probably. Probably, but we're going to do it anyways. The Titania wildcard in mid is always scary. Acid Arrow, interesting. Takes up one of our spaces into Khazar, so they do get a little bit more bonus than their Marvel Boy. So the double blue Marvel is so big. We can do Nocturne move. Sage to make sure that we don't get beaten by any kind of like... Oh no, we stole their blue Marvel. They don't have a blue Marvel. They can go up to, I guess, a little bit higher. I think Nocturne is 7. This ends up being 4, 5, 6, 7. So it matches. We would need to go higher than the Ant-Man, but we do end up getting the retreat. We'll gladly take. 8 team seems likely. So our copycat stole their blue Marvel, so they didn't have that as an option. Otherwise, I do agree. 8 team seems likely over there. But I think with that one, we're going to end on a win. It is just about time for me to head out to go pick up my daughter. And so we're going to go ahead and head out. I'm going to roll just a quick set of ads as we find somebody to raid into. If you guys have any preferences, let me know in the chat, and then we'll look for them to see if they're live or how long they've been going. And so I appreciate each and every one of you guys. We're going to launch the ads real fast, and then we'll see you guys just briefly before the raid goes off. Thank you guys. Have a good rest of your weekend as well. I hope that the Friday was good, and I hope that the stream made it go by quicker. And then hopefully we catch you around in the next one. Look for a quick raid for you guys. Out of those that started recently, I don't see anyone that I recognize. You know, we're gonna send you over into to Dexter, you guys. And so he's picking up, it looks like maybe the late stream, or let me see how long he's been live before we do that.
He was going to move down.
28 minutes. Yeah, we'll send you over to Dexter. I appreciate you guys. Hopefully you have a great rest of your day. We are going to go ahead and queue it up, and then we will see you guys around in the next one. Or hold on. Let me make sure the ads are done first. We have 30 seconds. I don't want anybody to be caught in like a weird limbo. I don't know if it does that. Have a good weekend. Thank you, you too. I appreciate each and every one of you for hanging out. I would love to be able to do this more often. I'm trying to fit them in everywhere that I can. We will see you guys around in the next one. So we'll go ahead. It looks like 10 seconds left, and then we'll go ahead and hit the raid now. Give Dexter a good old TLSG welcome, and then we will see you in the next stream. I don't think it worked. Let me load it up. Try it one more time. Wait, did it work or did it not work? I'm guessing it worked.